Tabling of documents. Dépôt de projet de loi.
Introduction of government bills.
Statements by ministers. Rapport.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Présentation de rapport.
Presenting reports from committees.
Introduction of private members' bills. Première lecture.
First reading of Senate public bills.
Motions. Présentation.
Presenting petitions.
Petitions. The Honourable Member for Lac Saint-Louis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I have a petition which I would like to present in the memory of Wyatt Thomas Smith. It's a petition signed by 25 individuals asking that the government declare the overdose crisis a national public emergency and take steps to end overdose deaths and overdose injuries by collaborating with provinces and territories to develop a comprehensive pan-Canadian overdose action plan that considers reforms other countries have used, and to ensure that this emergency is taken seriously with adequately funded programming and supports. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Yorkton Melville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm really pleased to be able to stand in this House again on behalf of constituents across Canada who are expressing their concern over sex-selection abortion that is legal in Canada because we have no restrictions at all, and they see that sex-selective abortion is antithetical to our commitment to equality between men and women, and that at this point in time, a DART poll indicates that 84% of Canadians feel that this should be considered illegal. So I'm just so pleased to stand on their behalf and appreciate their support in my private member's bill C-233. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, we have a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, the
member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The raise hand function on my Zoom isn't working, and I see other members raising their hands manually, so I wonder if other members are in the same situation.
It's a very good point. No, I don't see any hands coming up on my screen, so maybe what I'll do is I'll go through the list that I have, and for once we're done, if the raised hand function isn't resolved by then I'll have people say something and I'll recognize them, and then we'll go from there if that works. Oh, I see it's starting to work again. Oh, there we go. Everybody's hands are going up. Perfect. Okay, thank you very much for bringing that up. The presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm honored today to be tabling a petition sponsored by Colleen Heal Cardinal, e-petition 2830. She's the co-founder of the 60 Scoop Network. She launched this e-petition calling for a national apology for the decades-long harmful practice of scooping up Indigenous children and adopting them out. This petition's to the Prime Minister, and she cites that the 60 Scoop refers to a practice that occurred in Canada of taking or scooping up Indigenous children from their families and communities for placement in foster homes or adoption. It's estimated that over 20,000 Indigenous children were taken from families, and in 2018, the Government of Canada announced a settlement agreement with the survivors of the 60 Scoop. She cites that we, the undersigned residents of Canada, call upon the Prime Minister to work with the 60 Scoop Network and survivors on a ceremony with the intent of asking forgiveness and issuing a national apology in the House of Commons. Mr. Speaker, the federal government must accept responsibility for its role in the 60 Scoops. Survivors have waited far too long for justice, and the first step this government must take is to meet with the survivors in ceremony and ask for forgiveness. Thank you.
I have quite the list of petitions that have to be presented today, and I just want to remind the honourable members to be as concise as possible and just let us know the highlights of the petition, not go into a long description of what is being said or what is being intended by the petition. I want to thank the honourable members for their cooperation in advance. The honourable member for Oakville North Burlington.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm just thrilled to be presenting this petition that was initiated by Burlington resident and CFL Hall of Famer Tony Gabriel. His petition suggests that Terry Fox should be the candidate of 8 worthy candidates chosen for the $5 bill that the government is considering right now. 1,251 people have signed that petition, and as Tony would say, let's get Terry into the end zone. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The presenting petitions, the honorable. Oh, we have another one for the honorable member for Melville Yorkton or Yorkton Minimalist.
Thank you again, Speaker. And we are all aware of the horrific conditions that the Uyghurs are experiencing under the heavy hand of the Chinese government. And so this petition just requests very strongly that our government recognize that the Uyghurs in China have been and are under subjugation to genocide, and that the Justice for Victims of Corruption Foreign Officials Act, Magnitsky Act, and sanctions should be basically put upon the Chinese government for these heinous crimes being committed against the Uyghur community. Thanks.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Carlton Trail, Eagle Creek. Okay, I know there were some technical difficulties there. We'll go on to the honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm very pleased to be speaking this morning from the traditional territory of the Wasana Nation, the Indigenous peoples of this territory. And in brief, the petition today for my constituents relates to a call to recognize and truly respect the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, specifically referencing the situation on Wet'suwet'en lands, calling for nation-to-nation negotiations, and that work on the fracked gas pipeline cease immediately. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for North Okanagan, Shuswap.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in my riding of North Okanagan, Shuswap, to present a petition signed by Canadians who are distressed by the atrocities by the Uyghur toward the Uyghur Muslims and what they're being subject to by the Chinese Communist Party. There is now growing international consensus on recognizing the situation of the Uyghurs as genocide. This petition calls on the House of Commons to recognize that the Uyghurs in China have been and are being subject to genocide, and to use the Victims of Corrupt Foreign Officials Act, otherwise known as the Magnitsky Act, to sanction those that are responsible. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Following an independent investigation, 2 full days of hearings from witnesses and survivors, as well as various independent experts, the Subcommittee on International Human Rights concluded in a multi-party way, unanimous way, that Uyghurs and other Turkic Muslims in China are subject to ongoing genocide. Following that, petitioners have put this petition together calling on Parliament and the government to come to the same conclusion, to recognize, given the evidence, that Uyghurs and other Turkic Muslims face genocide in China. And also petitioners are calling for the use of the Magnitsky Act to impose targeted sanctions and hold accountable officials that are directly involved in this genocide. I commend this petition to the thoughtful consideration of all members. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétition, the honourable member for Pembroke, Nipissing.
Close enough, Mr. Speaker. Nipissing, Pembroke, and it's my honor to stand today for the first time this year for a petition, and this petition calls on the government to act on the genocide of the Uyghurs in China, as well as invoking the Magnitsky Act, so that the people who are profiting in China are held to account for what's happening in their country.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétition. I'm drawing blanks today. I don't know what it is. It must. Yes, the honourable member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to present a petition on behalf of constituents in my riding to call on sanctions for corrupt Chinese officials from using Canada as a safe haven. Thank you.
Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétitions. Okay, we'll go on to questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Agreed? Agreed. Orders of the day.
Government orders, government bills, comments. Débat sur le projet de loi C-18.
Debate on Bill C-18. An act to implement the Agreement on Trade Continuity between Canada and the United Kingdom.
Seconded by Ms. Anand, moves that Bill C-18, an act to implement the Agreement on Trade Continuity between Canada and the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on International Trade. Debate. The Honourable Minister of Small Business and Export Promotions and Minister of International Trade.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Merci. Mr. Speaker, I am seeking unanimous consent to split my time with the Member of Parliament from Outremont. It is my pleasure to rise in the House of Commons today.
I'll just wait. Consent, then we'll continue. This being a hybrid sitting of the House, for the sake of clarity, I will only ask those who are opposed to the request to express their disagreement. Accordingly, all those opposed to the Honourable Minister moving the motion will please say nay. Agreed? The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay. There being no dissenting voice, I declare the motion carried. Now I'll let the Minister continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is my pleasure to rise virtually in the House of Commons today in support of Bill C-18, an act to implement the Agreement on Trade Continuity between Canada and the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. J'ai le plaisir de prendre la parole aujourd'hui.
It is my pleasure to speak in the House of Commons today to support Bill C-18 on the Trade Continuity Agreement between Canada and the United Kingdom.
Kingdom is our largest trade market in Europe, and in 2019 it was the third largest destination for Canadian merchandise exports worldwide. It is also a key source of innovation, science, and technology partnerships. Two-way merchandise trade between Canada and the United Kingdom totaled $29 billion in 2019, making it our fifth largest international trading partner. The UK is also Canada's second largest services trade partner, behind only the United States, amounting to exports of nearly $7.1 billion last year. Finally, the UK is Canada's fourth largest source of foreign direct investment, valued at $62.3 billion in 2019. It is clear that our trade continuity agreement with the UK is critical to Canadian jobs by preserving a key enabler to our strong economic partnership, that is CETA. Because it is based on CETA, this agreement provides familiarity, continuity, predictability, and stability for Canadian businesses, exporters, workers, and consumers, which is more important than ever today as we all grapple with COVID-19. Once the agreement is fully implemented, it will carry forward CETA's tariff elimination on 99% of Canadian products exported to the United Kingdom. It will fully protect Canadian producers of all supply managed products. It will maintain priority market access for Canadian service suppliers, including access to the UK government's procurement market, which is estimated to be worth approximately $118 billion annually. Will uphold and preserve CETA's high standard provisions on labor, the protection of the environment, and dispute settlement. Canada has a deep and historic relationship with the United Kingdom, one of our closest allies, from NATO to G7 to the G20, to the ties of shared history, values, and respect for the principles of democracy. When the United Kingdom held a referendum and, guided by the decision of its citizens, decided to leave the European Union, that decision not only affected the UK's trade and economic relations with its largest partner, but it also meant that the United Kingdom would no longer be a part of CETA with Canada. Obviously, this has the potential effect on Canadian companies and businesses. That is why this trade continuity agreement is so important. Canadian businesses and workers in many sectors rely on our interconnected trade relationship, from farmers and fish harvesters to financial services to our innovators. They have told us that what they want most at this time is stability. This agreement provides exactly that. The TCA, Trade Continuity Agreement, ensures Canada and the UK can both sustain and build upon our important relationship by preserving the benefits of CETA on a bilateral basis, while fully protecting our closely integrated supply chains and continued access for our exporters. Mr. Speaker, this continuity agreement is good for workers, it's good for business, and it's good for both Canada and the United Kingdom. Without the TCA in place, Canadian businesses could have faced uncertainty of new barriers and higher costs of doing business, particularly for our agriculture, fish, and seafood industries. With this agreement, we can build a better future for both countries. For a country like Canada, international trade is central to our economic success and prosperity, and there is no doubt that trade will play a crucial role in our inclusive and sustainable recovery from COVID-19. It is not only important for Canada to develop new trading relationships, but to also maintain and strengthen our existing ties. Mr. Speaker, the TCA is not just about maintaining the CETA agreement. In fact, it sets the stage for an exciting new chapter in our future trade relations with the United Kingdom. What we have done with the TCA is to ensure immediate certainty for Canada-UK trade by replicating CETA on a bilateral basis as the UK left the EU. However, Canada has always said that for the longer term, we are interested in the negotiation of a new, modern, and ambitious agreement that can best reflect the Canada-UK bilateral relationship going forward. The TCA includes a commitment for subsequent negotiations to begin within a year of its entry into force. My UK counterpart, Secretary Truss, and I have publicly committed to these negotiations. We will seek input of Canadians from coast to coast to coast through public consultations on their interest in a new bilateral discussion with the United Kingdom. I look forward to returning to the negotiating table within 1 year of this TCA's ratification to work on a new, high-quality, modern, inclusive, and comprehensive economic partnership that includes ambitious chapters for small businesses, the environment, labor, digital trade, and women's economic empowerment. And to those who have pointed out areas where improvements are needed, we hear you. And I'm eager to get to work on those issues. And we will return to this House when we are ready to table negotiating objectives for this new ambitious effort. Right now, while we work to ratify this agreement both in Canada and in the United Kingdom, we have signed a memorandum of understanding between both countries so that trade can continue to flow while this agreement makes its way through domestic approvals in both countries. As we've negotiated both through the MOU and the Canada-UK TCA, businesses will continue trading at the preferential tariff rates under CETA with no additional paperwork. The TCA will provide stability and remain in place until a new agreement, which we aim to reach within 3 years, is ready. With the TCA, we are seeking to ensure continuity. The last thing Canada and the United Kingdom would want to do is to create any uncertainty for businesses and workers, particularly as we respond to the pandemic, as we restart our economies and to begin to build back better. Mr. Speaker, 2020 has been an incredibly difficult year for workers and businesses across the country. For so many sectors, this agreement is exactly the continuity and the stability that they have asked for. It is what we need to support Canadian jobs and families, to grow our economy through trade and export with one of our closest allies at an economically challenging time. While CETA will continue to govern Canada-EU trade, This agreement will provide similar predictability for Canadian businesses who trade with the UK, ensuring trade between our two countries continue to flow uninterrupted. Mr. Speaker, let me conclude by saying, as I have said before, that the trade continuity agreement with the UK is good for Canadians, it's good for the people of the UK, and it's good for the strong, mutually beneficial relationship our nations have built over more than 150 years. Monsieur le Président, permettez-moi de conclure.
Mr. Speaker, allow me to conclude by confirming once again that the trade continuity agreement with the United Kingdom is good for Canada, good for Canadians, good for the people of the United Kingdom. It will be very beneficial for the relations that our two nations have had for over 150 years.
All honourable members to support Bill C-18 so that Canada can bring the Canada-UK trade continuity into force as soon as possible. Merci. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Aurora Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And good morning. There's no question that this agreement is very important to Canada. And of course, we need to look at the stability and certainty. But I would like to ask my honourable colleague if she can give us some of the areas that she feels need to be negotiated in the future. She outlined that there need to be some ambitious and broader targets for an agreement with the UK in the future, and that will be a priority so that we can go beyond this agreement. So could she share with Canadians what the government's perspective is on the top 3 areas that need to be included in those ambitious and new modernization areas of this agreement? Thank you.
Honourable member for Export Promotion and International Trade.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague for that question, and Happy New Year to her. I think we get to keep saying that until the end of January, or certainly that's certainly my perspective, so Happy New Year. And thank you for that question. We do have a mandate, or we have a commitment rather, through this TCA to get back to the negotiating table, and I'm very much looking forward to those negotiations with our close ally in the UK, and to have ambitious areas of common interest, of common ambitions around the environment and labor and digital trade, which I think is just so important, and certainly coming out of COVID-19 more so than ever. Inclusion for small and medium-sized businesses and for women's economic empowerment. I would also like to say that I think it's really important to hear from Canadians. We are committed to making sure that we talk to Canadians, we talk to businesses, and we hear from them about what is really important in this new agreement, and take their input into perspective. And we, of course, have committed that we would return.
I'm going to just leave that thought there for a moment. We're going to try and get a couple more questions in. The honourable member, l'honorable député d'Avignon, la Métis Matin Matapédia.
The honourable member for Avignon, La Montagne, Métis Matapédia. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the minister for her speech. This bill matters to Canadian businesses and Quebec businesses so that we can continue our trade relations with the United Kingdom. However, we've noticed that there is not enough transparency, and that is upsetting. During negotiations with the United Kingdom, well, in terms of international trade, major stakeholders did not have access to important documents. The lack of transparency was really major, so I would like the minister to please explain why different parties and stakeholders didn't have access to important documents. The Honourable Minister for International Trade.
So much to the honourable member for that important question. We have been fully transparent with Canadians throughout our trade dialogue with the United Kingdom. In September of 2017, our Prime Minister met with then UK Prime Minister Theresa May when it was first publicly announced that we are going to ensure a seamless transition on trade with the UK as they prepare to exit the EU. during that time, of course, while the EU is still a part of CETA, they were not able to undertake any new international negotiations. So our discussions, of course, have been focused on converting the terms of CETA and making it available and creating a bilateral agreement between Canada and the UK. And we are looking forward to getting back to the negotiating table. But around transparency, I want to reiterate our commitment to our colleague, which is that the government will adhere to the commitments that we have made, fulfilling obligations under the amendments to the policy on tabling treaties. We are going to hear from Canadians about what they are looking for in the upcoming negotiations.
Okay, and we're going to just get one more. I'll just interrupt the minister there. We'll just get one more question in on this round. The honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you, Madam Minister, for this. I would like to ask you about the recent unanimous motions from both the Foreign Affairs and International Affairs Committees calling on Canada in these trade agreements to ensure that England respects its obligations under the Good Friday Agreement to the people of Ireland, to make sure we have the open border, to make sure the support is in place for a referendum on Irish unity. There has been a lot of mistrust in the EU about Boris Johnson's attitudes towards Ireland. Canada has deep roots in this. We have a long-standing history in the Good Friday Agreement, so I'm asking the Minister what kind of commitment she will make to ensure that England lives up to its obligations to the Good Friday Agreement and that open border with the Irish people.
The Honourable Minister of International Trade.
Thank you very much to the honourable member for that very important question. And Canada being a supporter and, in fact, a leader with respect to the Good Friday Agreement, I would agree. It is good to see that the United Kingdom has agreed to that. But as we go forward in new negotiations, we will have an absolute opportunity to make sure that we are listening to Canadians and the prospective Canadians, just like that offered by my honourable colleague in those negotiations. And we also have committed through our amendments in the policy of tabling treaties to share the objectives of the agreements with our parliamentary colleagues, and we will do that. We will respect that, and there certainly will be opportunity to listen to Canadians, and we would agree.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Export Promotion and International Trade.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's indeed with great pleasure that I too rise virtually in the House of Commons today in support of our proposed legislation to ratify the agreement on trade continuity between Canada and the United Kingdom. Just as we welcome the recent signing of this important agreement, the government is very pleased to take the next step towards ratification so that Canadian exporters can take full advantage of the agreement's benefits. As you know, Canada and the United Kingdom have historically enjoyed advantageous commercial relations that we've built together over more than 150 years. Two-way merchandise trade between us amounted to $29 billion in 2019, making the UK Canada's fifth largest trading partner after the United States, China, Mexico, and Japan. In fact, Canadian exports to the UK have increased by over $2 billion since the Canada-EU Comprehensive Economic and Trade Agreement, or CETA as it's commonly known, was provisionally applied in 2017. So preserving this trading relationship means businesses will continue to have unprecedented access to the UK's 66 million consumers and $3.68 trillion market. It also means lower prices and more choices for Canadian consumers, and either a reduction or complete elimination of customs duties. And because this agreement is based on CETA, an agreement Canadians are already very familiar with, it provides the predictability and the stability our businesses have told us they need as they grapple with the uncertainty brought on by this global pandemic. Les avantages de l'accord de continuité commerciale pour
The advantages of the Trade Continuity Agreement for Canadians are tangible and substantial. Once the agreement has fully entered into force, it will ensure that customs tariffs are eliminated on 99% of Canadian products exported to the United Kingdom. This agreement will fully protect Canadian producers whose products are supply managed. This will conserve priority access to markets for Canadian service suppliers, including access to public procurement markets of the British government, with an estimated value of $118 billion a year. This agreement will also maintain the very high standards of CETA when it comes to labor and environmental protection. This agreement will also continue to give Canadian businesses a competitive advantage over other countries who do not have a free trade agreement with the United Kingdom.
The news of this agreement and the successful work of our negotiating team. And if I may, Mr. Speaker, I would like to expand on how critical our successful negotiation of this agreement is for Canadian agri-food and agriculture industry. Quebec is the home of the most dairy farmers in the country, and it is followed by Ontario, then Alberta, and British Columbia. We know that farmers working hard right across this country wanted and needed the stability that this agreement provides. This is also the case for our beef producers. The first thought that comes to mind for me is the incredible beef exported out of Alberta and Ontario. I had the opportunity to engage directly with our beef producers and cattle feeders prior to the conclusion of the negotiations to hear their needs and interests and make sure that they were taken into account. I'd also like to give much credit to the Canadian Agri-Food Trade Alliance, or CAFTA. As Claire Citeau of CAFTA said during her testimony before the International Trade Committee, and I quote, "This is an important first step to ensuring that exporters preserve the existing access and benefits that are already in place. The temporary certainty and stability that a transitional agreement provides is welcome news for some of our members, and the reason we call on parliamentarians to work together to pass this agreement." I am urging all members to listen to the call of our agriculture sector to swiftly ratify this agreement. Mr. Speaker, we have some incredible associations representing the interests of our Canadian farmers and producers. They are engaged, they are well informed, they are targeted, and they are in constant contact with us, as they should be. Their engagement has been critical, and I certainly look forward to continuing to work with them in the next phase of the negotiation process towards a comprehensive bilateral trade agreement. Pour nos producteurs laitiers.
For Canada's dairy producers, this agreement is very positive. It's a success. In fact, there won't be a single ounce of additional cheese coming into Canada from abroad as a result of this deal. As Daniel Gobet said very well, he is the president of Quebec's Milk Producers Association, I quote, "The government did not grant the United Kingdom any additional access. This is exactly what the Prime Minister and Agriculture Minister committed to." I wish to thank the government for having kept its word. This clearly demonstrates that it's possible to sign trade deals without sacrificing supply management.
Have also been very vocal, and what they told us they needed most at this time, this turbulent time of crisis, is stability. Stability in their trading relationships, stability in exporting their products, and this agreement fully delivers. Monsieur le Président, l'accord de continuité.
Mr. Speaker, the Trade Continuity Agreement will allow many Canadian businesses who have come to depend on their UK clients to avoid unnecessary hurdles. Without this deal, many Canadian businesses would face major challenges and a higher cost of doing business.
Of what would have resulted if our government had not been as successful as it was, and if we had been unable to conclude a transitional trade agreement with the UK. It is estimated that over $1 billion worth of Canadian exports to the UK would have been subject to tariffs, and these tariffs would disproportionately affect our fish, seafood, and agriculture exporters. In addition to the tariffs placed on Canadian products being exported to the UK, roughly 25% of all products imported from the UK would also be affected, with Canadian importers paying higher prices to bring in those goods. Goods, Mr. Speaker, that often our Canadian companies need in order to operate, in order to produce, in order to grow. Once ratified, the Trade Continuity Agreement will continue to be in place as we work towards a new bilateral, comprehensive free trade agreement with the UK. Indeed, this continuity agreement stipulates explicitly that within 1 year of ratification by both countries, the UK and Canada must come back to the negotiating table in order to conclude a comprehensive, longer-term trade agreement. I know that the Minister and I look forward to leading a broad consultation process with Canadians from right across the country and in different sectors of our economy to ensure that these future negotiations are directed in the best interests of Canada and that they respond to any post-Brexit developments. With the time that I have remaining, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to turn to some of the broader implications of our work as a government on international trade. Mr. Speaker, our Canadian government has been a leader among nations globally in advocating for free trade and stemming the tide of protectionist leanings. Indeed, we believe, on the contrary, that strong global trade partnerships, like our new agreement with the United Kingdom, are increasingly necessary and important, especially in these uncertain times, especially as other countries are looking to turn inward. I am therefore asking all members from all parties to support Bill C-18's timely ratification and passage, and in so doing, carefully consider not only the importance of this particular agreement for our Canadian farmers and producers, for our Canadian SMEs and all our exporters, big and small, but also for the message that it sends to the world. The message it sends to the world about the importance of keeping trade open, the importance of keeping Canada at the forefront of the advocacy on free trade. History will thank us for it, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Jonquière.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I listened attentively to the Parliamentary Secretary. Now, we know that this is a transitional agreement. English cheese producers will want access to our markets. So I feel like we're just postponing the problem until next year. We, the Bloc Québécois, proposed a solution, which is to make an exception with supply management. This would definitely solve our issues with trade deals. Supply management in previous trade deals has been a bargaining token for Liberals and Conservatives. So would my colleague not agree that there should be an exception for supply management in negotiating trade deals? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Trade. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for this question. Personally, I feel that the success we've had with this transitional agreement should be something that all Quebecers and the Bloc Québécois celebrate. I'm very proud and very happy about this success. In this deal, we have managed to preserve and protect supply management and dairy producers. As I said, we discussed this thoroughly in committee. I feel that our producers are pleased with this transitional agreement.
Member for Elmwood Transcona.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I wanted to ask the Parliamentary Secretary, I mean, I remember in the last Parliament, one of the real questions around the timing of the government's adoption of CETA at that time was that the Brexit vote was pending, and certainly there were New Democrats. In fact, I believe I myself got up in the House and questioned the wisdom of concluding a trade deal with Europe when our largest trading partner in Europe was about to leave the bloc. Now we're in a position where we're being asked to kind of rubber stamp a carbon copy of CETA for all intents and purposes, designed for a European trading bloc. And when if and when a successor agreement is concluded, 40% of the trade that Canada has done with Europe is going to be outside of CETA. Does the government think that this has any consequence or ramification for CETA? Is there anything that ought to have been different in CETA, given that the UK is no longer going to be part of that trading bloc?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the question coming from my colleague, but I'm sure as he understands and as all parliamentarians understand, when we negotiate a trade agreement with our global allies, we do so on the basis of the history and the circumstances as they are at the time. It was the right move for Canada to conclude CETA at that time. It allowed us to grow our economy. It allowed us to export to a greater degree with our allies in Europe. And as I mentioned, since CETA was provisionally applied in 2017, we have increased our trade by $2 billion with the United Kingdom. So yes, I do think it was an important step and a good move on Canada's part.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And before I ask my question, I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for her remarks and her work to help develop some of the economic measures in response to the COVID-19 emergency. One of the faults I find that folks like us who are involved in politics fall into is that we often discuss trade in a way that doesn't resonate with people who live in our communities. When we talk about GDP growth or export volumes, that's often a step removed from the people who are benefiting from these trade agreements and may not even realize. The parliamentary secretary mentioned in her remarks the impact on seafood tariffs. In my community, this is going to ensure that we get a higher price for our seafood products, which will encourage young people to join the industry and continue to work in rural communities. I'm curious if she can give examples of how the trade agreements will actually lead to having people be better off in her community here in Canada.
L'honorable Secrétaire parlementaire.
I'd like to thank my colleague for his question and all of his work on the economic measures in response to COVID-19. And I would like to say that one of the big successes of this continuity agreement is certainly for our seafood producers, for our exporters of lobster and seafood, who will benefit greatly, I understand. And I'm very pleased about that. In my community, for example, I have a lot of very innovative tech companies, and I know that they are looking to new markets, and they were very pleased by the ratification of CUSMA and are looking to export into the United States for the first time now. And with this agreement, we'll be exporting into the United Kingdom as well. So I think that this is of benefit to many different sectors of the economy, from tech and innovation to manufacturers and of course to our agriculture and seafood exporters.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I ask for unanimous consent to split my time.
As is customary now in this hybrid sitting of the House, we'll only seek to see if there are any members present or participating who wish not to grant unanimous consent to the honourable member to share her time. That being the case, I ask all those opposed to her, sharing her time to please say so. Please say no. Pardon me?
I was just asking if she indicated who. Not necessary?
It's,
okay.
Yeah, it's really not necessary, but we'll indicate that if that's granted, then we'll carry on in that way. Appreciate it. Any no's? Seeing and hearing none, so ordered. The Honourable Member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'll be splitting my time with the Honourable Member from Abbotsford. I rise today to speak on Bill C-18, which will implement the Canada-United Kingdom Trade Continuity Agreement. The United Kingdom is Canada's third largest export market, our fifth largest trading partner, our oldest ally, who we have $29 billion worth of bilateral trade annually. Businesses just want stability right now, and I look forward to hearing debate and this bill coming to committee so that there are no delays for businesses. So how did we get here today debating this bill after the deadline when it should have been ratified, coinciding with the United Kingdom no longer being part of CETA with the European Union? Unfortunately, the Prime Minister and his ministers' failure to take trade negotiations with the United Kingdom seriously means that now, instead of securing a modern trade deal that is even better for Canadian businesses and workers, we are left with an agreement that has few amendments from the previous one, addressing emerging trade issues with no end date and no clear dispute resolution process. The United Kingdom voted to leave the European Union on June 23, 2016, 4.5 years ago. The government should have reasonably expected that a new trade agreement would need to be negotiated. Through International Trade Committee testimony, we learned that at some point during that time, negotiations began. However, we also learned that in March of 2019, the Minister of International Trade signed off on a decision to leave those negotiations. I still remember being in the House on Friday, the 13th of March, 2020, when Parliament recessed due to the COVID-19 pandemic. As one would expect, the focus of this House, the focus of all of us as parliamentarians, had to change on a dime, and the entire focus was on the health and economic crisis and passing emergency legislation. As months progressed, there was still other work to do on important looming deadlines. After all, the clock was ticking on UK no longer being part of CETA, and a Canada-UK trade deal needed to be struck. Remembering back to May 2020, when we would all meet as part of the COVID-19 committee, members of the Conservative official opposition started to question the Minister of International Trade on the status of the trade agreement. Remember, this was not Parliament, but a committee with no powers but asking questions. At the May 21st COVID committee, my honourable colleague, the member from Abbotsford, questioned the Minister on, quote, what steps have been taken to engage with the UK on a free trade agreement. The Minister replied, quote, we will continue to work with the UK to secure our strong and stable trading relationship. Well, now, Mr. Speaker, this relationship was so strong, so stable, that with only 7 months left to secure an agreement, Canada had still not yet returned to the negotiating table, and in fact, was not working with the UK. At the May 27th COVID committee, my colleague, the member from Prince Albert, asked the Minister if the government would, quote, commit to having a new trade agreement with the UK in place by January 1st, of course, 2021. The Minister's response was, quote, monitoring the situation carefully, going on to say that they are in discussions right now. Well, in fact, we were actually not back at the negotiating table yet. At the June 2nd COVID committee, my honourable colleague from Regina, Wascana questioned the Minister of International Trade, saying, United States, Australia, New Zealand, and Japan have all started free trade negotiations with the United Kingdom. Why hasn't Canada? The Minister responded how we would always act in, quote, the interests of Canadian businesses. Well, Mr. Speaker, with just mere months remaining before UK was no longer part of CETA, affecting $29 billion in bilateral trade, we were still not at the table. Where was the sense of emergency to act at the best interest of Canadian businesses? The official opposition had been calling for the resumption of all parliamentary committees starting in May of 2020, and yet this did not occur. The International Trade Committee could have been doing important work such as studies and consultations, just as other committees were doing all spring and summer, safely, productively, and virtually. However, from March until September, the International Trade Committee met only once. Mr. Speaker, the government finally returned to the negotiating table in August of 2020, leaving only 5 months to negotiate a deal, write the text of the legislation, bring to Parliament for its processes and debate, bring to committee to study, bring in witnesses, and then go through the Senate process. We finally returned to Parliament late in September after the prorogation of Parliament. This political maneuver set all the timelines back. My first question in the House of Commons after prorogation was to the Minister of International Trade on her government's promise to notify the House within 90 days of negotiations starting on trade agreements. Notification her government promised to provide to win the support of the NDP during CUSMA, the new NAFTA ratification. Her response left us with more questions than answers. The Prime Minister then made patronizing comments about the United Kingdom's government by saying the United Kingdom lacked the bandwidth to negotiate a trade agreement and put blame for delays on the United Kingdom. This claim was strongly rejected by United Kingdom government and its Secretary of State for International Trade. Further to this, one UK trade minister stated that the Prime Minister's claims should be taken with a pinch of salt. These comments made by the Prime Minister about the United Kingdom, one of our oldest and most steadfast allies, certainly could not have been helpful during live negotiations on a trade deal of such importance to our country. After all, the United Kingdom had been able to negotiate, secure, and sign agreements with dozens of countries already. How is this taking into account the interest of Canadian businesses? Stakeholders from across many business and labor sectors testified at the International Trade Committee that the government did not consult with them prior to withdrawing from negotiations to see how this decision may affect them. Nor was there a formal or robust outreach process during negotiations. What a lost opportunity. Conservative Party representatives expressed concerns of the lack of formal consultations as a whole for this trade agreement. And I've heard from industries that were looking forward to an updated CETA. Major economic drivers in our country, like the cattle industry, who wanted a, quote, UK-1 trade deal, not a CETA 2. Well, officials have stated that the agreement ensures that Canada and the United Kingdom get back to the negotiating table within a year. There were no penalties in an agreement if one side decides not to. The lack of an effective sunset clause makes this transitional agreement no different, really, than a comprehensive or permanent one. Wide-ranging consultations on the original CETA agreement occurred about 7 years ago. Situations evolve, challenges evolve with time, Mr. Speaker, especially in this fast-paced world now that we live in with emerging economies. The government's failure to address concerns raised by stakeholder groups, especially those from the agriculture and agri-food industries, such as non-tariff barriers, will unfortunately continue, and those are very concerning. And there is no clear dispute resolution process in the agreement. Supply-managed sectors were happy to hear that there were no concessions made for their industries, and industries overall just want stability, though they would have preferred trade issues to have been addressed. Canadians expect the government to secure good trade agreements for our exporters, agreements that spur job growth and for workers and grow our economy. Many businesses and families are searching for stability, and we need to do whatever we can to ensure that all sectors in our communities can survive and thrive going forward. Mr. Speaker, a trade deal was first announced with a splashy announcement on November 23rd. And I had a call with the minister shortly afterwards where I highlighted the importance of the Canada-UK trade agreement and to ensure that Canadians are not left worse off than they were as part of CETA. We wanted something even better. That Canadian businesses needed clarity on the requirements needed as a result of the new agreement. Now, Mr. Speaker, one thing that has been clear through this process is the mismanagement and undisciplined management of this file. And only when pressed up against time at the 11th hour do we come to a place where resolutions happen. British trade officials were more forthcoming on this 11th hour. They expressed concerns and actually said that if we didn't ratify by the end of the year, it may create damage and destruction for businesses. However, we are pleased that a memorandum of understanding came on December 23rd and arrived in time to prevent tariffs. Over the past year, we have been relentless as Conservatives in our pursuit to shed light on what has been transpiring on this file. And, really, this was left to the final week of the final month of the final year. And it'll be critically important that the Minister of International Trade work closely with her UK counterpart to begin formal negotiations on a truly new and comprehensive free trade agreement. We need agreements that involve and protect Canadian businesses and address non-tariff barriers and other emerging issues, and has a clear and functioning dispute resolution system based on accountability and is even better for our exporters in Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It feels like deja vu in here. It's just like when we were talking about the last trade agreement. It appears as though Conservatives are going to spend their time just criticizing the agreement the entire time and then eventually voting in favor of it. This agreement and having trade relationships is one of the tools that's going to allow our country to rebound out of the conditions that the pandemic have created for us when we're looking for opportunities to grow our country. So my question for the member is just very simply, will she be supporting this agreement?
Member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Well, Mr. Speaker, it is like deja vu because here we have a trade agreement that's come at the 11th hour with rushed legislation and then blaming it on other people for it being at the 11th hour. So I do agree with my honourable member opposite on that. As I mentioned early on in my address, businesses need stability, and we want this to go to committee, and we want resolution on this so that we Canadian businesses don't have to pay tariffs. I mean, it's obvious this is what industries want, and we'll be moving this forward.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to commend my colleague for her speech. We sit on the committee together. The government has dragged its feet. Now, given that the Canada-UK agreement is a carbon copy of CETA with the EU, under CETA, the provinces, and especially Quebec, were at the negotiation table. Would the Conservatives agree that we repeat that experience and that Quebec be systematically invited to the table to represent itself during trade negotiations? The Honourable Member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, when we're looking at trade negotiations, it's important that we have many voices at the table. And that was one part that was definitely lacking as part of this. You know, we had heard that there was not a formal consultation process. There was very limited outreach to a couple of industries. But as a whole, looking at all of the exporters, they really weren't outreached. We heard testimony at the committee from major stakeholding industries that represent thousands of companies saying that there was no consultation with them. And so, you know, we look forward to the new consultation process that they'll undertake.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and nice to see you today. I just have a quick question for my colleague. I want to thank her for her intervention. One of the things that we did hear from the minister earlier today was that this is a temporary transitional deal and that she looks forward to getting back to the table and working for a more permanent deal. But given that it's being touted as temporary and a transitional deal, does the member have concerns about the fact that there is no sunset clause to ensure that negotiations lead to a successor agreement?
For Kelowna Lake Country.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for her question. Well, it is in fact, we've identified that it is not a transitional agreement because there is no end date, there is no sunset clause. So in fact, it is an agreement until a new agreement is signed. And there are some parameters in there to get back to the table and some timelines, but there's really no ties to it. There's no ramifications if one side doesn't want to participate. So in fact, this is the agreement until there's a new agreement signed with no specific deadlines formulated to it other than wanting to get back to the table.
We have less than a minute, so we'll just take one short question. The Honourable Member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciated the member's summary of the timeline, and the question on everybody's mind right now is how long it's going to be before the vaccinations can roll out. So given the delay in negotiating this agreement and the fact that the UK does have at least one vaccine that they'll be producing, does the member think that the delay in negotiating this agreement was a matter of the Prime Minister just enjoying and trying what he can to keep Canadians locked down? Or was he just so wrapped up in corruption with the WE scandal that they didn't have time to pay attention to this important issue?
Honourable Member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate my honourable colleague for her question. You know, when we do look at the timeline of this, we do have to remember that even previous to the pandemic, that the government had pulled out of negotiations in March of 2019. So, you know, we weren't at the table for you know, a year before the pandemic even came upon us. So here we have an issue where other countries were signing agreements and were at the table negotiating it, and we weren't there. And as I mentioned, we didn't get back to the table until August, and then the government prorogued Parliament, which set everything back again. So, you know, here we have a government that, you know, really wasn't focusing on this, and now we're in a situation of a memorandum of understanding, which is good because it's giving certainty to businesses. But this also has a deadline at the end of March.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Abbotsford.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to engage in another trade debate. As you know, trade is something that's very close to my heart. Now, the United Kingdom and Canada have a long and common shared history, common values. We've been trusted allies, and we also have a long history of doing business with each other. In fact, today, the UK is Canada's 5th largest trade partner. And of course, that drives prosperity. It drives economic growth in our country and in the UK. But to be fair, our exports to the UK are primarily minerals, chiefly gold. And while imports from the UK are comprised mainly of high-end manufactured goods, obviously the challenge for Canada is to increase the value of the goods that we ship abroad, especially to the UK. Our trade surplus with the UK is somewhere around $10 billion, but I wouldn't crow too much about that because, there is this imbalance between high-end manufactured goods and minerals and things like gold that we ship to the UK. Now, it would also be a mistake not to mention our services trade, which is very significant. A lot of Canadians don't understand. When we talk about services trade, we're talking about things like engineering, some of the highest paid jobs in Canada. When we do business with another country, when we sell engineering services to a place like the UK, this is about Canada exporting high-value services and driving growth of the economy in Canada. Suffice it to say that trade is a key driver of economic growth and long-term prosperity in Canada. And the UK is, as one of our largest trade partners, a country we have to engage with when it comes to formalizing our trade relationship. So what is the challenge as we move forward? Because we've always traded with each other, but for decades, the UK negotiated trade agreements only as part of the European Union. And much of its former negotiating expertise and power was ceded and vested in the EU's government in Brussels. Now, in 2009, former Prime Minister Stephen Harper had the foresight and the vision to begin negotiations on a free trade agreement between Canada and the EU. And this would take trade between Canada and the EU to a whole new level. Now, I had the honor of leading that effort on behalf of Canada for some 4.5 years. And on September 26th of 2014, I joined the European Commission President Barroso, the European Council President Van Rompuy, and Prime Minister Harper in Brussels to announce the end of those CETA negotiations, that trade agreement between Canada and the European Union. Now, one point of note, of course, is our Liberal friends like to claim credit for all of the trade successes of the previous Harper government. In the military, they call it stolen valor, something the Liberals know a little bit about. They love to take credit for things that rightly were accomplished by others. Now, let me be very clear. The CETA agreement with the then 27 countries of the EU was the brainchild of Stephen Harper. And it was under his government that negotiations were commenced and substantively completed. And over the last few years, that CETA agreement has governed our relationship, not only with the EU, but with the UK. As my colleague just mentioned, our trade with the UK is up by about $2 billion a year, again, driving economic growth in Canada. And that CETA agreement that Stephen Harper negotiated was arguably the most comprehensive, progressive, and forward-looking 21st century trade agreement in the world. It liberalizes trade through broad tariff elimination. It promotes and protects investment. It opens up government procurement. It includes rigorous intellectual property protections, dispute resolution, and disciplines on sanitary and phytosanitary standards. It protects culture and our cultural industries, and it contains some of the strongest commitments ever included in a free trade agreement to promote labor rights, environmental protections, and sustainable development. And of course, we had expected that agreement to govern our commercial relationship with the European Union for decades to come, including our relationship with the UK. And then, of course, Brexit happened. And without trying to divine the exact reasons for the UK deciding to leave the EU, suffice it to say that the British people freely voted to leave the EU and to regain their sovereignty over policy making, and that included trade policy. Now, in the short term, that meant that the UK was left with no trade agreements with any of its closest trade partners, including Canada. And the British government had to scramble to find the people necessary to competently negotiate trade agreements. And of course, its top priority was securing a new trade agreement with the European Union to assure its most favored relationship with Europe. And then there was Canada, with which the UK no longer had a trade deal, since the UK was no longer part of the CETA agreement. So what was the fix going forward? Well, the solution was to replace CETA with a bilateral trade agreement, Canada and the UK, which would preserve its trade with Canada without either side incurring economic harm. And that brings us to this point, the debate we're having today, the Canada-UK Trade Continuity Agreement. As its name implies, it's more about preserving and carrying over our CETA benefits and obligations than carving out new territory on trade liberalization. Now, it was unfortunate that our Liberal government and its trade ministers inexplicably chose to delay these negotiations and refused to engage with the UK for over a year. And that in turn meant there was a last-minute rush by this government to rush through this legislation before the new year. And when that didn't pan out, our Prime Minister sadly turned to blame shifting, as my colleague from Kelowna Lake Country mentioned. The Prime Minister claimed that the delays in finalizing this deal were because the UK didn't have the bandwidth to negotiate. Now, that said, the agreement was finally concluded with really no substantive changes to the rights that each of our countries have under CETA. So what does this mean? Now, someone recently referred to this agreement, this new agreement with the UK, as a nothing burger, suggesting that because there was nothing new in this agreement, there was little of value to praise. Now, although it is true that not much new policy ground was plowed, this trade agreement means absolutely everything when it comes to protecting our preferred bilateral relationship with the UK. The alternative would have been to leave us with no trade agreement at all, only with the much less advantageous benefits of the floundering World Trade Organization. Essentially, we would be returning to the wild, wild west of trade, and that is certainly not what either party wanted. So with this Canada-UK Trade Continuity Agreement presently before us, we're left with a status quo agreement that preserves our current trade and investment relationship under a clear set of liberalizing rules. And that's good news for the residents of Canada. Now, what does the future look like? Beyond this continuity agreement we're debating here today, both parties have committed to pursuing an even more ambitious trade and investment agreement in the future. That negotiation would reflect the unique characteristics of the Canada-UK relationship, including our similar economies and social structures, our common approaches to foreign policy, security and defense, and of course, our common shared approach to freer and fairer trade around the world. And so we have three options to further our relationship with the UK. The first is to take this agreement further by negotiating a more ambitious bilateral trade agreement with the UK, using these unique characteristics to further eliminate trade barriers and expand investment opportunities. This might perhaps include greater regulatory alignment and broader mutual recognition of credentials. But what a lot of people don't realize is Canada is part of the CPTPP, and the UK has applied or is in the process of wanting to apply to join the CPTPP. The UK has signaled its intention to join CPTPP because it knows that in the CPTPP it would make common cause with Canada and with the other TPP partners in the Asia-Pacific region as a counterweight to China's belligerence and hostility in the region. The COVID pandemic and China's increasing belligerence on the world stage make it highly advisable for like-minded nations to make common cause to counteract China's efforts to control and manipulate our system of global rules-based trade. And CPTPP is the perfect vehicle for doing so.
I think we'll just have to interrupt the honourable member there, where we've reached the end of the time permitted for his initial thoughts on the question. We'll now go to questions and comments, and the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Small Business, Export, Promotion and International Trade.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and allow me very clearly and on the record to thank the former Minister of Trade for the work that he has done, and particularly with respect to CETA, which I believe is a very good agreement, good for Canada and good for Canadian exporters. I hope that he agrees, and that is perhaps one of the reasons why I find it perplexing to suggest that successfully transitioning the very favorable provisions of CETA into a transitional agreement with the United Kingdom, appears to have disappointed him. I think CETA is a good agreement, and I think that the transitional agreement replicating CETA is good for our Canadian exporters. Does my colleague agree?
Honourable Member for Abbotsford.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I don't fully agree with her assertion, but I do agree with her that CETA was a groundbreaking agreement that has benefited Canada and the European Union. That said, the delays caused by this Liberal government meant that we could not negotiate an even more ambitious agreement with the UK, because there are circumstances at play in the Canada-UK relationship that make it a perfect opportunity for Canada to expand things like mobility of people and to expand investment opportunities amongst our countries, to expand regulatory cooperation and the mutual recognition of credentials, something that's much more difficult to do when you're dealing with the 27 countries of the European Union rather than the UK, with whom we share many values and many common social and economic characteristics.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire.
The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I listened to my colleague's remarks, and there was a question that was asked earlier that wasn't answered, and I was wondering if my colleague could guide me on this. We all know, in the special context of this TCA, there was a major issue with aluminum not being protected. Now, the best solution may be now to make sure that this type of negotiations, and we'll see next year, because it's just a temporary agreement, but when we have these type of negotiations, Quebec has to be at the table. It has to be able to assert its positions with its special economic needs. Would my colleague not agree that the province should be playing a bigger role in the negotiation process than has been recently, and this should be formally in place for the future?
For Abbotsford.
Well, I certainly agree with my colleague that Quebec has a very special interest in Canada's trade negotiations. And I can only speak from my own experience negotiating the trade agreement between Canada and the European Union, where Quebec was a key, integral part of our negotiating team. In fact, a lot of Canadians don't realize that Quebec is among the most pro-trade oriented provinces in our federation. Quebec understands trade, and our previous Conservative government always consulted significantly with Quebec, and that's why Quebec was always able to support our efforts to negotiate things like CETA, agreements like the TPP, agreements like our trade agreements with Peru and Colombia and Jordan and other countries around the world. The key is collaboration, because if you don't get that right, you're going to get an agreement that doesn't reflect the best economic interests of Canadians. And that is something, of course, we want to make sure we always focus on, the economic interests of Canadians.
We have time for one more short question and response. The Honourable Member for Yorkton Melville.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I always appreciate anything that my colleague shares in this House and his incredible work on trade on behalf of Canada. He spoke a little bit towards the end there about our relationship with the CPTPP and how important it would be to have the UK engaged in that as well. And this government talks about a whole-of-government approach. In this case, when it comes to trade, what I'm hearing is we need a whole-of-the-world approach. We'd just like to hear a little bit more that he might have to say in regards to the impact Canada could have on the UK participating in that way.
Honourable Member for Abbotsford.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I thank the member for her excellent question. Because Canada and the UK are among the most trusted trade partners in the world, it is absolutely imperative that we find opportunities to promote our trade interests beyond just our bilateral agreement. And that's why I am very supportive personally of the UK's interest in joining the CPTPP. Sadly, the World Trade Organization has floundered badly. Its adjudicative powers effectively have been emasculated by the former administration of Donald Trump. And so we don't have a robust global system of rules-based trade, which is why a lot of countries around the world over the years have resorted to bilateral and plurilateral agreements like CETA, like the agreement we're debating today, like the CPTPP. And I very strongly promote the opportunities to take our trade agreements and use them as vehicles to promote freer and fairer trade all around the world, because Canada is among the countries in the world that is best at doing this.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's a great pleasure for me to be here today as the Bloc's critic for international trade on this agreement on trade continuity between the United Kingdom and Northern Ireland. So this trade agreement is to make sure that Canada and UK do not stop trade. And let's remind everyone that Canada and the EU are bound by a trade agreement called CETA, and that the UK's decision to leave the European Union would therefore end the provisions that tied London and Ottawa together. So I will group my remarks into three major parts today. First, I will discuss the flagrant lack of transparency in the negotiation procedures, and then I will talk about the agreement itself, and then I will end with the deep meaning that Brexit has in the scale of history and the precedent it creates with respect to Quebec. So first, transparency. The Standing Committee on International Trade discussed the transitional agreement with stakeholders who are directly impacted without even having seen the text of the deal. And we find this absolutely absurd, Mr. Speaker. We were asked to study an agreement without even knowing what it contained. And we heard from witnesses that were making comments and recommendations about the agreement, but we didn't have any real information about what was in the deal. They only suggested that the deadline was approaching quickly and it had to be adopted before December 31st. And then we were asked to sign a blank check for the government, even though the government has offered up supply management on 3 occasions and abandoned Quebec's fundamental industries such as aluminum and softwood lumber during the last free trade deal agreements negotiations. So we were not naturally inclined to give the government our blind trust. The committee even had to remit its report on the transitional agreement the very same day that we received the text of the deal, without even having received it. So the Bloc was clear that we are not going to agree to this agreement without having read it. We didn't want to do our work in the dark.
Members of the House of Commons are responsible for representing their constituents. So at the end of the day, members have to approve trade deals at the end of negotiations. But This time around, we were like extras in a movie, despite the fact that the Bloc Québécois made significant efforts and tabled many bills about this between 2000 and 2004. In 2020, the Liberal Party and the New Democratic Party reached a deal. Minister Chrystia Freeland committed to give more information to elected officials, to be more transparent. It seemed like a step in the right direction, but in fact, apparently it isn't enough. We need clear mechanisms so that parliamentarians and provinces participate in upcoming rounds of negotiations and trade talks. It is essential that the government maintain communication lines open with parliamentarians. They need to be kept abreast of each and every step of the process. This needs to be mandatory so that parliamentarians aren't called upon to give their opinion on a deal without even knowing what is in the deal, because parliamentarians need to be able to make informed decisions and give informed opinions, and that's why we need more transparency in the negotiation process. Parliament should actually establish procedures that would make it such that these trade negotiations are more democratic. The Bloc Québécois has been calling for this and calls for this still. The minister responsible for ratifying trade deals should, in fact, have the obligation to table the deal in Parliament, accompanied by an explanatory memorandum, giving members enough time to study. Moreover, parliamentarians should have to approve before any trade deal is ratified. During the negotiations with Europe for CETA in 2017, Quebec was able to send a representative, but Europe requested this representative. It wasn't Canada's choice, and that was the last time Quebec had a representative in trade deals. We feel it's essential that Quebec and provinces participate in trade talks as partners because they, in fact, can block the application of trade deals in their provinces. Now, Quebec's jurisdiction goes beyond its borders. In fact, the Privy Council of London recognized that in a ruling it made several decades ago, which is what led to the establishment of the Gérin-Lajoie Doctrine by Quebec. Now, it's not perfect. During the CETA negotiations, Quebec's representative basically claimed that he had to toe the line and absolutely be in line with the Canadian delegation, in that all he did really was quiet diplomacy. Quebec's independence is the only thing that could make us have exactly what we want internationally, because Canadian trade deal negotiators tend to protect Canadian economic sectors at the expense of important sectors for Quebec. Now, what about the deal itself? Let's not forget that international trade has greatly contributed to modernizing Quebec's economy. We made a strategic choice in allowing Quebec's small and medium enterprises to have access to new markets, which decreases our dependence on Canada. The Bloc Québécois wholly supports international trade and the need to have open trade deals. But let's not mix up politics and religion, because if a trade deal wasn't good for Quebec, we would oppose it. We wouldn't hesitate to oppose it. We insist on protecting the environment, public health, agriculture, culture, First Nations, workers, labor rights, social services. Now, what about this deal, this transitional deal? First, a bit of background information. Canada and the United Kingdom are already bound by a number of deals and treaties, be they through the European Union or not. The United Kingdom is Canada's most substantial economic partner in Europe. Now, exports of goods and services and imports of British services, as well as exports, Canadian investments into and out of the United Kingdom, well, in terms of total percentage of our two nations' economies, it's not substantial. Ontario is the most affected of all the provinces because it exports raw gold. Over 80% of Ontario's exports to the United Kingdom are from that sector. The United Kingdom mostly imports cars and Ontario pharmaceutical products, but not to a degree that is major in terms of total imports for that country. As for Quebec-UK trade, well, our import-export of goods with the UK has been decreasing over the past 20 years. Quebec's exports to the UK are just 1% of our total annual exports. Quebec's imports from the UK are 3% of our total imports. Quebec, in fact, has a trade deficit with the United Kingdom. As for aeronautics, that is our main trade sector. Imports and exports in that sector have remained stable. The aeronautics sector is a client and a supplier of the United Kingdom. So it's ideal for us to maintain trade lines open for this strategic industry, which is struggling. Many research partners we have with them and the industry does support, in principle, this deal. We really insist on protecting our aeronautics sector, which for us is enough to support this bill at this stage. Now, as for infrastructure and other reasons, there are other reasons that we support this bill. First, the trade dispute resolution mechanism. It won't enter into force immediately. This mechanism makes it possible for foreign multinationals to seek arbitration against another country if they feel that another country is harming their ability to make profits, or in order to obtain better protection for workers or for better social justice. But in fact, we don't want multinationals to be able to deteriorate democracy. They are already so powerful. In the current deal, the entry into force of the dispute resolution mechanism wouldn't happen for at least 3 years. And it has to be in effect in CETA. So it's possible that the dispute resolution mechanism wouldn't enter into force. This must, in fact, be in the deal. But if it is, well, the Bloc Québécois is opposed. In committee, I ensured that a motion was adopted to study the dispute resolution mechanism. We will soon study the mechanism. In CUSMA, this was an issue, and we don't want it to reoccur. Currently, Canada and the UK are Western democracies. We have highly developed legal systems. There is thus no reason for disputes between foreign investors and host countries to be handled through a mechanism that isn't our current legal system. Now, what about supply management? Well, we support the current exclusion of agriculture at the negotiation table. And we may be able to, in the future, add industries that could benefit from free trade. CETA was harmful to agriculture, to the agriculture sector in Quebec. It led to serious, real losses for our agriculturists and farmers. We wouldn't have accepted giving away even more market share. Thankfully, that's not the case in this deal. No additional access was granted to the United Kingdom for cheese or other supply-managed products. However, we heard from some witnesses in committee who told us that British cheese producers are in fact pushing to be able to export more here to Canada. So it's probable that there will be even more market shares given up during future negotiations, during negotiations for the permanent version of the deal. We think that London might even prioritize that. But the Bloc has a solution for this. We tabled a bill which would, in fact, make it impossible for there to be any further market shares given away, any further loopholes in supply management, and we hope that this House will adopt our bill because it's time to walk the talk. Now, let's talk about local content. In CETA, Quebec gave away, in fact, a lot of its requirements for Canadian content, Canadian parts in buying public transportation vehicles. In fact, there's a deal between the government of Quebec and the Montreal Transit Company requiring 60% of Canadian parts in trains and buses in Montreal. CETA, at the end of the day, has a requirement that you cannot exceed 25% of local contents and parts for Quebec and Ontario because of an acquired rights or grandfathered rights clause. If Quebec hadn't been at the negotiation table, we could have lost even more. 25% is less than we had before, but it could have been worse. We see this same provision in the UK-Canada deal, because this deal has basically been copy-pasted from CETA. So we get the impression that it won't be a priority for Canada in future rounds of negotiations, which shows us just another reason why it's essential that Quebec participate in negotiations. Let's talk about Brexit now. All people have different opinions about Brexit. Some support, some are against, but that is the prerogative of the British people to vote and make their own choices. But Brexit is a first. Really, it's historical. A state left a trade union that it was part of, and so is no longer in certain trade unions and trade deals. But there are some parallels that can be made with Quebec's desire to be independent. Quebec is part of Canada and part of the monarchy, but in terms of trade, sometimes we're told that if Quebec were to leave Canada, it would automatically be excluded from all of Canada's trade deals and that all trade deals would have to be redone. Quebec's trade partners would not benefit from losing trade ties with Quebec. Constitutionalist Daniel Turp, he used to sit in this House as well as in the Quebec National Assembly. He argued that when it comes to trade deals, countries operate based on the presumption of continuity. When a new country declares its intention to remain in a treaty, bound by the treaty. But what about multilateral treaties? When it comes to trade treaties, there is one precedent, the only precedent from 1973. Bangladesh left Pakistan and became independent. Pakistan was bound by trade deals. The GATT, it's a multilateral trade deal. And Bangladesh was automatically in it. The British people are now living through something similar. So what do we know? Canada has a trade deal with the European Union. We didn't want there to be a gaping hole in Canada-UK relations once the UK was no longer in the European Union and in CETA. That's why we rushed to conclude a transitional agreement. It's very simple. Basically, we have this Canada-UK agreement for a transitional time until we renegotiate in the short term something more permanent. We have ensured that there is stability through the transitional agreement until such time as we have a permanent agreement. Brexit has shown us that when a nation becomes sovereign or obtains its goals in separation, we see what happens. An independent Quebec would do things the same way and would quickly be able to reach trade deals with its partners, ensuring access to foreign markets for our businesses, until such time as Quebec could renegotiate permanent trade deals with its partners. Transitional trade deals make it such that newly independent countries can have trade deals, transitional ones, until such time as permanent ones can be signed. That's what will happen this year with the United Kingdom and Canada. But there will be further negotiation, and we need to ensure that we are not giving away more benefits for agriculture in Quebec or Quebec's aluminum or softwood lumber. Canada and the United Kingdom are signing a deal, and we can learn a lot about what this would mean for an independent Quebec. Does Brexit teach us some lessons for a possible Quebexit? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments?
For Yorkton Melville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Getting used to wearing this, I forget to take it off. A lot of us are. I want to thank the member for everything that he said. I appreciated hearing it. We have a lot to work through as a country in dealing with trade, and I appreciate his concerns. I truly do. Now, I just have a question for him. They call this, the Liberal government calls this a transitional agreement, and yet there is no end date. There's no penalties for not moving forward with negotiations or for getting a new agreement finalized. So does he have any concerns about that misconception, really, of calling it a transitional agreement?
The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Well, that makes things even more absurd. Oh, and I thank my colleague for her question. Before the holidays, we were asked to study the agreement, but we didn't have the text. We were told, though, that it would be a transitional deal, and we were told to sign off on it before December 31st. We were told to really rush and hurry. And yet, there was no firm commitment to negotiate further and for us to participate. So yes, I agree with my colleague and I share her concerns. Questions and comments?
Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Unlike the former Conservative colleague who asked a question, I don't really appreciate the comments that the member made, especially towards the end of his speech when he talked about reasons for Quebec being its own country. I realize that that's one of the main objectives of the bloc, but the reality of the situation is, Mr. Speaker, that Canada is as great as it is because of all of the partners that are here. It's as great as it is because Quebec is part of it. I, for one, certainly would never want to see us, even talk about going down that road, especially at a time like this when we're getting through a pandemic. This trade agreement, although the nature of these agreements always put us in a position where the negotiating of it seems to conflict with our ability to discuss them in this House, this trade agreement is a good thing for all of Canada. It's a good thing for Quebec. It's a good thing for Ontario. It's a good thing for Alberta and BC, right throughout the entire country. And it's going to be an opportunity for us to come out of this pandemic and grow our economy so that we can, recover in a meaningful way.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Well, I don't know where to begin because I mentioned all the benefits of the agreement. I said it was a great thing for Quebec, so I don't really know how I could answer that. But then, Quebec's a beautiful country. Well, so is Quebec. So I don't really understand the argument of my colleague. And in fact, I find it very curious when there's like a major scoop. Wow, the Bloc is for Quebec independence? Well, that's been the case ever since our party has existed. So maybe my colleague could be an investigative journalist. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I smiled at my colleague's little joke. I'd like to thank him for his speech. I think it's quite clear with this free trade agreement with the UK that the Liberals don't learn from their mistakes. In fact, they repeat them on the contrary. We in the NDP have the same concerns regarding supply management because we've been defending it, fighting for it tooth and nail. You might remember Ms. Brosseau's work on this file. Now, we have an entirely different mechanism that really undermines our democracy with regard to civic representation. And really, this UK free trade agreement, the patents that are going to increase the cost of drugs for Canadians. And I think that with the health crisis, the medical crisis that we're going through right now, it's ridiculous to make exactly the same mistake that is going to, in this agreement. The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for his question. And I'd like to thank him as well for his commitment to supply management. Now, with regard to the investor-state agreement, if it is something that had been put in place right away, I would have been a lot harsher. But apparently it might not happen under this agreement for the reasons that I said. For example, the CETA countries would have to agree on the terms of the mechanism, and that's a long way from happening, which means perhaps in 3 years. So we might imagine that the trade agreement will be renegotiated before then. So there are a lot of obstacles in that regard. Now, with regard to drug prices, that's not going to happen immediately either. That's going to take some time, but obviously we share the concerns of our colleague on that. And it has to be clear that if ever, for example, when the accord comes into force, that there will have to be a compensation mechanism, and that Ottawa is going to have to be able to compensate people who have really suffered, who really suffer from this rise in drug prices, because it's absolutely illogical, especially in the context of a pandemic. The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank my colleague for his very informative speech on this agreement. It is clear that he knows his file inside and out, but I would like to hear him on what's going to happen with our dairy producers and the fact that the UK is still going to be exporting its cheese until 2023. I'd like him to talk about that provision with regard to cheese. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague from Trois-Rivières. The current cheese exports is something that has already been seeded in the CETA. So we agreed on the quota that had already been yielded. So yes, there's a regression, but that's because of CETA. So there's no further regression under this agreement, which is why we're supporting it at this stage. Even if there had been some kind of regression, we would have opposed the agreement. For that very reason, because our agricultural model is too important for us to give any ground on that. So we need to be clear on that. However, the problem is simply pushed off to later because we know that UK exporters want to push even further. They want to export more cheese. So probably the problem is going to arise again in the next year, and we'll have to have that fight during the next negotiations, which is why we need to adopt the Bloc's bill on breaches in international agreements. The Honourable Member, I'd like to thank my colleague for his excellent speech. He talked about the importance of farmers to Quebec. It's important for his region and for mine as well. In the Lower St. Lawrence, the contribution of dairy production is over 500 farms, 7 plants, and a contribution of to the GDP of some $400 million. So in light of those facts, I'd like him to explain why trade negotiations, why they are so important, that Canada does not provide any additional access to cheese or other dairy products under supply management. The honourable member. Supply management has proven itself. We should talk about this is based on a very simple principle. Agriculture is not the same as other merchandise, other goods. We're talking about food security. It's what we have in our fridges. It's what we have on our plates. We need farmers 3 times a day, every day. And supply management tells us that we shouldn't treat it as just some kind of factory or the same as other legislation treats it. So it is why that system is so important that we have to defend it tooth and nail. We cannot give any ground. It's a system that prevents overproduction. It protects farmers' livelihood, even though farmers are in a very fragile situation. So we need to have this fight on every level, and we're going to continue to wage it until its future is safeguarded.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise today, such as it is, in the virtual parliament, to speak to the agreement that was signed between Canada and the United Kingdom for what they're calling a trade continuity agreement and the legislation that would implement that here in Canada. It's been a bit of a rocky road to get here, Mr. Speaker. And I think there are a number of problems with the way that this has unfolded that bear description here in the House. But I want to start just by talking a little bit about the nature of trade. And, you know, this is another agreement in a vein of kind of corporate globalized trade that us in the NDP recognize has not been good for workers. As Canada has signed a number of these free trade agreements, whether it was the original NAFTA or CETA or TPP and various reforms at the WTO, all of this has coincided with a period where a lot of good paying jobs that fed families and provided the kinds of benefits that Canadians expect as part of a good quality of living, whether that's a decent pension or health benefits or other things that come with a good job, left the country. And it's not a coincidence that that happened as these agreements were signed that made it easier and easier for big corporations and some of the biggest economic players to move their capital around, to move their operations around, to find the place with the lowest standards for how they treat their workers, with the lowest standards for how they treat the planet. And all of that was also done in a context, Mr. Speaker, where the taxes that those folks pay were continually being reduced as well. So what we saw was a period where working Canadians lost a lot of their good employment that provided them with a good livelihood, while the people at the top were able to move their assets around and keep more and more of the economic pie for themselves. It hasn't worked out well for everyday Canadian workers, and it's why we don't like the model. That doesn't mean we don't like trade. I mean, the NDP is very well aware of all of the opportunities that exist for Canadian businesses, including some of our small businesses, when trade is done right in order to be able to expand their reach. It's just that we want to see agreements that allow that to translate not into gross profits for a few Canadians who are at the top, but to translate into more good quality jobs for Canadian workers who are then going to produce the things that get traded with other countries. If it just means that all the value-added work goes somewhere else, that's not, I think, in the ultimate interests of Canadians. And I think there's a fair bit of evidence to suggest that that has been the trend over the last 30 years or so. And so why am I talking about that? Well, trade between Canada and the United Kingdom is as old as Canada with Europeans, at least, and we've had a long-standing trade relationship. It's an important one. I think that a lot of the similarities and affinities between Canada and the United Kingdom provide for creating a real gold standard trade agreement, one that actually, and even if you listen, even to the Conservatives in the United Kingdom, talk more about climate change, and I think have made more of putting climate change at the forefront of their new trade agenda than even the Liberals here. have done. I think there's a real opportunity to work with them and others in the United Kingdom to create a gold standard deal that takes seriously the impacts of globalized trade for climate change and seeks to control and reduce those impacts. I think we have an opportunity to create a gold standard deal that takes seriously the rights of workers and human rights and seeks to actually, incorporate those into the deal, not in a side letter that isn't enforceable, but actually into the core of the deal to ensure that workers are getting fairly treated and to ensure that the wealth, if there is additional wealth created by an increase of trade between our two countries, that finds its way to workers and not just to the people at the top. I would also hope that our good relationship with the United Kingdom would allow for an agreement that recognizes and takes seriously the rights and role of Indigenous people in Canada, so that those aren't, so that we don't run roughshod over those in the way that an agreement is concluded. But we don't have that here, Mr. Speaker. What we have is, after knowing that this was coming for a long, long time, we have effectively a carbon copy of CETA, which was an agreement in that corporate model that I just described that we don't agree with. Well, we didn't agree with it at the time because we knew that an agreement like CETA and the intellectual property provisions were going to put upward costs on the price of pharmaceutical drugs in Canada at a time when we already pay among the highest price for prescription drugs in Canada in the Western world. Why would we be concluding an agreement that makes those drugs more expensive? Why then would we carbon copy that agreement when we have an opportunity to do something different with our largest trading partner in the European Union, representing about 40% of our trade with Europe? That doesn't make sense to New Democrats who have been elected to Parliament on a mission to reduce the price of prescription drugs for Canadians. It doesn't make sense when we think about the integrity of our democratic institutions. These same corporate trade deals have also put serious limits and inhibitions on democratically elected governments to regulate in the public interest. And that was also part of our initial opposition to CETA, the investor-state dispute settlement mechanisms. Now, I recognize that those will not come into force immediately upon the passage of this legislation, but I find it shocking, frankly, that they're even in there at all. Because we haven't heard the British government talk about the need for investor-state dispute settlement clauses. Those are the clauses that have allowed foreign corporations to sue the Canadian government for hundreds of millions of dollars over the last 30 years. Those are the same clauses that the Deputy Prime Minister herself recently in the House last June said that one of the biggest achievements she was proud of in the CUSMA negotiations was that the investor-state resolution system, and I'm quoting now, Mr. Speaker, which in the past allowed foreign companies to sue Canada, will be gone. And yet, here they are again, not because our trading partner was asking for them. So how did they even get into the agreement? If Britain doesn't want them and Canada doesn't want them, why are they there? And why would it be possible to have them come into effect, which is the default after 3 years, incidentally, Mr. Speaker, if another decision isn't taken in the meantime? So we object to the idea that these would be present at all. And I'm interested to know who at the table was concerned to put them in there, given that, our government was trying to take credit for having signed an agreement with the United States and Mexico that finally got rid of them, which we thought was a good thing. The other thing that CETA did, of course, which we opposed, was further attack the supply managed sectors in Canada, which, we heard comments earlier that I agree with completely. I mean, the way we procure our food and supplying our food, it's not a commodity like any other. And we want to make sure that our agricultural producers are compensated fairly for what they produce. We want to be able to support those local producers, and we want to make sure that our food supply chain is secure. All these agreements tend toward a more globalized food supply chain. And if the pandemic has taught us anything, it's that when it comes to the things that really matter that you can't do without, you shouldn't be depending on international supply chains. Supply management in Canada is a great tool to ensure that our local producers are paid fairly for the work they do, can stay in business, and that Canadian consumers can get the products they need to eat at a fair price reliably. So those were things that we didn't like about CETA. We had lots of time, and we knew for a long time. In fact, frankly, when it came to signing CETA in the first place, it was a mystery to us in the NDP that the government was rushing ahead. The Conservatives had negotiated this deal. The Liberals came into power. In the meantime, Britain decided to have a referendum on whether or not they'd remain in the European Union. New Democrats thought that it might be significant to the nature of trade between Europe and Canada whether the United Kingdom was part of Europe or not, considering that it represented about 40% of our trade with Europe. And it still strikes me as just totally ridiculous that the government decided to go ahead and pen a deal with Europe when we didn't know, and subsequently have found out that they're leaving, that 40% of trade with Europe wasn't going to be captured by that deal. And it does raise problems. We'll see what happens as we try to negotiate a successor agreement to this one, what that means for the supply managed sector. New Democrats are very concerned that there are further concessions in the offing. And we will believe it when we see it, that that's not really on the table for the Liberals, because we've seen them break that promise before. The other thing that I think bears mentioning when it comes to CETA is that, and I'm going to quote now, Mr. Speaker, from a report called Taking Stock of CETA, Early Impacts of the EU-Canada Comprehensive Economic Trade Agreement. One of the things to know, Mr. Speaker, and I quote, between September 2017 and May 2019, total Canadian exports to the EU measured monthly were essentially flat. Meanwhile, over the same period, total imports from the EU increased by over a third, 33.8%. This imbalance has resulted in a doubling of the monthly Canadian trade deficit with the European Union, from $1.51 billion in September 2017 to $3.43 billion in May 2019. In recent decades, the United Kingdom is the only major European country with which Canada has consistently run a trade surplus, but since September 2017, the Canadian merchandise trade surplus with the UK has shrunk significantly, falling by 2/3, with exports declining by 32%, while imports rose 14%. I mean, here's an assessment of the deal and whether it's working for Canada. The governments didn't bother to negotiate a different agreement. They're asking for a carbon copy of an agreement that has seen Canada's trade deficit with Europe increase. So even the empirical evidence on the deal so far suggests that this hasn't been a wondrous deal for Canada. Now, I have a lot of sympathy for Canadian businesses who want that certainty in an uncertain time. I think the government really let them down in terms of the process, but they didn't just let them down in November and December when they failed to get this legislation before the House and passed before December 31st. They let them down a long time ago when they walked away from the negotiating table and weren't even trying to negotiate the kind of gold standard deal that I spoke about earlier, or any kind of different deal at all. And so here we find ourselves, we're past deadline. These businesses have already gone through that jarring uncertainty and what it means for their business model. And so I understand their disappointment. I think the government ought to have behaved in a way to try and provide a lot more certainty about what was coming. But I do think it's also a disappointment that in addition to that, all we're getting is the same as what we got in CETA, with all of the problems that were there and with all the evidence that shows that this hasn't been a deal that's working out very well for Canada. I would say perhaps one of the only redeeming aspects of this entire farce of a process around negotiating our post-Brexit trade relationship with the United Kingdom is that it afforded an opportunity for certain committees of the House to reaffirm our commitment to the Good Friday Agreement, which was something that Canada played an important role in brokering. And New Democrats, myself, and my colleague from St. John's at the Foreign Affairs Committee presented motions at the International Trade Committee and the Foreign Affairs Committee that passed, I'm glad to say unanimously, affirming Canada's support for wants to be part of a trade relationship with the United Kingdom that in no way jeopardizes the Good Friday Agreement, and in fact seeks to reinforce the peace that was hard won in the 90s. And I think that's maybe one of the only silver linings to what otherwise was a terrible process. I mean, there was no real meaningful consultation with with businesses, with unions, with Canadian civil society on what this trade relationship ought to look like. And I stress again that because the government, I think, is, likes to talk as if this deadline snuck up on us or like we didn't know this was coming. It's been years that we've known that Britain was leaving the EU, and it was incumbent upon the government of the day to do the work so that whenever that deadline came, there was something there was actually something in place. And yet there wasn't really any meaningful public consultation process on this. The Trade Committee, on its own initiative, held some hearings in this Parliament, but of course, like many things due to the pandemic, that was severely interrupted. It doesn't explain why there wasn't some effort by the government in the years leading up to that to try and engage people meaningfully on the question of the Canada-UK trade agreement, or to try to involve Parliament for that matter. So I would say this, and I'd just like to add about this agreement. While we're talking about the kind of abomination of process that is this deal, I think it bears mentioning that the government will talk about this as a transitional deal. And I think that's misleading. Now, I get that our partner in the United Kingdom and the Canadian government have perhaps committed in good faith, and it's in the agreement for all to read, that they're going to start negotiating towards a successor deal within a year. And I think there's some expectation that within 3 years that deal will be concluded. There's a couple things that will get more difficult after that 3-year time horizon if a successor deal has not been concluded. But the fact remains, Madam Speaker, that a transitional deal implies a temporary deal. And the fact that it's a transitional deal and the fact that it's essentially a carbon copy of CETA are the reasons for which the government says we shouldn't be too concerned that there hasn't been a great process around it all. Because don't worry, we're gonna negotiate another deal, and it's really just like what we had. Well, what we had problems. The NEP is not satisfied with CETA. The NEP does not agree that CETA is the be-all, end-all of a trade agreement anyway. And I tell you, there's a lot of Canadian workers across the country who feel the same way. But even that notwithstanding, when you talk about a transitional deal, it implies a temporary deal. There's nothing temporary about this deal. Once this deal goes through, and it's already been signed, I mean, the government's they've done the deed. This legislation, I gather from the debate today, is gonna pass. The Democrats will be voting against it, but it is gonna pass, and it's gonna pass in a timely way. And if that successor agreement, we all know, I mean, after what we just went through with Donald Trump and the pandemic and everything else, we all know that 3 years is a long time in politics and a lot can change. And good intentions sometimes don't bear the fruit that people thought. If in 3 years' time, Canada and the UK do not conclude a successor agreement, this is what we're stuck with. And we'll have been stuck with it after no meaningful engagement with the Canadian public or the Canadian Parliament, except this debate. And whatever process is going to ensue at committee, something that we're being asked to hurry up with and rush, and something that the government has created a context where there is a legitimate need to act with some swiftness, because Canadian businesses haven't had any opportunity to plan for an alternative, even though I think an alternative could have served Canadians better. So there's no sunset clause in the deal. There's no sunset clause in this legislation. In other words, there's nothing that compels Canada in the UK in any strong sense to conclude a successor agreement that might realize the potential for that gold standard in trade, rather than just repeating the same old corporate model that has not been serving Canadians well over the last 30 years. And to me, that's a real disappointment. And I caution Canadians to know that this isn't just some kind of transitional thing that's going away anytime soon. It's only going away anytime soon if it becomes a priority of our government and the government of the UK, and political circumstances allow for them to conclude a deal. And we've all seen, I mean, if you think back to where we were 3 years ago, nobody would have predicted what's happened in the interim. And I think it would be a shame if this is the deal that Canada gets stuck with to define our trading relationship with Canada and the United Kingdom, because I think we can do a heck of a lot better, Madam Speaker. I think we can do better when it comes to not having any provisions at all, like the investor-state dispute settlement provisions that cost Canadian taxpayers money and limit the ability of their democratically elected governments to regulate in the public interest. I think it would be a shame if we didn't get an agreement with the UK that takes climate change seriously and tries to mitigate the effects of globalized trade. I think it would be a shame if we didn't get an agreement with the UK that really recognizes in some kind of meaningful and enforceable way the rights of Indigenous people in Canada. I think it would be a shame if we didn't get an agreement that took upward pressure on prescription drug costs seriously. I mean, at the very least, if the Liberals are going to continue to sign deals like this, they could get a national pharmacare plan in place and going to help do something that would bring those pharmaceutical drug prices down for Canadians, both in terms of their out-of-pocket costs, but also the incredible costs on provincial government ledgers for those pharmacare programs at the provincial level that don't benefit from the purchasing power of the entire country. So I hope we're going to get there. That's certainly where our emphasis is going to be, Madam Speaker. But in the meantime, it's hard to say yes to a deal that is as unimaginative and part of a broken international trade culture. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, Canada is a trading nation. We need international trade. We cannot underestimate the importance of that global trading market. And I'm not surprised, a little disappointed. The NDP consistently vote against trade agreements. They seem to be of the opinion the way you get a trade agreement is you just say what it is you want, and then you wait for the other country to agree to it, or you don't have an agreement. And my question to my friend and colleague from Winnipeg is that would he not recognize the actual value of international trade for Canadian society as a whole and indicate to those that might be following the debate what trade agreements historically have the NDP actually stood in their place and voted for?
Honourable member for Elmwood Strathcona.
It seems to me the honourable member has the memory of a goldfish. The last trade agreement that was before the House, the Canada-United States-Mexico agreement, was an agreement that we voted for. There were tangible wins for Canadian workers. We got rid of the investor-state dispute settlement clauses I was just talking about that somehow reappeared here. And it's not because the British government was asking for it. So who was? Presumably the only other partner in the agreement, the Canadian government. Otherwise, I don't see why they'd be there. We also got rid of the energy proportionality clause, which never should have been signed in the first place and was a serious problem when it comes to Canada's energy sovereignty. That's something, you know, that's been the subject of a lot of debate in the House just recently. But of course, you know, Conservatives didn't care a whit about Canadian energy sovereignty when they negotiated NAFTA back then, and I was glad to see that go. So yeah, when we can point to tangible wins for real Canadians, not just the guys at the top, we're prepared to vote for agreements. But man, do they ever come sparsely, Madam Speaker? And it's because we've got Liberals and Conservatives both that are happy to run around the world figuring out how quickly they can sell out everyday Canadians to do a solid for their corporate buddies. And the trends are there. You just have to look at the evidence.
Member for Oshawa.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague. I enjoyed working with him on international trade on the very agreement that he was speaking about, the CUSMA. And I wanted to ask him because he did bring forward initiatives for greater transparency in trade agreements, which we did support him on. With the CUSMA, we asked to see economic impact studies. The government refused. Even yesterday, I think the Prime Minister is still saying was a better agreement than NAFTA, even though CDS said it would be a $10 billion hit to our economy, $1.5 billion hit to our auto industry. I was wondering if he knows negotiation, because I'm no longer on that committee. Did he see any change as far as openness and transparency and engagement of important Canadian stakeholders?
Point of order.
Sorry.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, the honourable member. We don't have interpretation. Je pense que l'honorable.
I believe that the honourable member, well, is that what you wanted to bring forward? The sound is poor. I don't know if my colleague could move the microphone closer to his mouth. I think it's his internet connection that is problematic because it's been choppy.
Oshawa, could you try speaking again so we can see if we can hear you better?
Yes, Madam Speaker, I want to thank the member for pointing that out. Is it any better right now?
Est-ce que ça fonctionne?
Is it working now? Is the sound better now?
Pardon?
Sorry? The interpretation can hear now. Thank you.
Okay, you can proceed, the Honourable Member for Oshawa.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I wanted to thank my colleague. I enjoyed working with him on international trade. My question was about openness and transparency. He moved different initiatives forward to improve openness and transparency and consultation with trade agreements. I remember with CUSMA, we found out after the fact that the new CUSMA would be a $10 billion hit to the Canadian economy, 1.5 billion decreased auto exports. And even as of yesterday, the Prime Minister is saying it's a better overall agreement for Canada. Does this member see any changes that have occurred with the new agreement as compared to the CUSMA agreement? Have they put anything in place to improve the process?
We have to go to the Honourable Member for Elmwood Transcona.
Well, thank you very much for the question. And the answer is, the answer is that the process around this deal has been very bad. I think for me, the real frustration there is that a lot of the justifications for the fact that there wasn't a lot of public consultation, that there or engagement about the deal, was that it's really just maintaining the status quo for now, and we're going to get this new deal. That, to me, all along suggested that it really would be a temporary deal. And I was shocked to see that there was no sunset clause. Now, I've heard Liberals at committee say, oh, well, a hard deadline creates drama and everything else. But if they really could, they could have set the timeline at whatever they wanted. Could have been 3 years, could have been 5 years. If they're confident that they really are going to conclude a deal, then ending this deal automatically shouldn't have been an issue. And that provides the real incentive that you need to get a successor agreement. And I'm concerned that we've had a very bad process now for what could end up being a permanent agreement. And so I do want to see the government acting soon on the changes that the NDP negotiated to our trade process and giving notice to Parliament so we can get that process underway.
The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I have a quick question from my colleague about the transparency. I remember with CUSMA, we were the only ones to vote against it because it was there was one thing that was unacceptable, namely the aluminum status. And they abandoned us along the way because they selected to reach a deal with the Deputy Prime Minister because they would receive intentions 90 days before the next negotiations, and 30 days before negotiations were underway. But now I'm wondering if my colleague has the impression that they were taken for a ride with that deal with the Deputy Prime Minister.
Well, I think the proof is going to be in the pudding on this next agreement, whether the government was negotiating in good faith or not. What the government would say again, and this is, I'm going to come back to the frustration I was just referring to earlier, is that the process wasn't very good around this, but they say, well, we were already kind of negotiating long before, which was true, but then they suspended negotiations. So then it's not clear whether a new negotiation was started in August of last year or whether it was resuming a previous negotiation that was already underway. So the waters are muddy there. What I think is important is that the government begin to follow that process early on with respect to this new agreement. And I also felt it was important that this agreement actually be a temporary agreement. If all those other things are true, that this wasn't a great process, but it was just about maintaining the status quo until we get a successor agreement, the government shouldn't be signing what is, for all intents and purposes, a permanent agreement. That, to me, is the real tragedy.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague from Elmwood Transcona for his intervention. He's a very important voice, of course, in international trade, and I want to thank him for his work and his expertise and his mentoring for me on this file. He started his intervention today by describing the deal as bad for workers. And
we have the honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona. We have an issue again with interpretation.
Okay.
Can you perhaps unplug and replug your headset? Can you try again, please? Can you try again, please? Say a few sentences. Say a few sentences if you don't mind.
The member started his intervention by describing this deal as bad for workers.
Yes, it seems to be working. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam.
Proceed.
And the fact that this deal allows for a race to the bottom that creates, increased inequality that benefits big corporations, but that hurts Canadian workers, I just wanted to ask the member how he would propose that we better protect workers in Canada. How would this trade deal be improved if the government had done what they promised and consulted extensively with Canadians, Canadian workers, and the opposition party, like the NDP?
A member for Elmwood Transcona.
Well, thank you very much for that question. I think, one of the things that I'll zero in that's true of CETA and will therefore also be true of this current agreement is the way that it opened up local government procurement at the provincial and municipal level to essentially say that over a certain threshold for projects, local governments aren't able to have local content requirement or to prefer local contractors. So, that's one of the tools that subnational governments use in order to make sure that Canadian tax dollars spent here in Canada generate work for Canadian workers. And that's something that this agreement makes harder to do. CETA was unprecedented in drilling down past the national level and making it harder for other governments to be able to have that kind of localized spending as part of their infrastructure programs, for example. And so I think that's one of those things that we absolutely should have been looking at again. I come from the construction industry. I've heard a lot of stories about workers being brought in from Europe in order to do construction projects in Winnipeg and other places.
Resuming debate. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Humber River, Black Creek.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's great to see you, and it's great to have an opportunity to speak to Bill C-18 as the chair of International Trade Committee. I think we have a great group of colleagues who continue to work on a variety of things, and C-18, of course, is one of them. And just for the information of my colleague from Elmwood Strathcona, I had the pleasure of tabling the report yesterday that on the Good Friday Agreement that I know was so important to him. So in case he missed it, I want to make sure that he and the other committee members know that we got that done yesterday. And I agree with it totally. So it's very important. So now as we deal with this transitional continuity between Canada and the United Kingdom and export promotion efforts behind Canada's free trade agreement. So as we all know, Canada is very much a trading nation. And as a medium-sized economy competing internationally, Canada relies on free trade and a transparent, rules-based system to take advantage of the global commercial opportunities and create economic prosperity at home. And Madam Speaker, I will be splitting my time with my colleague from Vaughan Woodbridge for your information. So Canada is one of the most open G7 countries, ranking second for both trade and for foreign direct investment as shares of GDP. So you can appreciate, Madam Speaker, just how vital trade is in Canada's economy. The negotiation and ratification of free trade agreements reflect this government's commitment to international trade and to leveling the playing field for Canadian businesses, especially our small and medium-sized businesses, to be able to compete and succeed in markets abroad. So allow me to elaborate a bit on this point, Madam Speaker. Under the rules and protections of free trade agreements, Canadian goods and services benefit from a reduction or elimination of tariff and non-tariff barriers to trade, such as quotas or other protectionist obstacles. These barriers make exporting to another country costlier and time-consuming for businesses. Take the Trade Continuity Agreement before us today as an example. Without this agreement in place, some of our Canadian businesses would face new barriers and higher costs of doing business because the UK is no longer covered by the Canada-European Union Comprehensive Economic and Trade Agreement, or CETA. Overall, after Brexit, it is estimated that $1.04 billion worth of Canadian exports to the UK would have been subject to tariffs, and these tariffs would disproportionately affect fish, seafood, and agricultural exporters. In addition to the tariffs placed on Canadian products being exported to the UK, roughly 25% of all products imported from the UK would also be affected, with Canadian importers paying higher prices to bring in these goods. So while each trade agreement reflects a specific set of Canadian interests, their primary objective is to create a more open and competitive marketplace that improves access to foreign markets for the vast majority of Canadian exports, thereby supporting economic growth and creating opportunities and new jobs for Canadians. These objectives were top of mind when we signed CETA in 2016 with the European Union, and when we brought into force the CPTPP with 10 Asia-Pacific partners in 2018, and of course when the new NAFTA came into force last year. Add to that the Trade Continuity Agreement with the UK once it comes into force. So we've already heard from a number of industry stakeholders, as well as provinces and territories, about the importance of maintaining a preferential trading relationship with the UK. But this agreement is not just about maintaining the status quo, although that is important enough for our businesses and for most Canadians, but it's also about setting the stage for our future bilateral relations with the UK. So having said that, Mr. Speaker, all the benefits of free trade agreements don't matter if Canadian businesses aren't aware of how to take advantage of them. So for these agreements to be fully realized, Canadian businesses need to be made fully aware of them and the benefits they offer, which is a job I think that falls upon all committee members and our committee particularly. As the honourable members present know, most Canadian exporters are small and medium enterprises, or SMEs as we call them. Many don't have the luxury of time or the resources to remain fully informed of game-changing international business developments like free trade agreements, much less to fully digest their implications. As a result, many have not been in a position to take full advantage of the access provided by these agreements to increase their presence in international markets. This government recognizes the need to encourage SMEs to pursue free trade opportunities and to support them in their efforts to do so, which the minister has been very aggressive in doing that. Accordingly, Prime Minister Trudeau has prioritized export promotion and development, particularly for small businesses, to take advantage of the opportunities that flow from trade. In this regard, our ambitious export diversification strategy seeks to maximize opportunities for Canadians created by our existing trade agreements while pursuing new ones. That means continuing to attract and support Canadian companies doing business with the UK through the Team Canada approach that we often talk about. This includes the Trade Commissioner Service Network, the Export Development Canada, EDC as it's referred to, the Business Development Bank of Canada, the Canadian Commercial Corporation, and Invest in Canada. These organizations are all working together along with our provincial and territorial partners to help Canadian businesses navigate the implication of Brexit. They remain committed to continuing to assist Canadian companies doing business with and in the UK and EU. These relationships are critical in supporting prosperity through the economic recovery from COVID-19 and beyond. For all of us, the economic recovery from COVID-19 can't come quickly enough. I urge all honourable members to support Bill C-18 before us today, which will allow the government to implement the Trade Continuity Agreement without undue delay to support Canadian companies as they seek to take advantage of the benefits of this agreement. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Beauport-Limoilou.
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you as well to my colleague, the member for Humber River Black Creek, for her speech. Toward the end of her speech, my colleague said that SMEs, because they're small, were not able to benefit from some deals, trade deals, or that they didn't have access to some information. What solutions could she propose so that our SMEs in Quebec and in Canada have more information and tools? The Honourable Member for Humber River Black Creek.
Thank you very much to my honorable colleague, and a Happy New Year, by the way, to everyone who's watching. The importance of our small businesses throughout Canada, as I had indicated in my comments, is critically important. But the amount of companies, small companies who have a desire to grow, but are struggling every day to whether it's manufacturing or so on. To find different ways of when they need access to funds or help in navigating international opportunities. And I find that an awful lot of them are unaware of whether we're talking about Business Development Bank or whatever. So I have met with many of my own small businesses and actually walked them through the process. They needed capital, they needed access to funds, and I was able to connect them with BDC or one of the other ones to help them. And I think that's a big part of the job of a member of parliament. They don't have time to go and look up the government of Canada and see what the government's trying to do. They're just busy trying to make a living, survive, and grow their businesses. And I think it's part of our role as parliamentarians to do that outreach. So thank you very much for the question.
Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague from Humber River Black Creek for her intervention today. I think she hit the nail right on the head there where she talked about small businesses and not always being aware of what's available to them in terms of being able to be part of these agreements that are out there and to explore opportunities for trade. There are so many entrepreneurs who are really good at what they do and it's their passion, but some of those opportunities just aren't aware, they're not aware of. And so it's important that the government make them aware and help to promote that trade when possible. And I'm wondering if she can comment on how important she thinks it's going to be to help those small businesses and medium-sized businesses grow as we come out of this pandemic and we're looking for opportunities for to get our economy to rebound, and we're looking for opportunities to grow our economy so that we can tackle some of the challenges that our economy has faced during the pandemic.
The Honourable Member for Humber River Black Creek.
Thank you very much to my honourable colleague for the question. It was important before COVID-19 for us to be providing opportunities through, trade agreements, CETA, this trade continuity agreement. These were all really important to do before the COVID-19 hit. But since that's hit and has taken such a big hit on our businesses, it's even more important for us to personally be reaching out to everyone, letting them know the opportunities that are there. The government has certainly put forth a variety of programs to help our businesses. The latest one that came out this week, where companies can borrow up to $1 million. We need to keep our companies moving and going forward. And this trade continuity agreement is going to help help those businesses to keep the doors open. So it's really important that we always seem to be doing things in a rush somehow at a trade committee. But this is another one that's important for us to get this passed so that we can make sure that we, one, protected our business, but two, that we've opened the doors again for more trade. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Revenue.
Merci beaucoup, Madame Speaker, and good afternoon to everyone. It is with great pleasure to rise in the House today in support of Bill C-18, an act to implement the Agreement on Trade Continuity between Canada and the United Kingdom. Just as we welcome the recent signing of this important agreement, the government is very pleased to take the next step in Canada's domestic ratification process so that Canadians can take advantage of the agreement's benefits. I'm proud to say that despite the turns in the road to Brexit and the uniqueness of the Canada-UK replication exercise, we were able to secure a deal that is good for Canada, that works for Canadian business, and that fully protects our supply managed products. Our strong trading relationship with the UK has grown rapidly under Canada-European Union Comprehensive Economic Trade Agreement, or CETA. In fact, Canadian exports to the UK have increased by over $2 billion since CETA came into force. The UK remains the second highest value destination for Canadian direct investment abroad and the third largest destination for Canadian merchandise exports. Two-way merchandise trade between Canada and the UK amounted to $29 billion in 2019, making it Canada's fifth largest trading partner after the US, China, Mexico, and Japan. Once in force, the Trade Continuity Agreement will preserve Canada's important trade relationship with the UK. But before I go further, Madame la Présidente, allow me to elaborate on how this continuity agreement between Canada and the UK came to be over the past 3.5 years, and why preserving preferential access to the UK is a key priority for our government. Following the UK's decision to leave the EU, including the Single Market Customs Union and Free Trade Area, Canada engaged its partner in earnest in order to maintain the strong partnership post-Brexit and to seek to mitigate potential disruptions in trade for businesses on both sides of the Atlantic. In September 2017, Prime Minister Trudeau and then UK Prime Minister May pledged to seek a seamless transition for our trade relations.
May I remind the member not to refer to names of current members of the House of Commons?
Thank you for that intervention, Madame la Présidente. Soon thereafter, our government undertook a trade dialogue to substantively replicate CETA on a bilateral basis as an interim measure in response to Brexit. I'm happy to say, Madame la Présidente, that the agreement before you and all the honourable members today, including the member from Papineau, meets the commitment made by the Prime Minister in 2017. Brexit posed a unique challenge for partners like Canada that already had trade agreements in place with the European Union. Canada has shown adaptability and resilience to this unique challenge in achieving an agreement that mitigates potential disruptions for businesses due to the UK's decision to leave the EU and CETA. The agreement before us today ensures that Canada and the UK can sustain and build upon our very important relationship. This means businesses will continue to have an unprecedented access to the UK's vibrant economy, which includes 66 million consumers and a $3.68 trillion market. It also means a continuation of lower prices and more choices for Canadian consumers and a reduction or elimination of customs duties. And because this agreement is based on CETA, an agreement Canadians are already familiar with, it provides the predictability and stability our businesses need and have told us they need as they grapple with the economic effects of the global COVID-19 pandemic. Once the Trade Continuity Agreement is fully implemented, it will, firstly, carry forward CETA's tariff elimination on 99% of Canadian products exported to the UK. Maintain priority market access for Canadian service suppliers, including access to the UK government's procurement market, which is estimated to be worth approximately $118 billion Canadian annually. Uphold and preserve CETA's high standard provisions on labor, the protection of the environment, and dispute settlement. Et, Madame la Présidente, je suis fier de dire que cet accord.
Madam Speaker, I am proud to say that this agreement fully protects supply management. No additional cheese will be entering from other countries or from the UK once the agreement is ratified.
Critically, this agreement will also continue to give Canadian companies a leg up on competitors in countries that do not have a free trade agreement with the UK. These are crucial advantages we can look forward to preserving with one of our most important trading partners once this agreement is in place. Madame la Présidente, this government knows that Canada's trade relationships are critical in supporting our prosperity through the economic recovery in a post-COVID global landscape. It is important for the government to remain engaged with Canadians throughout the negotiation to understand and address specific interests. Let me reassure my colleagues that the government maintained an open dialogue with businesses over the course of the negotiation of this trade continuity agreement. Prior to and throughout the negotiation process, officials engage with interested businesses through direct consultations. Furthermore, as the trade continuity agreement replicates CETA, it also relies upon the extensive consultations with Canadians that took place throughout the CETA negotiations. Throughout those consultations, we received valuable feedback that enabled the government to negotiate with comprehensive knowledge of Canadian interests and to seek an agreement that benefits Canada. Once ratified, the trade continuity agreement will continue to be in place as we work towards a new bilateral comprehensive free trade agreement with the UK that can be best tailored to meet our mutual interests at the time. Input from Canadians will help to ensure those future negotiations are in the best interests of Canada, that a future trade agreement is tailored to our relationship with the UK, and that it can respond to any post-Brexit developments. Madame la Présidente, this government recognizes the need to encourage businesses to pursue free trade opportunities and to support them in their efforts to do so. The Trade Continuity Agreement maintains crucial ties and preferential trade terms with one of Canada's key trade partners and ensures that Canadian businesses do not face yet another disruption or challenge at this time. Indeed, if this agreement were not put in place, this would be another setback that Canadian businesses frankly cannot afford. For these agreements to be fully realized, Canadian businesses need to be made aware of them and the benefits they offer. The goal of our ambitious export diversification strategy is to maximize opportunities for Canadians created by our existing trade agreements while pursuing new ones. That means continuing to attract and support Canadian companies doing business with the UK through what I call the Team Canada approach to trade. Yes, Team Canada. This includes what I call Canada's Trade Toolbox, made up of the Trade Commissioner Service Network, Export Development Canada, or EDC, the Business Development Bank, BDC, the Canadian Commercial Corporation, and Invest in Canada. These organizations are all working together alongside our provincial and territorial partners to help Canadian businesses navigate the aftermath of Brexit. They remain committed to continuing to assist Canadian companies doing business with and in the UK and European Union. Finally, Madame la Présidente, we've heard over and over again from Canadian stakeholders about the importance of maintaining a preferential trading relationship with the UK. This government wants to ensure that Canadian businesses have the confidence and stability they need to continue to do business with the UK. We can do that by ensuring that the crucial commercial relationship we have with the UK continues to flourish unimpeded. Our government looks to working with all members of Parliament to ratify Bill C-18 in the interest of our economy and Canadian businesses. I believe I have about a minute or so left, Madame la Présidente, and I do wish to say thank you. Thank you to our trade negotiators who over the last several years have dealt with very intense negotiations, whether it was completing CETA when we first came into office in 2015, whether there's a renegotiation of NAFTA into CUSMA, where our negotiators faced long and intense negotiations with much uncertainty, but were steadfast and came out with a great deal and a great free trade relationship, maintaining stability and predictability with our largest trading partner. And now here we are with the trade continuity agreement with the United Kingdom. So I do wish to say thank you to all those negotiators who are our unsung heroes for our country, for our businesses, and for our workers. Thank you, Madame la Présidente. I look forward to questions and comments.
Questions and comments. The
Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Madam Speaker, the Bloc Québécois approves and supports this bill because we understand how important it is for Quebec's businesses to have continuity in their business relationships. That said, we observed that negotiations began on November 21st, 2020, although there was a deadline for the end of 2020. Could we not have had more predictability? Can we not have more time, perhaps next time that we have negotiation deadlines with the United Kingdom? Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Merci beaucoup, mon collègue de la circonscription de.
I thank my colleague, the member for Trois-Rivières.
First of all, it's great to have support from the Bloc Québécois in having this trade continuity agreement move forward in Parliament. Recognizing the interests of Quebec's businesses and Quebec's workers and maintaining a very important trading relationship for all Canadian workers and all Canadian businesses. I look forward to ensuring that Canadian business have the continuity, the predictability, the stability in this trading relationship. It's very important. I also look forward to pursuing our government pursuing a further strengthened bilateral free trade agreement that looks upon issues such as women in the workforce, digitalization, and that provides a long runway for these negotiations to take place in. Thank you for that question.
Honourable member for Churchill, Kiwatnikuk-Aski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. First, my comment and question to my colleague is, of course, I am proud of our NDP position that opposes Bill C-18 based on some very clear grounds, whether it's the fact that it replicates much of CETA, which cedes Canadian sovereignty and capacity with respect to the pharmaceutical industry, certainly deals more pain to the certain sectors in our key sectors within our own economy, and I'm wondering if this member does not see, a need to take a hard look at the kinds at our approach to trade and our in his government's and certainly recent government's approach to trade, where free trade deals that seek to benefit corporations as opposed to average Canadians and people in across our country, that is it not the time to do trade differently, and is it not the time to make sure that we are increasing capacity in our own country? I mean, right now we're struggling with the fact that we don't have the capacity to create our own vaccines.
Opportunity to answer. I'm sorry, I have to give the opportunity.
Thank my honourable colleague for through you, Mr. Speaker, for their comment. What I would say is free trade benefits Canada. We've seen it over and over again. I was glad to see when we signed, we've ratified and finished CUSMA, how Unifor and several private sector unions came out and said great job, and for Canadian workers. And we've seen the benefits of those trade deals with the recent announcement by General Motors to maintain and expand investments in Canada. And I would love for the honourable member to go speak to those union members and see how happy they are for those ongoing investments by corporations creating jobs, direct and indirect, a very big multiplier here in the Ontario economy. That's a win for Canada. That's a win for Ontario, and it's a win for Canadian workers, and I'll always be at the table supporting them. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Etobicoke Lakeshore.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I always find this members' comments on issues like this to be particularly insightful, and today was no exception. We've heard from a number of people in the chamber today, comments along the lines or suggesting that this deal was rushed, perhaps too much so. My question is, I would like his comment on that suggestion, and two, I would like him to tell us why it was so important to get this deal done quickly. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Well, Parliamentary Secretary. 30 seconds.
I thank my very dear friend from Etobicoke Lakeshore for his question. First of all, we needed to have a goal where the trade continuity agreement provided predictability and stability for Canadian workers and businesses, and we did that. Secondly, during the CETA process, which was a very long process, this deal it replicates the CETA agreement, which was done over a very, very long time. So it was very applicable to the UK, which at a moment in time was, for a very long period of time, was a member of the European Union. So we could put that in place.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Edmonton Manning.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to, I will be splitting my time with the honourable member of Langley Aldergrove. Madam Speaker, just before Christmas, we finally saw the text of the Canada-UK Transitional Trade Agreement. This deal has the goal of implementing a copy and paste of CETA until a comprehensive agreement can be implemented. This is happening as the government said it needs more time to negotiate a full deal that reflects on Canada and on the United Kingdom. My question as I begin is why we did not aim for a comprehensive agreement from the get-go. It's a question that we always ask ourselves. Japan, for example, had already a full trade deal with the United Kingdom and had the same amount of time that our negotiators, the same amount of time to accomplish that type of agreement. Just like the USMCA, this is another last-minute attempt by the government to save force or to save face after insulting one of our oldest and closest allies with some bandwidth talk. We need long-term goals and targets for the sake of business continuity and stability. Stakeholders are thankful for the current arrangement of a transitional agreement, but also signal the concerns of this deal. It may turn into a permanent one that will not reflect on economic realities. Throughout the International Trade Committee's study of this deal, many stakeholders had serious concerns on the status of the consultation or that it would be done at the very last minute. The Honorable Minister could not even say how many pages were in the final document while at committee. I personally asked that question, and the Minister was unable to tell us how many pages was the agreement. That's, of course, a concern of supposedly the top negotiator on behalf of Canada and the government. That was also as much fanfare from an announcement through Zoom that the deal was finished. We need to get this right in the age of pandemic disruption. We need our small businesses to be able to survive through the storm, for which a predictable market is the only lighthouse left. To make matters worse, the Liberals kept being dead set on the deal being implemented by December 31st. That means pass through this House by that deadline. Yet here we are, January 26, 27, 28, and the deal is not in the House of Commons. So we have no implementation. Deal is not implemented. Even in committee, we still looking to see this pass and the mitigation measures could be in place. Now, once again, here we are, January 28th, and there's no details from the government on this last-minute trade deal. It almost seems like they can't multitask and get more than one thing done at a time. We just need to look at the vaccine rollout, let's say, for example, on that front. After popping out the confetti on hoarding the most vaccine orders, we are now drastically falling behind. Provincial healthcare systems are now scrapping the bottom of the freezer for more vaccine. Second doses are being canceled for nurses and seniors. All this after Canadians were told that we were ahead of the game. How can businesses feel safe on the other side with their investments in trade with the government over-promises and under-delivers? Could there be more scenarios as examples of the government's failures on trade? We can just look south of the border with Buy American. Even since the Liberal government came into office, it has been crisis after crisis on securing exports to our neighbor and closest ally. They always hit the snooze button on trade until it's too late for a reasonable outcome. Whether the Democrat or the Republican, the prime ministers can't even secure assurances for our industries. For example, where's Keystone now? The prime minister simply said he was disappointed and walked away from my constituents, from Albertans and from Western Canada. This is not acceptable. Now, they're asking us to trust them on the last-minute trade deal. When the prime minister stopped to defend this government's incompetence and reset the trade policy, it is either simply not working or the wrong people are in charge, and delays are causing us to overlook key issues that stakeholders have been voicing concern even before negotiations had begun. It's time to stop these last-minute trade deals and get stability for Canada's businesses. We all need stability as we recover from the pandemic. Madam Speaker, at this time, I've seen this agreement or not seen this agreement of all the absence of information in front of us. We must ask ourselves as parliamentarians, we must ask ourselves the following questions and ask the governments the following questions. How can we continue debating the implementation of this trade agreement, and how much we have to respond back to stakeholders and to Canadians? So the first question is, how much with the delay of implementation is going to cost the federal treasury in mitigation measures? We're still looking for this number, and we hope by the end of this debate, we will be able to get to the bottom of that. It is very important to know what the cost is going to be in mitigation measures. And that question was asked to the minister directly at committee and in the House of Commons. Question 2, how much would be the global tariffs enacted by the UK government cost Canadian businesses as we continue to give this legislation a full review? As we know, time costs money. And until we get to those numbers, until we get to the full implementation and ratification of the agreement, we still paying money from the Treasury, from our taxpayers' money, to be able to bridge those gaps, and that is the wrong way to do it. Third, what is the overall value in economic disruption after the December 31st, where the deadline has passed? Also, that is a logical, a reasonable question we need to ask, because again, any interruption in trade due to unavailability of a trade agreement, it will cause a disruption, and that disruption, again, costs money. 4, what will be the effects of a transitional agreement on our economy and trade with the United Kingdom? Does this government already feel there's any shortcomings from CETA that need to be addressed? As we all understand that this agreement was cut and paste from CETA, but there's certain specifics to certain market within Europe, which is United Kingdom, was one of those specific markets that could not be the full cut and paste as we may imagine. So again, we need that clarity to take place. Now, can this government still pass the ratification in time before the end of the Memorandum of Understanding with the full parliamentary scrutiny? 6, had this government and Honourable Minister paid attention and more attention to initiative, we could have probably had an agreement that including a comprehensive trade deal, and we would have probably avoided this mess that we're going through. Madam Speaker, I strongly believe that we need to give this bill a full scrutiny, especially given the nature of which it was prepared at the very last minute. This is in the interest of Canadians. I wish we had a full agreement in front of us today, but nevertheless, I look forward to see this bill in the House and in committee. I thank you all for listening today, and I'm looking forward to receiving your questions. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
I must admit, Madam Speaker, it's amusing to watch the opposition dance around this all day long. You know, earlier we heard members from the Conservative Party talk about how long it's taking, or sorry, how little time they have to review this and to get into the details of it. And now suddenly this member is talking about why it's taking so long to get us to this point, and we should have been done this earlier. You know, the reality of the situation is they're dancing around this because they support it. They're going to vote for it, but they're just looking for any possible fault that they can potentially drum up in order to make the government look bad. The reality is that this is a good deal for Canada. It's a good deal for all provinces. It's a good deal for our economy. It's a good thing to help us get out of this, the economic circumstances this pandemic has created for us. Will the member not recognize and realize that this is very important for the economic success and growth of Canada moving forward?
Member for Edmonton Manning.
Well, thanks for the member on his question. And he brought the dancing. If anyone was dancing, and the endless dancing is the government. This is not the first time the government keep dancing around without having to come up with a better deal. And you always have to aim for perfection. You have to aim for better. And if you're trying to say that we're not going to aim for that perfection or for getting better deal, that we're not doing our job. So if this government complaining that the opposition is not really doing it, I mean, he wants us not to do our job, and that is wrong. We must ask for better agreement. We must aim for better agreement, and we must emphasize to the government that it needs to put its acts together to get a better deal for Canadian industries. We are the International Trade Party in the House of Commons. Throughout history, we always aim for better deals, and if we're to ask for better deals,
the l'honorable député de Repentigny.
The honourable member for Repentigny. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague from Edmonton Manning. He addressed the fact that the parliamentarians still didn't know how many pages were in the agreement. And even on January 28th today, there are details missing. So I understand that transparency is important for him. But the Bloc Québécois thinks that parliamentarians, but also representatives of Quebec and the provinces should have been involved. So can he explain why the motion from my colleague from Saint-Hyacinthe-Bacotte, why isn't his private member's bill being considered?
You can answer, yes.
Okay, sorry, I was waiting for you, Madam Speaker. It's a very good question. I mean, we talk about that, and I personally asked the minister about how many pages were in the agreement. It's a simple question that anyone would ask at the beginning, and she wasn't able to do that. And we faced throughout committee hearings and in the House of Commons, we were facing with this uncertainty, with no direct answers. And I mean, usually in the House of Commons, you probably don't get that, but at least at committee, you should be able to get those answers. And we should be able to get some clarity so we can transfer this into the industry for the stability they're looking for and for the need in order to be able to put plans in place and to be able to commit to trade throughout the time. And those factors were not there. Unfortunately, we cannot afford to do that, and the government should change course in order to be more transparent and more committed to tell the truth about what's happening, especially when there's a negotiation deal as such is in place.
Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments?
Honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my neighbour from Edmonton for his interventions. It was very, very interesting. Knowing that we are in a global health pandemic, that is the overarching theme with which we find ourselves, I'm wondering if the member could speak a little bit about any concerns he may have that this agreement, like the said before it, will put upward pressure on the price of pharmaceutical drugs for Canadians. You know, obviously the NDP have been pushing for national pharmacare for a very long time, but knowing that this is the context that we are getting this information, how does he feel about the cost of pharmaceuticals for Canadians?
Honourable member for Edmonton Manning, 15 seconds.
As much as I would like to help my answering the question for my colleague and my neighbor from Edmonton Strathcona, still we have no text in front of us. And in order to answer that question, at least we need the text in front of us. That brought us back to what we were asking for, is to have the transparency and clarity in front of us. So as parliamentarian, we're able to examine what went into the document, and at least we're able to answer.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Langley Aldergrove.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today we have a rare opportunity in this parliamentary session to advance freer trade between two age-old friends, two democratic nations, two advanced societies that share so much history, so much culture and legal and parliamentary structures, but also language. Now, President Kennedy, some years ago, said with respect to another great friendship, that between Canada and the U.S., that, and I quote, "Geography has made us neighbors, history has made us friends, economics has made us partners, and necessity has made us allies. Those whom nature has so joined, let no man put asunder." Now, that's a great quote from a great president about the relationship between the two greatest free trading partners the modern world has known. But today we're talking about Canada's trade with the UK, another nation with whom we have a shared history, an economic partnership, and an alliance born of necessity. Until recently, we also had a free trade agreement with the United Kingdom, not directly, but through their partnership in the European Union. A free trade agreement, I might add, brought about by the vision of Canada's previous Conservative government. I'm proud to be associated with that vision that brought Canada into a position of being an equal partner with the great trading nations of the European continent, nations with whom we share values, histories, and institutions. Now, compare that with a much more complicated trading relationship that we have with the Communist Party in China. Our government would be much further ahead with China if we remembered these three rules for doing business in that country from an academic that I'm quoting. Number one, you never impose your own values. Number two, you never interpret acknowledgement during a meeting with agreement. And number three, you don't assume that the people you're meeting with actually have authority to do the deal. Now, I'm happy to say that with dealing with the United Kingdom, there is no such ambiguity. First, there is no incongruity in values between our two nations. Both countries value fundamental human rights and the rule of law. Secondly, our negotiating styles and contract formation rules are similar, having their roots in the centuries-old English law, common law tradition. And finally, in English contract law, a person's word is their bond. Of course, any commercial lawyer will tell you to get it in writing, but at least when during the negotiations you feel like you're making progress, you probably are. I like doing business with people who understand the common law and the rules about contract formation. We need to do more of that, more trading with people like that. We want to trade more with countries that understand and respect our values, the values that are intuitive among Western nations. Now, I'm talking about protection of intellectual property rights, protection for workers, both physical and economic protection, protection of children and against child forced labor, protection for the environment, and protection against discrimination of all sorts. These values are as fundamental to the UK as they are to Canada. So these are the people, exactly the people that we should be doing business with. Let's get on with it. So what's taking us so long? There's been a lot of debate about that. The government has known about Brexit for a long time. The only surprise is that we don't have a deal, that we didn't have a deal before the end of December last year. It's not as if we needed to start at square one. We already had the Comprehensive Economic Trade Agreement, CETA, with the UK by virtue of them being members of the European Union trading bloc. The template was already there in the form of that international agreement, and we just needed to do some tweaks and make it UK specific, to make it bilateral instead of multilateral. And that is in fact what is happening, just later than it should have and could have been done. But trade and commerce and standing up for small business has never been this government's strong suit. Canada is a trading nation, and there is no stronger champion within Canada for free trade than the Conservative Party. We have always known that lower tariffs lead to healthier competition among businesses and nations, and ultimately lead to better products and services to consumers at lower costs. And what's good for consumers must be good for the nation. World trade has increased by an average of 7% annually since the end of the Second World War, bringing much prosperity to the world, and Canada needs to be part of that economic growth and prosperity. Now, I'm going to take this principle of free trade a step further. If free trade brings wealth to trading nations, then surely it must also bring wealth to trading provinces within a nation. We preach free trade, but we don't always practice it. There's too much, in my opinion, senseless, myopic, and harmful protectionism going on inside of Canada, and the federal government has a central role to play in bringing the parties together. Well, there is a free trade agreement of sorts initiated by the former Conservative government, but it doesn't go far enough. And unfortunately, very little progress has been made during the now 5 intervening years. Eliminating interprovincial trade barriers will improve Canada's competitiveness internationally, put us in a better footing to deal with the United States and with countries like the UK and the European nations. And it'll boost our economy internally by tens of billions of dollars. The government was late to the show on free trade agreement negotiations with the United Kingdom. Will it now take up the challenge of facilitating a broader free trade agreement among the provinces? No, Madam Speaker, before I leave, I think I have a couple of minutes. When I was first elected to Parliament in the fall of 2019 and came to Ottawa to check things out, I was surprised that people living in Ottawa have the distinct disadvantage of not being able to purchase Okanagan Valley wine in their LCBO stores. That needs to be corrected. British Columbians are a caring and sharing people. They want all Canadians to experience great wine. Bringing on free trade. Thank you.
Questions and comments?
Comments? The Honourable Member for Kelowna, Lake Country.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for his intervention. I'm wondering if he can speak to the fact he had spoken about timelines, and we know that that the government had removed themselves from negotiations and then, started later last year, and, this led to delays. So I'm wondering if the member can speak to how that has affected where we're at right now, needing this memorandum of understanding for 3 months so that we don't have tariffs charged to our Canadian businesses. Thank you.
The Honourable Member from Langley, Aldergrove.
Well, thank you very much for the comments from my colleague. As I said in my intervention, free trade has never been this government's strong suit. They knew about Brexit, like the whole world knew about Brexit. These negotiations could have started much earlier, but it seems not to have been this government's emphasis. And indeed, by end of December, the UK had negotiated their Brexit deal with the European Union. Why could we not have negotiated a free trade agreement with the United Kingdom? Both sides knew that it has to happen. It's pushing against an open door, yet the delays are hurting Canada. There's uncertainty in the marketplace, uncertainty amongst companies that trade with the United Kingdom. This is something that should have been done a long time ago. Just to bring more certainty into the marketplace, which is so important for a country like Canada to survive, a trading nation like Canada.
And comments, the Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. One of the things that really held up Brexit was the refusal of the Boris Johnson government to deal with the issue of the Irish border. The EU were very, very clear we needed to keep the open border. The Foreign Affairs Committee in Parliament here and the International Trade Committee have called on the government to ensure that Canada plays a role in protecting the Good Friday Agreement. Canada had a huge role to play in bringing peace to Ireland. We had General de Chastelain was a huge player, Justice Corey, former Minister Warren Almond. I'm asking the Conservatives, are they going to support our call to make sure that as we move forward with trade with the UK, that Britain maintains their obligations under the Good Friday Agreement to keep that Irish border open and to work for peace within Ireland?
The Honourable Member for Langley, Aldergrove.
Good. Well, I'd like to thank my colleague for that important question. We haven't seen the text of the agreement yet, again, due to delays in getting the negotiations started in a timely fashion when we all knew that Brexit was a reality. As for Ireland, of course, they're a good friend of Canada, member of the international community, and I would support, of course, the freedoms and prosperity for those people. But I think until we see the text of the agreement, I would reserve any further comments to see how the negotiations there will go. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Sorry, Madam Speaker, I didn't hear you. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his excellent presentation. I'd like to know if he agrees for parliamentarians and representatives of provinces to be more involved in the next round of negotiations for the free trade agreements with any country. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable Member for Langley, Aldergrove.
Well, thank you for that very important question. I appreciate hearing from that member. Of course, international trade comes under the jurisdiction of the federal government. But that said, for negotiations to be successful and for there to be broad acceptance of any international agreement or treaty, there needs to be broad consultation with provinces, with stakeholders, with unions, everybody that might be involved and who might be affected by that agreement. So yes, I would say the broader the consultations, the better. And we're looking to the government to ensure that there is that broad consultation so that there's broad buy-in into the final text of the agreement. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the President of the Queen's Privy Council.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and it's always a pleasure to be able to address the House of Commons on the floor or virtual. And, you know, I want to pick up on something that the member kind of responded to in one of his answers. He said that the free trade is not a strong suit of this party or this government. And I think the member needs to get a real strong reality check here. And I would challenge that member to indicate another prime minister that has signed off on more trade agreements with countries than the current prime minister that we have today. This prime minister and government has entered and signed off on more agreements than Stephen Harper did, and any other prime minister from what I can recall, Madam Speaker. So, you know, it's interesting when I listen to members of the Conservative Party talk about the importance of trade and to try to give that false impression that they are the party that negotiates and is capable of getting trade agreements, when history doesn't necessarily reflect that. You see, the Liberal Party has always recognized the reality of the important issue of international trade. Trade matters. It means good, solid, middle-class jobs for Canadians. And we will continue to look at ways in which we can build that relationship amongst Canada and other countries around the world in order to continue to strengthen Canada's economy and our middle class. That is what it's been about since virtually day one, back in 2015 when we took government, where we saw initiatives that might have been started by the Conservative government, but were picked up and carried on past the goal line. And it's all been about trying to recognize how important and valuable we need to have policies directed at Canada's middle class and those aspiring to be a part of it. And you could take a look at whether it's budget actions, legislative actions, or agreements, such as the debate that we're having today on C-18. The reality is that the government, in recognizing trade, and when we talk about trade, you know, I like to try to put it in a way in which most people could relate to it. One of the industries in the province of Manitoba that I'm very, very, very proud of, and I think it's symbolic and it embodies so many things as to why it's important that as a government we pursue international trade, is Manitoba's pork industry. Manitoba's pork industry would not be what it is today by a long shot. You know, if I was to guess, I would say 90% of it would disappear if we didn't have trade, whether it was within Canada or internationally. Manitoba has a population of 1.3 million people. You know, we have at any point in time double the number of hogs in our province. We're not consuming them. Those hogs are up for trade. We sell them. If you ever go to communities like Neepawa in Manitoba, rural Manitoba, that community is thriving today in good part because of the hog industry. And if you go to High Life and you check with where High Life is and why it's viable, why it's a healthy, growing company today, it's because of exports, international exports. Over 90, I believe it's 95%, but we'll just say 90% of what's being processed there is in fact being exported out of Canada. Now think of the ramifications of that. Each one of those employees, and there's hundreds of them working out of Neepawa now, they require a place to live, a place to do their grocery shopping. They have vehicles, all those indirect spin-off jobs, not to mention the hundreds of jobs that are there today because of that. But that's just one aspect of the pork industry in the province of Manitoba. You could go to Burns and Brandon, and my colleague from Arthur Verdon or from Brandon would be able to talk to you about how that plant adds so much value to Brandon's economy and society as a whole. That industry there processes, and again, now this is somewhat dated, you're talking about thousands of hogs every day. One number I heard was over 10,000. Again, well over 1,000 jobs. These are good rural Manitoba jobs. You can go to the city of Winnipeg, same industry. I think Burns there employs over 1,500 jobs. Best pork in the world comes from province of Manitoba, I would argue. Madam Speaker, think in terms of the farming communities and the impact that has for our farmers, not to mention the others that feed into our farms to be able to have those hogs being produced, Madam Speaker. So when you think of trade, you could quickly understand the value of that trade when you look and isolate and take an example of an industry. I just finished talking glowingly about hog industry. I could go on forever talking about Manitoba's bus manufacturing industry or other manufacturing industries that are there in the city of Winnipeg in particular. We might actually have one of the largest bus manufacturers located in the city of Winnipeg, and exports go all over, Madam Speaker, outside of Canada. Again, providing those valuable jobs. This government, this Prime Minister understands the value of those jobs. And that's why it has been a mandate coming from the Prime Minister that we need to pursue these agreements. So even though the Conservatives did not sign off on CETA, that was not a signed agreement. The Conservatives like to take credit for CETA. They might have started it, but they did not sign off on it. I remember the Deputy Prime Minister traveling to Europe, and people were saying that the deal was on the rocks. It looked as if it was going to be falling off the tracks. That wasn't because of Canada. That was because of all sorts of things happening in Europe. It took a concentrated effort by this government, in particular, our Deputy Prime Minister, today's Deputy Prime Minister, Minister responsible for trade back then, that put it back on track and had the abilities on behalf of Canadians to be able to get it across the goal line. So, in fact, we would be able to get that CETA agreement. And we've already realized the hundreds of millions of additional dollars through trade that were generated because, in part, of that particular agreement. That's not the only agreements that we have had to deal with in a very short period of time. We could talk about Asia, or we could talk about our neighbors to the south, whether it's Mexico or the United States. The United States is our biggest trading partner. We need to trade. Now, I would remind my neighbors in the South that many of their states, number one, exports come to Canada. Both countries benefit. But it's absolutely critical that Canada have trading relations with countries around the world. And in fact, I believe that Canada is probably the furthest ahead on trade agreements more than any other country when you talk about those G20 nations. In good part because of the mandate that Canadians gave this government 5 years ago. And the driving force for us has been that we want to build Canada's middle class and those aspiring to become a part of the middle class. And one of the ways in which you do that is you look beyond our borders. Think about the last year and the economic costs, the impact that it has had on our country because of the coronavirus. It has been devastating. As a government, we've done whatever we can to support businesses, whether it's the wage subsidy program, rent assistance program, whether it's Canadians Direct through the CERB program. And why are we doing this? In part, Mr. Speaker, we're doing it because we recognize how important it is going to be for small businesses, medium businesses, and alike, that once we've fully dealt with this, that we're up and running. It's a whole lot easier for us to recover and recover in a better way if we have fewer bankruptcies, more companies that didn't have to lay off employees because of the pandemic, that the population as a whole has a larger disposable income as a direct result of having to not be able to work in order to protect our society or keeping society safer, or because of the demands for their service or products. But the thing is, as much as the government was there for Canadians and continues to be there for Canadians during this pandemic in terms of protecting or ensuring that we minimize the negative damages of the coronavirus, we are also there to ensure that we continue to grow. And that meant, for example, C-18, the agreement. You know, when the UK decided on its own to leave the European Union, we had a responsibility And we took that responsibility very seriously. That's the reason why we have the legislation right now, in order to make sure that a trading partner that we have valued for a century plus, that they will always have a strong, healthy relationship with Canada that deals with trade too. And that is, in good part, what this legislation is all about. And, you know, at the end of the day, Canadian companies and businesses and Canadians as a whole in all regions of this country, of our country, will be better served by the passage of this legislation. I remind my conservative friends that at the end of the day, it is that team of civil servants, and I think it's been acknowledged from other countries that we have had some incredible civil servants on the trade file. And I believe that one of the reasons for that is because we have been so successful at negotiating agreements and working on these type of deals for a long time now. So the people that are sitting, those bureaucrats and civil servants, if I can, that are diligently putting in the efforts to ensure that our ministers and government as a whole, parliamentarians, politicians, have something that we can actually negotiate with and go into the deals and end the details and try to bargain back and forth. You know, you listen to New Democrats, and to that extent, the Bloc also. You know, I listen to the Bloc members speak. Everything is, well, what about this, and this, and that? You didn't get all this, and this, and this, and that. Well, what do you think a negotiation is all about? You know, for the NDP and the Bloc, what they need to have a better appreciation for is that when you hit an agreement, it means that there's give and take. You know, the NDP they just don't support trade agreements. When I posed the question, the member made, well, you know, goldfish mind and so forth, you know, we supported CUSMA. Well, previous trade agreements with the U.S. and Mexico, they didn't support. And yes, they were shamed into doing that one. But let's look at the list and the number of trade agreements, the dozens of countries in which the NDP voted no for. And they'll say, well, it's because you didn't get this, and this, and they'll have their list of things that you didn't get. Well, Mr. Speaker, when you sit down and you negotiate, you cannot expect to have everything. It's not like you say, well, here's everything we want, put it on the table, and then walk away and let us know when you agree to it. It doesn't work that way. So when my New Democratic friends tell me, as they did earlier today, that they are not supporting this legislation, I was not surprised. A little disappointed, but not surprised. But I want to challenge my New Democratic members of the House of Commons to really think through the issue of trade. And earlier, I made comments as to why trade is so critically important to us as a nation. And if you agree in principle with the trade, well, I would suggest to you that the NDP need to be more open-minded. And if they're not prepared to be more open-minded on it, then one could question in terms of just how consistent they are in terms of the ethics on it. If they say, well, because of human rights violations and it's not protected in this trade agreement, we shouldn't be signing off on that trade agreement, and we've had this discussion in the past, well, there's human rights issues in other nations in which we have a considerable amount of trade with. I don't see the NDP saying, well, stop all trade with China. There are issues that we have with China. You know, I think that the NDP do need to look at ways in which they can support progressive, and that's what this is. It is a progressive agreement, and they will have other opportunities. You know, members talk about, well, look at this debate that we're having today, and in this debate, we don't have enough time, or there wasn't enough consultation. Remember what the bill itself says, and this is, the bill, C-18, an act to implement the agreement on trade continuity between Canada and the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. Mr. Speaker, that's actually what the bill says. It is not a permanent agreement. In fact, within that year after a royal assent, from what I understand, we will be meeting with our partners across the ocean and having ongoing dialogue and looking at ways in which we could even improve upon this agreement. So there's the opportunity for members to, in speeches such as now or into the future, such as writing letters, when you have opposition days, there's many opposition days that are coming up, have one of your opposition days about content of trade agreements, or we would like to see X, Y, and Z as a part of a trade agreement, and then have that as a part of an opposition day motion. There's all sorts of ways in which members on all sides of the House, even members of the government, many of my Liberal colleagues will constantly have discussions with ministers or within caucus about issues that are important, including the issue of trade. Now, I must say the coronavirus dominates, as it should, but there's many different avenues for people to have direct input on the trade agreements. I want to focus some thoughts in regards to my friends in the Bloc. And I've said this, in the past. I, for one, am a very, very proud Canadian. I think that it's that we live in the best country in the world to live. And all the areas, all of our regions that make up our great nation are so critically important to how we evolve as a nation. I care about the aerospace industry in Quebec, the forest industry. There's some things that we have in common. Hydro as a green energy.
I'll have to ask the honourable member to pursue those thoughts in the questions and comments. Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The honourable member for Abbotsford.
Well, Madam Speaker, I had to chuckle as this member for Winnipeg North tried to rewrite history on free trade. Now, he's entitled to his own opinion, but certainly not his own facts. And I want to remind him that his Liberals now have had this sudden conversion on the road to Damascus, because in 1984, it was John Turner and the Liberals who fought an election opposing free trade with the United States. In 1993, they fought an election opposing NAFTA, where we brought Mexico into that relationship. When the previous Conservative government came into power, Canada had free trade agreements with 5 countries. When they left power 10 years later, they had free trade agreements with 51 different countries around the world. So it's pretty rich for this member to now claim that the Liberals are the great champions of free trade. Won't we agree that his claims that historically the Liberal Party has opposed or been a supporter of free trade actually ring hollow when you look at the facts, when you talk to stakeholders who understand that in Canada, there's one party that actually is the champion of free trade, and it's our Conservative Party?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, truth be known, Madam Speaker, the member is wrong. It's as clear as that. The member is inaccurate. The facts cannot change, or if you listen to what the facts are, the member said, Harper had 51, I think he said, trade agreements signed off. Just not true. It's not a fact. Madam Speaker, that is misleading. It is this government has signed off on more trade agreements than Stephen Harper signed off on. That is a fact. Now, if you want to say that there's only one party that's a free trade type of party, in which I would disagree, I would say that there's at least two. If you had to say there was one, it would have to be the Liberal Party of Canada, because it's achieved more agreements than the Conservative Party. So I would disagree with the member on that point also. I would say that there are two parties that understand the value of international trade, the Liberals and the Conservatives.
Questions et commentaires de l'honorable député.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member. Thank you, Madam Speaker. This has certainly been an interesting presentation. We are currently having an important parliamentary debate, but some are rather emotional. Some seem to lack ethics. They're voting against it. I don't know. The Conservatives also have their arguments. This is a parliamentary debate. Now, it's all well and good to debate or to want to improve the trade deal. Now, we've heard a nice, beautiful speech about Canada and how it's the best country in the world and how everyone is represented and feels at home in Quebec and Canada. We also heard a nice joke because the member said that the aerospace sector is so important for him and for his government. Now, if Quebec is part of Canada, then where is Quebec's signature on the Canadian Constitution? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Madam Speaker, the member says if Quebec is a part of Canada, it is a part of Canada. And it is a beautiful part of Canada, as I am sure that when we talk about international trade, I can assure the member that the representations that come to Quebec going to Ottawa are very much listened to, as other regions are listened to, and everything is taken together collectively, and we advocate what's in the best interest of our nation. And all regions of our country are fairly represented in the trade agreements. And I can tell the member that I would not support any sort of agreement that would single out a particular province in any sort of a negative way. I believe in our confederation, and I will do what I can to build upon the strengths of our confederation. And I have no reservations in terms of saying that, because I care for the province of Quebec as I care for the province of Saskatchewan or Manitoba. I see the value of a strong, healthy nation.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Hamilton Mountain.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my friend for his speech. One of the things that I heard this morning from the minister was they're hoping in 1 year they're going to continue negotiations, and their aim is to reach it in 3 years to finish this off. But I want to say to my honourable friend that he gave a speech saying that the NDP opposes trade. He is misleading this House when he says that, because we don't oppose trade. What we do oppose is trade that we give too much away. We want fair trade. So that's what we're asking for, and we see so many flaws in this agreement. I have to ask him, when the minister this morning said the aim is to reach within 3 years, and this is all the hype that they've been giving us about how good this agreement is on this interim agreement, why is there no sunset clause? What is the reasoning for that? And why should we believe the government of having the aim to do in 3 years when they couldn't even, they've done so many failures on a lot of promises they've done in the election, and especially with farmer care since 1997.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Madam Speaker, I don't think that the NDP can have it both ways. I can appreciate that they seem to recognize the reality that trade is important, international trade is important. But it doesn't seem to me that they support Canadian businesses and society as a whole in terms of entering into trade agreements, which would benefit trade, international trade for Canadians. Because if you take a look at their voting record, Madam Speaker, you will find, and again, you know, I'm not 100% sure of the numbers, but I suspect there might be, let's say, 60 plus countries that where we actually have formal trade agreements. The NDP have supported 2, maybe 3. So I don't think you can have it both ways. It's either you get behind and you try to work the best deals you can. And that's why I tried to emphasize earlier how we have probably an elite negotiating team when it comes to trade. And we should be very proud of them and send them out more often as we can in the world.
The Honourable Member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the honourable member for his speech. And I'd just like to talk a little bit about the record of free trade in this country. It has hollowed out our manufacturing base. Well, we have turned to ripping and shipping raw resources out of this country. Raw bitumen, raw logs, raw minerals. An Irish study shows that the trade deficit between Canada and the EU under CETA means that we're exporting more oil and gas and raw minerals to the EU and getting back more manufactured products. Right now, we're seeing that the EU wants to block vaccines from coming to Canada. We have hollowed out our manufacturing base. We have hollowed out our pharmaceutical industry, and it is not helping Canadians. And I would like to ask the honourable member what he thinks about this move by the EU to block Pfizer exporting, talking about it, blocking the export of vaccines to Canada during a pandemic.
Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I think the Prime Minister and the government has actually been very clear. We will have 6 million vaccine doses as a minimum by the end of the first quarter. Nothing has changed, and we will ensure that that does take place. In regards to the issue of trade, you know, the Green Party is probably, well, they're definitely more consistent than the New Democrats. You know, at the end of the day, you know, in our first 4 years of government, we generated by working with Canadians, we generated over 1 million plus jobs, vast majority of which were full-time jobs. And that was a time in which we actually had some of the greatest expansion in signed off free trade agreements.
One last question from the Honourable Member from Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I certainly enjoy listening to this member's interventions. And I got a real kick out of the discussion or the back and forth between him and the member from Abbotsford, who had to go all the way back to 1984 to justify his point. I was 9 years old in 1984. It was quite a while ago. But the reality is, and I think he's hit the nail on the head, is that the Liberal Party has been a strong advocate of trade, at least in the last 30 plus years. I'm wondering if he can comment on how he sees this trade deal as part of our coming out of this pandemic and growing our economy so that we can get things rolling again for all Canadians.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, 15 seconds.
And I wish I had 15 minutes, Madam Speaker. You know, I think it's absolutely critical. I think that we are on the right track. It's about building better. We have hope with the vaccination doses around the corner. We are going to maintain that commitment. And then we're going to work diligently on building our economy and supporting Canada's middle class, those aspiring to be a part of it. All Canadians need an active, proactive government, and they got that in this government.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Oshawa. The Honourable Member for Oshawa.
Merci, Madame le Président.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will be splitting my time today with the Honourable Member for Huron-Bruce. I rise today to speak to the Canada-UK agreement
of guaranteeing Canadian producers access to a critical market. It is unquestionable that the strength of this agreement has been impacted significantly by this government's dithering during the process. Throughout the Liberals' time in power, they have repeatedly repeatedly shown their lack of competence on issues of international trade and relations with key allies, and this exception. From the Prime Minister's well-documented screw-up of the Trans-Pacific Partnership to being largely left out of the renegotiations of NAFTA, it should come as no surprise that this government has managed to dither away yet another opportunity to form a permanent and lasting relationship with the now fully independent United Kingdom. Since the Brexit vote almost 5 years ago, Madam Speaker, this government has had every opportunity to be world leaders in the effort to form permanent and close trade relations with the United Kingdom. As a member of the Commonwealth and a close ally, the UK should have been one of this government's top priorities since Brexit, along with the renegotiation of NAFTA. Over the years, this government has had a horrendous track record of misleading Canadians about the economic impacts of their trade deals, hoping that no one would check their work. This has created doubt within Canadian industry, and especially within my community. This has been best exemplified by the government's promise that a Canada-United States-Mexico agreement would be a win for the Canadian auto industry. The Liberals promised the people of Oshawa and other automotive manufacturing communities across the country before the 2019 election that the agreement would benefit the auto industry even more than NAFTA did. Well, Madam Speaker, after months of stalling the release of Global Affairs Canada's economic impact study, we came to find out that the Prime Minister willingly misled many in my community. On page 61 of Global Affairs Canada Impact Assessment of the CUSMA deal, it says, and I'm directly quoting, "The economic model projects that Canada's exports of motor vehicles to the United States would decline by US $1.5 billion relative to the current trade regime under NAFTA, and imports from the United States would decrease by US $1.2 billion. At the same time, automotive imports from non-North American countries would increase, resulting in a decline of the Canadian automobile production of 1.7%, Madam Speaker." And according to an economic impact study of CUSMA by the C.D. Howe Institute, which was released even before the government found that, and I quote, "Canada's real GDP stands to shrink by 0.4% and economic welfare to fall by over US $10 billion. This government overpromised and underdelivered, to put it politely, Madam Speaker. Needless to say, this has given workers in my community every reason to doubt the sincerity of this government. When the Liberals say, "Trust us, we are securing a good trade agreement, and you need not worry about accountability or transparency," and the government comes back with a significantly weakened trade agreement, workers in my community take that to mean the government's word means absolutely nothing. Why would they trust the Liberals? It's obviously critically important that we make sure that our producers have access to our third largest customer of Canadian goods. But this government has a tremendous knack for instilling a sense of fear instead of a sense of confidence in those directly affected by their government's actions. And not only has the government once again given people in my community anything but confidence, but the Prime Minister managed to simultaneously alienate one of our closest allies again. In March 2019, Madam Speaker, after months of negotiations and reports of a deal close to being struck, this government walked away from the negotiating table with the UK. While continuing to negotiate would have been preferred, even a short break would have been better than waiting over a year to re-engage with the UK. By doing so, this government has now hamstrung our domestic producers with the uncertainty of not knowing what the future trade agreement will actually look like. Under the previous Conservative government, Canadian producers had the certainty that their government would work with them and consult them. We proved this by signing trade deals with 51 countries while we were in government. Before the 2006 election, Madam Speaker, there were only 5. Canadian producers and workers knew that when it came to accessing new international markets, their government, their Conservative government, was going to be there every step of the way, using influence of a strong, powerful country like Canada to make sure they had every opportunity to grow and succeed. In a competitive global economy, a government working to open new markets is critical to the competitive advantage of our private industry and critical for job creation right here at home. But it seems as though this government has put Canada in a situation of having taken 2 steps forward under the previous Conservative government, just to take 3 steps back with this current Liberal government. And now we are here today debating an agreement that has had very limited consultation from stakeholders, which this government promised would never happen again after rushing the Canada-United States-Mexico agreement through the House. Madam Speaker, because this government chose to watch the clock tick instead of negotiating a deal for over a year, we are now in the position of debating an agreement that has very little industry and labor consultation and still does not provide the long-term certainty producers are looking for in the post-Brexit era. But I mean, let's be honest here, consultation has never been this government's strong suit. Take the example of when the government first stepped away from the negotiating table in March 2019. Even if this government tries to justify it doing so, what cannot be justified is the complete bombshell they dropped on our producers here in Canada. In fact, Madam Speaker, following the pullout of negotiations, the Canadian Association of Importers and Exporters, Inc., stated that they were not consulted whatsoever on the decision. How could a government be so incompetent and lazy as not to even think about consulting with such an important stakeholder? Our producers expected their government to stop negotiating when a deal had been reached. Instead, without notice, they were blindsided with this government's sudden decision. Perhaps just as disturbing is this government's or this agreement's lack of a sunset clause. While the deal does provide a goal of reaching a new permanent agreement by the end of the year, how are Canadians supposed to trust this government when these Liberals have done nothing but repeatedly drop the ball over and over again on the issue of trade? Are they going to wait for over a year again to re-engage? Or are we just supposed to accept that this is a new permanent trade agreement? Madam Speaker, how are Canadians and our producers supposed to trust that this government will work on their behalf when they spent years insisting that the Canadian-UK deal would be getting done, only to step away from the table and come back a year later when it was already too late? The government procrastinated, and instead of a head start, they dithered away all their time. Instead of debating a bill ringing in a new era between Canada and the United Kingdom, we are forced to debate a temporary agreement that just kicks the can way down the road. Our producers need access to markets, but they also need certainty. The deal provides the access, but again, Madam Speaker, there is no certainty here. And throw another wrench into the entire process, the Prime Minister proved once again why the most important foreign leaders in the world and our key strategic allies have little respect for his abilities. In November, only a couple months ago, he declared that the UK lacked the bandwidth to finalize an agreement. Yet, in the time between when his government stepped away from the negotiating table in March 2019 and when the Prime Minister made this uneducated statement, the UK signed trade agreements with over a dozen countries, including Japan, literally 17 days before the Prime Minister made that uneducated remark. And it's another example of the Prime Minister alienating our trade allies. And if he isn't careful, he's going to end up having another world leader publicly criticizing him on how he acts when he's supposed to be representing our great country. The former Australian Prime Minister, Malcolm Turnbull, tore off this Prime Minister's mask of respectability when he criticized him for being, and I quote, flaky, humiliating other world leaders during the Trans-Pacific Partnership talks and more focused on his colorful socks than securing a trade deal. In fact, Turnbull said that the world leaders negotiating TPP were even ready to leave Canada out of the deal.
We are out. out of time. We are out of time. We have to go to questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I got a real kick out of this member when he said, no, there were barely any deals before 2006, and then suddenly the Conservatives came along and deals were opening up everywhere and they were making new trade deals. Yeah, there's also the fact that the world economy was opening around the same time, and many nations were dropping tariffs throughout the world, especially in particular developing nations, and they were opening up their economies to these trade deals. And so that's probably the reality of why that happened. It's the equivalent of saying, in 2006 there were only 5 million people on Facebook, but by the time we left office there were 50 million. We're responsible for all of that. Madam Speaker, would this member not agree that a good trade deal now, one that provides continuity for Canadians when we move through this global pandemic, is what we need for stability of our economy right now, so that we can work out the deal long term down the road, but right now we need continuity for Canadian businesses?
The Honourable Member for Oshawa.
Well, absolutely, Madam Speaker. That's exactly what we need, and that's exactly what we don't have. We're debating a continuity agreement instead of the real agreement that they've had 5 years to put together. And Madam Speaker, I'd like to just talk a little bit about correcting the facts with this member. And next Liberal Speaker, I would love them to just name one agreement where they actually started a negotiation, completed the negotiation, and signed it. Every single one of their accomplishments, the positive accomplishments they've made, were treaties negotiated under our government, primarily by the member of from Abbotsford. The CUSMA, which they claim is so wonderful, is an agreement that, according to the CD Howe and the Global Affairs, not Conservatives, is a worse agreement than the previous NAFTA. Canadian industry relies on their government to open doors, improve the economy, not make it worse, and the Liberal record is steadfast, worse agreements if they even get one signed.
Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Abbotsford.
Well, I want to thank my colleague for his excellent speech. And I noticed the member for Kingston and the Islands criticizing the Conservative record on trade. In fact, Conservatives are the leaders on trade. And I would ask this member to perhaps expand on the Liberal failures on trade going back to when John Turner ran an election opposing free trade with the United States. Can you imagine that? And then later on, when NAFTA was being debated, the Liberals were against NAFTA. Of course, later on, they had a conversion and they supported NAFTA. But all the way along, it's always Conservatives who take the lead. Perhaps my colleague could expand on those comments that he just made.
The Honourable Member for Oshawa.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And absolutely, one of the things that we can count on the Liberals to be is inconsistent and incompetent when dealing with a trade file. As you quite rightly pointed out, going back to John Turner, they fought an election against the Canada-U.S. Free Trade Agreement, and again, when Mexico was brought into the agreement. But we don't have to look very far back to 2015, for example, Madam Speaker, when the original Trans-Pacific Partnership was actually completed, the negotiations during that election. And our Prime Minister, with his first international trade agreement, or trade junket, went down and managed to screw it up. Even Mr. Obama, this was Mr. Obama's deal that included the United States, was saying that our Prime Minister would be a signatory. And when our Prime Minister embarrassed us, backed out of that deal, it wasn't long after, Madam Speaker, that the nails in the coffin of the Keystone XL, when his best buddy, Mr. Obama, made sure that that deal didn't go through, and there were repercussions because of his quote-unquote, to quote Prime Minister Turnbull, his flakiness. Madam Speaker, our Prime Minister, unfortunately, needs to get to work.
Just time for one more question before.
In ways that benefit Canadians, not harm them.
Time for one more question from the Honourable Member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I get a kick out of the Conservatives talking about this great record on trade when it has hollowed out our manufacturing base and put us, in this position where we need to export raw resources from this country, to the point where when we can't get a pipeline, we have to have an emergency debate about shipping raw resources out of this country because it affects our economy so badly. You know, we needed to protect workers in this country. We needed to protect our manufacturing base. We needed to protect our pharmaceutical industry. We needed to protect Canadian jobs, and these trade agreements have not done that.
We need to give time to the honourable member from Oshawa to have a 15-second answer.
Well, I love to answer questions from the Green Party that is the party against development of any kind. But he brought up pipelines, Madam Speaker, and that's an incredibly serious failure of this government, whether it's Keystone or Line 5. And I'm sure Canadians can count on that member over there to be cheering Yahoo, like his leader said when that announcement was made. It's shameful, Madam Speaker.
And it is now time for statements by members. The honourable member for Richmond Hill. For Richmond Hill is on mute. Okay. He's not anymore.
Madam Speaker, COVID-19 has further highlighted many challenges that continue to impact our mental health and wellness. The CMHA found that 87% of Canadians do not have access to mental health support, and in total, 1.6 million Canadians' needs will go unmet each year. We as a nation must work towards building capacity and improving access to mental health services, as well as addressing the socioeconomic determinants of health. This highlights the need for a strategic and focused investment that is supported by research. Adopting wellness practices such as daily exercise, healthy eating, sufficient sleep, strong relationship, and helping others are beneficial to maintaining our mental wellness. I want to commend the community organizations who are working to address the mental illness and wellness. We must recognize there is no health without mental health. On special days like today, we raise awareness regarding mental health and well-being in Canada. However, the conversation must not stop when today ends. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Kootenay-Columbia.
Madam Speaker, Canada and the United States are in the process of negotiations to renew the Columbia River Treaty. Global Affairs is working closely with the province, Columbia Basin First Nations, and local communities. As the treaty is primarily in the federal riding of Kootenay-Columbia, I wrote to the Minister of Intergovernmental Affairs respectfully requesting I be delegated observer status. It is important to ensure those impacted by the negotiation, hundreds of millions in revenue, be given a voice. My knowledge of the area would be beneficial as an observer during the negotiations. A modernized treaty must be favorable to the Kootenay-Columbians and include cooperative development of water resources, flood risk management, power generation, and recreation like Koocanusa. Of equal importance is the reintroduction of the salmon to the upper Columbia River. At its inception, the treaty displaced over 270,000 acres of our ecosystem, including local farmers, ranchers, Indigenous communities. Mr. Speaker, this is an important issue in my riding. I look forward to hearing from the Minister at his earliest convenience.
The honourable member for West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Mr. Speaker, the 2,500 search and rescue volunteers in BC provide an invaluable service in our province. I know the Pemberton, Whistler, Squamish, and North Shore search and rescue crews have been working tirelessly to respond to emergency distress calls this year, having been deployed almost 1,600 times since April. In a typical year, Whistler search and rescue encounters 2 to 3 fatalities, but this month has already seen 4 tragic deaths. This includes Max Vinegar, a young man who fell into a tree well while skiing and did not survive despite best efforts to save him. While the snow conditions have been outstanding and we rightly seek refuge in the incredible natural environment in our backyard, I ask that you observe the following safety precautions no matter your skill level. Always plan your route, ensure you have the appropriate equipment, check daily snow conditions with Avalanche Canada, designate a person to expect your return, and should you find yourself in distress, call 911 as it could save your life. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Montcalm. Mr. Speaker, let's take advantage of Bell's Let's Talk Day to express ourselves on mental health. It's all the more important because behind the COVID-19 pandemic, there lies another. Our mental health is deteriorating because of all the sacrifices we've imposed upon ourselves, nobly and with honor, to save lives. There's no shame in saying that we feel that the stress is catching up with us, that we're anxious or depressed. Everyone could need help. Anyone could need help. And there is help available, and we mustn't hesitate to seek it out. In Quebec, we have mental health care professionals who are very competent, and we can rely on them. Consult 811 or the Quebec government site to find out what resources are available. Above all, lend an ear to your loved ones, listen to each other, and take care of yourselves. The Honourable Member for Alfred Pellan. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to begin by wishing my colleagues and all Canadians a healthy 2021, with a special thought for my dad, who left us 16 years ago. Today is Bell Let's Talk Day, a chance for each of us to talk mental health. With the pandemic, our mental health has been put to the test. The lockdown and the curfew in Quebec are having a major impact on the emotional health of my community of Alfred Pellan. That's why it's all the more important to turn to a loved one, a helpline, or a health professional. Above all, remember, you are not alone. We'll get through this together. Meanwhile, take care of yourself, take care of each other, and take care of your mental health. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Abbotsford.
It's been 15 years since I was given the opportunity to represent the people of Abbotsford in Parliament. Much has transpired over the past decade and a half, but nothing quite like this past year. I've seen our community come together in a way that is truly remarkable. This should not come as a surprise, as Abbotsford consistently ranks as the most generous community in Canada. I want to thank the many frontline workers who have given so much of themselves, those at the Abbotsford Regional Hospital, those in our many care homes, the first responders, paramedics, our Abbey PD and fire rescue services, our farmers, and those who continue to work in our grocery stores, our teachers and their students, essential workers of every kind who had to adjust to a new normal. Mr. Speaker, these are just some of the heroes who stepped up when they were needed the most. Thank you to everyone in Abbotsford, from youngest to oldest, for doing your part in keeping us all safe. May God bless you all.
The Honourable Member for Kings Hants.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise in the House to recognize the appointment of one of my constituents, Ray Ivany, to the Order of Canada, the former president of Acadia University in Kings Hants and a Cape Breton native who began his academic career as a faculty member at Cape Breton University, where he subsequently served as executive vice president. He was instrumental in the development of the Nova Scotia Community College, where he served as president and CEO, and in recognition of his tireless contributions to the NSCC, the Dartmouth campus was named the Ivany campus in his honor. Ray served as the chair of a commission on Nova Scotia's economic future, which produced a report, Now or Never, an urgent call to action for Nova Scotians, that provided an economic roadmap to government and to the private sector. His report championed the importance of immigration, and as Nova Scotia's population reaches 1 million, he can be credited as an important catalyst for action. The motto of the Order of Canada, "They deserve a better country," is suitable to describe Ray's commitment to public service, and I hope all members of this House will join me in recognizing his contribution.
The Honourable Member for Brampton South.
Mr. Speaker, 1 in 5 Canadians were struggling with their mental health before the pandemic, but it has taken a great toll on many in our country. We hear about loneliness and depression among our seniors, anxiety in our youth, and domestic violence faced by women. In the Health Committee, we heard that since the start of the pandemic, level of high depression in Canada have doubled, and high anxiety has grown by 4 times. Organizations like CMHA, Peel, Soch Mental Health, Roots, Indus Community Services, PCHS, Boys and Girls Club, and many more have played an important role in supporting mental health in Brampton. Last April, our government launched Wellness Together Canada to connect people with the support services. For most people who are suffering, the hardest part is taking the first step. Today on Bell Let's Talk Day, let us remember to do our part to start our dialogue, break the stigma, and be there for those who need help. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Battleford's Lloydminster.
Mr. Speaker, documents released by the government recently confirmed what we already knew. Canadians are paying more in carbon taxes than they get back in rebates. I recently spoke to Doug from Trosick Farms in my riding, who showed me his latest carbon tax hit of $5,400. If the Prime Minister has his way, that bill will increase to over $30,000. And that's just the carbon tax on his propane, never mind the carbon tax on everything else. Our farmers are taking a huge hit to their bottom line with no acknowledgement of their environmental contributions. This Liberal government's plan to triple the carbon tax will only further devastate farm businesses and farm families. They need a Conservative Prime Minister who treats them with respect and who will secure their future. The middle of a pandemic is not time for higher taxes. But you know what, Mr. Speaker? It's a great opportunity for this Liberal government to abandon their failed carbon tax completely.
The honourable member for Mississauga East.
Mr. Speaker, today I have the pleasure of highlighting Tamil Heritage Month during the month of January. Adopted unanimously by Parliament in 2016, this month provides Canadians an opportunity to celebrate the vibrant culture and significant contributions of Tamil Canadians to Canada's social and economic fabric. Thanks to our MP for Scarborough Rouge Park, this year many of us had the wonderful virtual opportunity to learn more about Tamil culture and heritage, and to recognize the many contributions Tamil Canadians have made to our great nation. January is an especially significant month for the Tamil community, celebrating Thai Pongal, the Tamil Harvest Festival. Belated Putthandu Thai Pongal, Null Vastukal. Tamil Canadians have overcome tremendous obstacles and have made significant contributions to the growth and prosperity of Canada. We will forever celebrate Tamil heritage for future generations by having declared January every year Tamil Heritage Month.
Honourable member for Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday's anniversary of the liberation of Auschwitz is iconic in the struggle against anti-Semitism. Tomorrow is the 4th anniversary of the shooting at the Centre Islamique du Québec, equally iconic of our opposition to Islamophobia. The two hatreds are two sides of the same coin. Therefore, yesterday it was appropriate to say never again on behalf of all victims of anti-religious hatred, regardless of their faith. Likewise, tomorrow, the best way to show solidarity with Canada's Muslims is to pledge ourselves to oppose all anti-religious violence, regardless of the target. To deprive the simplistic ideologies of group identity and group hatred of oxygen, we must never, even in the name of sympathy, single out the victim groups as the existential other. They are us. Yesterday, there was a sense in which we were all Jews. Tomorrow, there is a sense in which we are all Muslims, and every day we are all family.
The honourable member for Caribou Prince George.
Mr. Speaker, today is Bell Let's Talk Day, and it's time to talk about mental health. Moreover, it's time for action. As leaders, we must do everything in our power to break the stigma and to break down the barriers for Canadians seeking help. We can leave a legacy of action by being the change that is needed. We can lead the way by having honest and frank discussions. Let's show Canadians that it's okay not to be okay, and it's okay to talk about mental health and mental illness. Mental health challenges do not discriminate, and mental health affects us all. So, Mr. Speaker, let's talk. My name is Todd Doherty. I'm the Member of Parliament for Caribou Prince George. Mental illness and suicide have had a devastating impact on my life. I've lost friends and loved ones to suicide, and I have family members who continue to battle mental illness. And I struggle with these losses, and I live with the physical and emotional scars of this every day. Today, use Bell Let's Talk hashtag on your social media platforms, but more importantly, talk to your friends, reach out to your family, talk to your colleagues, ask them if they're okay. No one should suffer in silence. Let's continue the conversation. Let's end the stigma. Mr. Speaker, let's talk.
The honourable member for Victoria.
Mr. Speaker, today is Tu B'Shvat, the Jewish New Year for the trees. It's a time to honor the Jewish tradition of responsible stewardship of the earth, to reflect on the interconnectedness of everything in creation, and to commit to environmental justice. Victoria is home to the Congregation Emmanuel, Canada's oldest synagogue in continuous use. Along with Greater Victoria acting together, they are engaging in the Tuesdays for Trees campaign and are planning a project with First Nations youth to help remove foreign invasive species. The congregation usually celebrates Tu B'Shvat by spending time outdoors together. And although this year has to be different, they've still found a way to celebrate by encouraging people to get out into nature, to share their stories, their photos, and videos online. When discussing Tu B'Shvat, Rabbi Harry also spoke about the deep urgency of the environmental crisis, the need for a paradigm shift in how we relate to the earth, and about the idea that the land does not belong to us, we belong to the land. Today, let's all take a moment to stop and reflect on our relationship with nature and our responsibility to care for the earth.
The honourable member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday, at last, the House of Commons got behind the Bloc Québécois in calling unanimously on the government to grant citizenship to Raif Badawi. Quebecers expect all MPs to keep their word, especially the Prime Minister and the Global Affairs Minister. In 2015, before taking office, both publicly questioned what Ottawa was waiting for in seeking his release. They said Canadians stood in solidarity and would put up a united front. Over 5 years later, they've done nothing. But today there is a united front here in the House of Commons. It's time to act. The Minister of Immigration must immediately grant Mr. Badawi citizenship. The Global Affairs Minister must restart talks with Saudi Arabia with a view to securing this Canadian citizen's release. And I expect the Prime Minister to show absolute leadership. Ensaf Haidar and her children have waited long enough, and Raif Badawi has suffered enough. Thank you.
Member for Lakeland.
Mr. Speaker, the veto of Keystone XL wasn't surprising, but it was a major blow to tens of thousands of families in Alberta and across Canada. Oil and gas is the biggest private sector investor in Canada's economy, employs 500,000 Canadians, even after historic job losses under these Liberals, and is crucial to secure the recovery. Canada's oil and gas is world class with the highest environmental and social standards. The world needs and wants more Canadian oil and gas, and so do Canadians. But Canada is wholly dependent on the U.S. as a customer, while Canadians in many regions have to rely on foreign oil with much lower standards due to the Liberals' anti-energy agenda that killed the only west to east pipeline proposal, stopped West Coast shipping, and will block future pipelines. The Prime Minister shut down Canadian oil while the U.S. ramped up. It's now the world's biggest producer and exporter and is eyeing Line 5, which supplies Ontario and Quebec. The Liberals must reverse course to secure Canadian energy independence. Canadians need a Prime Minister who will secure jobs, secure our economy, and secure our future.
The honourable member for Dorval-Lachine-LaSalle.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In general, the start of a new year brings hope and new resolutions. In normal times, it can also bring winter blaws that we get through by clinging to the promise of the return of beautiful spring days.
Like last year, 2021 so far is no regular year. The mental health challenges we are currently facing as a nation are significant. Trying our best not to lose sight of better days to come can be challenging. Sometimes hope and willingness to thrive, no matter the circumstances, can get tangled in despair, especially in the context of self-isolation and loneliness. Des ressources se trouvent sur...
There are resources available on the federal government website, and help can be as simple as a sympathetic ear. More than ever, let's pull together for what is hopefully the home stretch in this race against the pandemic. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Oral questions. Question orale. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, Line 5 provides all the jet fuel for Pearson Airport and most of the propane used in home heating in Ontario. The Pipe Fitters Union says that 6,500 trades jobs will be affected if Line 5 is shut down. Another 20,000 spin-off jobs could also be at risk. Is the Prime Minister finally going to stand up for Canadian energy workers, or will there be more pink slips delivered this spring?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Muriel?
Mr. Speaker, our government understands very well the importance of the energy sector and energy workers.
I'm just going to interrupt for a second. The Honourable Minister?
As Finance Minister,
I'm not sure if they can hear me, but we're having someone's looking for Muriel. I'm sure Muriel will answer. We'll just leave that one there. But I want to make sure that everyone mutes their microphones. And if you don't mind, we'll take this one from the top because there was some interference and one of the question wasn't coming across well. So I'll let the Honourable Leader of the Opposition go from the top and we'll go from there. Like it never happened. There we go.
I hope they find Muriel. This is another shot at this, Mr. Speaker. Line 5, that pipeline, provides all the jet fuel for Pearson Airport and most of the propane that Ontario's homes use to heat their home in the winter. The Pipe Fitters Union says that 6,500 trades jobs will be lost if the line is shut. Another 20,000 spin-off jobs could be lost as well. Is the Prime Minister finally going to stand up for Canadian energy workers, or will more families receive pink slips this spring?
Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, our government understands very clearly the importance of the energy sector to the Canadian economy and the importance of the energy sector as a provider of valuable, high-paying, very often union jobs. As Finance Minister, I am very aware of this and very aware of the importance of the energy sector in contributing to Canada's balance of trade. So yes, Mr. Speaker, our government has and will continue to stand up for the energy sector and for energy workers.
Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the Deputy Prime Minister is aware her government shut down 2 pipelines and now the Americans are trying to do the same. Line 5 has operated safely for decades. But now its future hangs in the balance because the governor of Michigan wants to shut it down. The U.S. Department of Transport will have the final say on whether Line 5 survives this threat. Why is the Prime Minister sitting back as the United States considers shutting down another Canadian pipeline?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as I have said, our government understands very well the importance of the energy sector to the Canadian economy, the importance of the energy sector as a provider of great, high-paying, often unionized jobs, and the importance of the energy sector as a contributor to our balance of trade. When it comes to the trading relationship with the United States, let me say, Mr. Speaker, our government has a lot of experience in dealing with a sometimes volatile but always essential relationship, and we're going to keep on doing just that.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, The Economist has shown that most Canadians will be vaccinated 6 months after the United States, the United Kingdom, and the European Union have all completed their vaccine rollout. And that was before the latest cut of another 500,000 doses for Canada. Weeks ago, the Prime Minister said he had a plan for 367,000 doses per week. Now the Prime Minister will only deliver 15% of what he promised just a few weeks ago. Is 15% a success in the eyes of the Deputy Prime Minister?
Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, let me remind Canadians of the situation with vaccines. Canada has secured 10 doses of vaccine per Canadian, and we have the most diverse and extensive vaccine portfolio in the world. More than 1.1 million doses have already arrived in Canada. 6 million will arrive by the end of the first quarter, and every Canadian who wants to be vaccinated will be by September.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
À la vitesse qu'on roule, la campagne.
At the rate we're going, the vaccine campaign presented by the Prime Minister in December will not be a reality, will not become a reality for 18 months. It's a failure. With this Liberal government, we will be behind Europe, the UK, and the US and other countries at every stage in the pandemic. Delays are a question of life and death. Why is this Prime Minister always late in responding to this crisis? The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I agree that vaccines are an urgent matter, and this is a priority for our government. That is why we have obtained 10 vaccine doses per capita. Canada has already received more than 1.1 million doses, and it will receive 6 million by the end of the first quarter. All Canadians who want to receive a vaccine will be able to do so by September 2021. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Urgent, Mr. Speaker? 2 weeks ago, the Prime Minister said that Pfizer would be sending 337,000 doses per week. But 1 week later, we'd only received 79,000 doses. This week, 0 doses. Each week is worse than the previous one, Mr. Speaker. The provinces are ready. Where are the promised vaccines? The Deputy Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to underscore that Canada has already received 1.1 million doses, and that we will receive 6 million doses in total by the end of the quarter. The Prime Minister and the entire government are very committed to this urgent work. The Prime Minister himself just spoke with the heads of Pfizer, Moderna, and AstraZeneca. We will keep on working. The Honourable Member for La Prairie. Mr. Speaker, we learned today from journalist Philippe Bonneville that more than 5,000 tourists returning to Canada were put up in a hotel by the federal government. They were being housed and fed on the taxpayers' dime, Mr. Speaker. It's incredible. In fact, by the 31st of October, we had already paid $73 million out of pocket to put up people at a hotel for 14 days for people who had traveled during the pandemic while everyone else was making sacrifices. We agree with mandatory quarantines, but the travelers should pay themselves. When will the government do something to send them the bill? The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, this program was not designed to encourage Canadians to ignore clear public health guidelines against international travel. I would like to take a moment to say to Canadians, we should not be traveling now. We are taking immediate measures to end this problem so that international travels may not access this benefit. And I know that opposition MPs will be supporting us in that effort. The Honourable Member for La Prairie. The Deputy Prime Minister didn't answer my question. She just addressed the issue of the $1,000. And I'm just getting to that. Those people, while they were being put up in a hotel on the taxpayers' dime, weren't able to work. So what happened? The government ended up offering them $1,000 to compensate for their lack of income. We're making a mockery of ourselves, Mr. Speaker. The government should do 3 things, and I hope it's listening. Firstly, make tourists who claimed $1,000 for their quarantine since the 3rd of October to refund the money. Secondly, mandate monitored quarantines paid for by the travelers. And thirdly, send the bill to all those who spent their quarantine in a hotel for free. When will the government act? The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, once again, I'd like to underscore for all Canadians and Quebecers that we should not travel abroad at the moment. It's dangerous for the country and it's dangerous for our communities. Regarding the program, we are taking immediate steps to resolve the programs to ensure that international travelers cannot access that benefit. And we are also working on measures at the border to make the situation even more strict, although there are already strict measures in place. The Honourable Member for Burnaby South. Mr. Speaker, The provinces have learned that Canada will be receiving 3.5 million doses of the COVID vaccine instead of the $6 million promised by the Prime Minister. Fewer vaccines will lead to more infections and more deaths. What will the Prime Minister do to ensure that we get enough doses to vaccinate the entire population? What is the plan? The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the plan is the following. Firstly, we have the most diverse vaccine portfolio in the world with 10 doses per Canadian. We have already received 1.1 million doses. We will receive 6 million by the end of the first quarter. And all Canadians who want to get vaccinated will be able to get the vaccine by September 2021.
For Burnaby South.
Mr. Speaker, that is not a plan. Those are some goals, but Canadians need to know what the plan is to achieve those goals. Provinces learned today that there's only 3.5 million doses instead of the 6 million promised. We know that less doses means more infection and more death. We need a clear plan. So my question to the Prime Minister is, what is the plan? What is the plan to make sure everyone in our country is vaccinated? Lay out that plan in detail so Canadians can rest assured. What is the plan?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians are rightly focused on vaccines, and so is our government. And that's why I'm glad to have the chance to offer Canadians these facts and this plan. We have the most diverse and extensive vaccine portfolio in the world, 10 doses per Canadian. 1.1 million doses have already arrived in our country, 6 million by the end of the first quarter, and every Canadian who wants to be vaccinated will be by September.
L'honorable député de Charbot.
The Honourable Member for Charbot-Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, this government set a goal of vaccinating all Canadians who want to be vaccinated by the end of September. If we want to meet that goal, we will need 60 million doses, 2 per person. So we need 2 million doses per week. How many will be missing this week? 2 million. And next week, 1.9 million. Who will be left out due to this failure? The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to begin by saying that we have a very solid plan in place with 7 vaccine manufacturers, and our strategy from the very beginning is to ensure that Canadians have access to a vaccine by the end of September. We have 4 million vaccines coming into this country prior to the end of the quarter, 20 million from approved vaccine suppliers by the end of the second quarter, and all Canadians will have access to a vaccine prior to the end of September. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Charbot-Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, we've already heard this story about having the biggest portfolio in the world with 10 doses per capita. We've heard that plenty of times. But the problem now is that we've heard that next week we're only going to get 79,000 doses from Pfizer. All of that doesn't add up. What I want to know is why the minister canceled a 16 million dose contract with Moderna.
Mr. Speaker, it's inaccurate to say that we canceled a contract with Moderna. On the contrary, Moderna is providing 2 million vaccines to Canada this quarter alone, and we have secured 40 million vaccine doses from Moderna in total. In addition, Mr. Speaker, I would like to say that Susan Athey, a professor at the University of Stratford, a leader in vaccine strategy, says that Canada is a role model around the world, Mr. Speaker. That's because of our vaccine strategy, which has been in place and will deliver for Canadians this year. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Calgary Nose Hill.
I think my colleague has a point, Mr. Speaker. We actually need about 2 million doses per week to meet the need if you do the math on it. Yet we're behind 2 million doses this week. We're going to be behind 1.9 million doses next week and 1.9 million doses the week after. This math just isn't really working out for me. So if we're about 6 million doses behind, when are those coming?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable member for her question. The reality is, Mr. Speaker, that this is a global environment which is extremely competitive as all companies ramp up their supply chains. We will receive 6 million doses of vaccines from Pfizer and Moderna prior to the end of the quarter, 20 million from approved vaccine suppliers prior to the end of Q2, and prior to the end of the third quarter, all Canadians will have access to a vaccine should they want to. That's why, Mr. Speaker, people from around the globe and within Canada are hailing Canada's strategy relating to vaccine. I point to Professor Chagla, Professor Kindrachuk, an assistant professor at the University of Manitoba, as well as Lurianne Hadcastle from the University of Calgary itself. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Well, if we want to quote people, The Economist magazine said that Canada is not going to be vaccinated until 2022. So again, by our math, we should be getting about 2 million doses per week to make the September timeline. Yet the minister is saying that we're only going to be getting 6 million doses by the end of March. We should be getting 8 million doses by the end of February. So if we're 2 million short this week, 1.9 million short next week, and 1.9 million short the week after that, what are they doing to make up the shortfall?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable member for her question. I don't believe shortfall is the accurate term to use. Indeed, we have the most diverse portfolio in the world, and we are assuring Canadians that of approved vaccines alone, there will be sufficient numbers to vaccinate all Canadians prior to the end of September. There's a significant ramp up that is required in the global supply chain, Mr. Speaker, and we need to acknowledge the global environment that we are operating under. Notwithstanding that, Canada is extremely well placed, and we will make sure Canadians have access to vaccines. That's my priority as procurement minister and our priority as a government. Thank you.
The honourable member for Carleton.
Speaker, do you want the good news or the bad news? Well, we'll start with the good news. We all need a boost. IMF's out with its revised projections for economic growth, and the world growth output is up. Advanced economies projected output up. American GDP output way up, almost double. Now for the bad news. Canada's is 1/3 lower than projected just back in October. That's equal to $30 billion of lost GDP, lost paychecks for Canadians. So now that Canadians will not have those paychecks, what does this government expect them to do? Put it all on the credit card?
The honourable minister.
Based on the tremendous uncertainty about the future path of the, and there is tremendous variance among economists' forecasts. Is the Bank of Canada's Monetary Policy Report, which came out last week and predicted a 4% growth rate in 2021. It's also worth pointing out that in November, the Canadian economy outperformed forecasts on jobs and GDP growth.
The honourable member for Carleton.
Well, Mr. Speaker, something strange happened in October. The IMF had us growing this year at 5.2%. Now it's 3.6%. That's a massive drop. And the only thing that's happened since then is that the government has released a phantasmic economic statement and a speech from the throne full of crazy ideas to re-engineer our entire economy. Even a former Liberal advisor is out saying this government will have spent $1 trillion to achieve nothing for our economy. So once again, with $30 billion of lost GDP and lost paychecks along with it, what does this government expect all those jobless people to do to pay their bills? Are they just expected to put it on the credit card?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, our government's priority today is fighting and conquering the coronavirus. We absolutely understand that some provinces and territories, all provinces and territories, have put in place some restrictions, necessary restrictions to fight the virus, and we support that work. The best economic policy for Canada right now is a strong health policy. And that is why the Government of Canada is providing strong support to Canadian workers and Canadian businesses to get through to the other side of the coronavirus. Once we get there, we will come roaring back, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député de Pierre-Boucher.
The honourable member for Pierre-Boucher Les Patriotes Verchères. Mr. Speaker, I can't believe that I am once again being forced to ask the Prime Minister when he will close the borders. It makes no sense. How can it be that today he still hasn't banned non-essential flights? How is it possible that today quarantines still haven't been mandated and are not being monitored? How can it be that people who are smart enough to cancel their trip are not getting their tickets refunded? What is happening? When is action going to be taken? The Honourable Minister.
L'honorable ministre.
Mr. Speaker, since the beginning of the pandemic, our government took the spread of the virus extremely seriously. We have advised Canadians to cancel all non-essential travel. We have banned foreigners from entering the country. We've required arrivals to quarantine for 14 days. Now we're requiring arrivals to be pre-tested before entering Canada. And Mr. Speaker, we are currently examining further options and policy decisions to restrict our border. Thank you for the question.
L'honorable député de Pierre.
The honourable member for Pierre-Boucher Les Patriotes Verchères. Well, this story is getting pretty old, Mr. Speaker. The same thing keeps happening over and over. During the first wave, the Prime Minister delayed taking action on the borders for so long that the City of Montreal ended up having to take action at the airport. And now in the second wave, the government of Quebec is having to monitor quarantines, or at least is trying to, because the federal government is doing absolutely nothing. To govern well means to be able to look ahead, but this Prime Minister is not even capable of reacting to what's already happened.
Mr. Speaker, last March, we told travelers entering Canada to self-isolate for 14 days to prevent the spread of COVID-19 in Canada. We've since strengthened our measures at the border. Travelers returning to Canada are subject to a mandatory 14-day isolation under the Quarantine Act and must provide a negative PCR test before boarding their flight into Canada. With this, we are protecting the health and safety of returning Canadians and those who are around them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Avignon, La Métis, Matane, Matapédia. Mr. Speaker, 486 cases of COVID-19 were found among travelers from holiday travelers who returned to Canada, and they infected 1,250 other people. That's twice as high as the preceding month. These trips abroad, encouraged by the inaction of the Prime Minister, have led to the virus spreading. In addition to ensuring that these irresponsible people who travel and end up respecting their quarantine period, the Prime Minister needs to ban non-essential flights once and for all, and must make sure that those who have cancelled their trips get their tickets refunded. With the spring break coming up, what is the Prime Minister waiting for?
Monsieur le Président, nous l'avons clairement dit.
Mr. Speaker, we have said very clearly from the very beginning that Canadians should not travel for non-essential reasons. That is the position we have taken since March. And these travelers do need to spend 14 days in quarantine when they return and respect that quarantine. Recently, we have decided to add tests before the beginning of their trip back to Canada. And we are now considering additional measures to further restrict travel abroad. Thank you.
The honourable member for Regina Louvain.
Mr. Speaker, NAV Canada is planning to close air traffic control towers across the country. One of those control towers is in Regina at the International Airport. I met with NAV Canada officials on December the 4th and talked about the process to close these towers and how they will decide which ones will be shuttered. They said this process would take months. However, to the Transport Minister, why is it Regina Airport employees received notice of layoffs on January 14th if this report is not even finished yet?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the safety and security of the traveling public is top priority of mine and top priority of our government. NAV Canada has undertaken several studies to assess the level of service needed. no decision has been made. It's important to note that any changes in the level of service proposed by NAV Canada will be subjected to a rigorous safety assessment by Transport Canada. The process provides for full consultation with all affected stakeholders. No compromise on safety will be taken, Mr. Speaker.
For Calgary Midnapore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, 3 weeks ago, we found out that foreign airlines are receiving Canadian funds from Canadian taxpayers. Yet today we are hearing that 2 of these foreign airlines will actually be pulling out of the Canadian market after having received our funding. Does the minister still think that it was a good idea to help foreign airlines before helping the airlines right here at home?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I believe the member opposite is referring to the wage subsidy program. And let me just say that that program has been an essential part of our federal government's work during this unprecedented pandemic. It has played an essential role in helping more than 4 million Canadians keep their jobs. That has been one of the most important measures, which has led to a much stronger jobs recovery in Canada than, for example, in the United States. It's an essential program, and we're glad it's in place to save Canadian jobs.
Member for Calgary Midnapore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, speaking of the United States, for 10 months, this airline sector in Canada has been struggling to survive with no help from this government. Yet it was FedEx, an American company, that was awarded the contract to distribute the Moderna vaccines. Why did this government give a sole source contract to FedEx, an American company, when so many Canadian airlines are just struggling to survive?
Honourable Minister. The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, indeed, we ran a limited competition after seeking expressions of interest from the market. We heard from various suppliers prior to signing a contract with FedEx. In fact, FedEx put forward a proposal to partner with Innomar Strategies, a Canadian distributor for vaccines. And so we actually do have some Canadian content in that distribution package. And the role is very complex. And we're very pleased that we've been able to distribute vaccines across the country.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thousands of Albertans are deeply concerned about the proposed Grassy Mountain coal mine. Open pit coal mining is a dated and destructive industry. It is an environmental disaster for water protection and an economic disaster for farmers, ranchers, and those in the tourism industry. This project will result in severe consequences for Alberta's water, and these impacts will be felt downstream in Saskatchewan, Manitoba, and the U.S. Recognizing that this will have a devastating impact on so many people, will the minister put a stop to this destructive project?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for her question. This is a development that is within provincial jurisdiction, but it is a project that we are watching very closely. Whatever processes are subject in this particular matter, we will be adhering to. It is something that we are watching very closely, and we will be discussing it with the Government of Alberta. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Windsor West.
Mr. Speaker, NAV Canada announced a study to close air traffic control towers at airports across the country, including Windsor, throwing our community into disarray as they hold non-public meetings. Windsor, Tecumseh, and Detroit's airspace is complex as it includes 5 airports. Eliminating air traffic control puts the public safety in jeopardy, especially in the dangerous Riverside descent area that already had mid-air collisions between Canadian and U.S. planes. I presented a legislative solution that empowers the minister to put public safety first and foremost. Will the minister support this proposal to become law?
Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And let me assure the honourable member that I've discussed this matter with my colleague, the parliamentary secretary, who's from Windsor. And then let me repeat, the safety and security of the traveling public is our government's top priority. As I said earlier, NAV Canada is undertaking several studies to assess the level of service needs, particularly during the pandemic where there's a lot less traffic. It's important to note that any changes to level of service proposed will not compromise on safety, and it will be done in consultation with stakeholders. Eventually, Transport Canada will assess whatever decision NAV...
The Honourable Member for Northwest Territories.
Mr. Speaker, gendered violence disproportionately victimizes Indigenous women across Canada, and in particular Canada's North. A recent Stats Canada report confirms that gender-based violence is on the rise, especially against Indigenous women, and has gotten worse during the pandemic. Although a staggering 39% of women in the North report they have experienced sexual assault, the survey also found that just 1 in 8 sexual assaults was reported to police. Can the Minister of Public Safety please update this House on what the RCMP is doing towards reconciliation with Indigenous people and ensure that everyone can feel safe?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to begin by thanking the member of the Northwest Territories for this very important question, and I believe we all agree that Indigenous women have a right to feel safe in their communities. The partnership between Paktuti Women of Canada and the RCMP is a very positive step forward on the National Police Force's efforts of reconciliation with Inuit women, girls, and gender-diverse persons. The agreement will review the RCMP's cultural competency training, the establishment of a family violence coordinator in Nunavut, and consultation with Inuit women on the RCMP's body-worn cameras pilot project. Our government will continue working together with provincial and territorial governments, First Nations, Inuit and Métis communities to end the ongoing national tragedy of
the Honourable Member, l'Honourable.
The Honourable Member for Richmond Arthabaska. Mr. Speaker, the U.S. has announced protectionist measures that will have disastrous consequences on Canadian businesses. According to the Canadian Federation of Independent Businesses, already 180,000 small and medium-sized businesses could shutter. This means 2.4 million jobs in Canada, which are at risk. After the vaccine supply fiasco and border management, now our economy is in jeopardy. What is our Prime Minister waiting for to take action? The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, to Canadian businesses and workers, I want you to know that we are actively engaging with our American partners at all levels and that we're always going to stand up for the best interests of Canadians. The Prime Minister raised this with President on their call, where he emphasized that workers in U.S. and Canada benefit from our integrated, secure, and resilient supply chains. And they've agreed that we will consult closely to avoid any measure that will constrain our bilateral trade and economic growth for our two countries. We're going to continue to work together to support a sustainable economic recovery and create jobs and grow the middle class here in Canada and in the United States. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Richmond Arthabaska. Mr. Speaker, this is an unprecedented health crisis. It's easy to send a check, but what's missing is an economic recovery plan. Our entrepreneurs are suffering, millions of jobs are in danger, and these new protectionist measures by the U.S. will be terrible. The Prime Minister is always reacting, always behind, unable to make a quick decision. What is he waiting for to protect jobs across the country? The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the Honourable Member for that question. Nothing is more important to us than working with our neighbours south of the border so that we can indeed advocate in the interest of Canadian jobs, Canadian workers, Canadian businesses. It is I think our record will speak for ourselves in our relationship with the Americans, and we continue to work hard on behalf of Canadian businesses and Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. I will quote, Mr. Speaker, Julie Payette's resignation is unprecedented and calls into question the Prime Minister's judgment he appointed her without sufficient checks. Who said that? It was Danielle Bédard, the director of the Canadian Studies Institute at the University of McGill. The Quintet firm report is unequivocal. The toxic work environment that existed for years. There were yelling, screaming, public humiliations, and the PM turned a blind eye. The Prime Minister should refuse to give her a lifetime pension. The Honourable Prime Minister.
L'Honorable Ministre.
The Honourable Minister.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's important to recognize that every Canadian deserves to go to work each day in a safe workplace, free from harassment. That includes the hardworking and dedicated employees who work at Rideau Hall. We took this matter very seriously right from the beginning and put in place an independent review process. Following that process, the Prime Minister accepted Madame Payette's resignation.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Words, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister had the report as early as January 12th. Only a highly redacted version made it to the media, and just in English, as if the Francophone community didn't deserve to know. The Prime Minister turned a blind eye voluntarily on the problematical past of the former Governor-General to satisfy his unquenchable thirst to make a big splash. Last September, in the middle of the inquiry, he said, "We have an excellent Governor-General." Is he still as proud of his choice as he was back then? The Honourable Minister.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I won't be providing comments on the specifics of the report out of respect for the privacy and confidentiality of former and current staff and others that participated. And in order to maintain that impartiality of this process, the report has been released following the appropriate redactions in accordance with the law. Everyone deserves, as I said, to work in a safe workplace, including the staff who work for the Governor-General.
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister and President Joe Biden talked about vaccinations last Friday, and I quote the Prime Minister's office. They discussed collaboration on vaccines and acknowledged that the two countries' efforts are strengthened by the flow of critical medical supplies. So now that Canada and the U.S. have agreed that the vaccine should freely circulate between the two countries, my question is quite simple. How many doses of the Pfizer vaccine did he manage to get from the U.S. for Canada? The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, nous partageons l'urgence des Canadiens.
We share the urgency of Canadians in getting access to this vaccine as soon as possible. With more than 1.1 million vaccines distributed throughout the country to date, Canada is on track for the first quarter. Our government is in charge of this file, and we will not stop until the work has been completed. The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Mr. Speaker, the government has to be looking for solutions. The Major General in charge of supply has just revealed that Pfizer will have new delivery delays. Already we weren't expecting much for next week, and now we've learned that we'll get fewer doses for the week of February 8th. And now there's fewer than 9,000 doses in Quebec. The tap is dry, Mr. Speaker. Now Canada and the United States have agreed that the vaccine should flow freely. What is the government waiting for to get the doses right from the U.S.? The Honourable Minister.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, I said and continue to say that we will receive 4 million doses from Pfizer in this quarter. I spoke with Pfizer and continue to do so and have done so personally in order to confirm the figures. Those are the facts, Mr. Speaker. We will continue to work hard for Canadians.
Number 4, Edmonton Centre.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister needs to get 2 million doses to Canada every week to make its September timeline. This week, Canada received 0 out of the 2 million, and next week doesn't look much better. This isn't a role model. Lives are at stake. My son, who was compromised, finally had hope when his 2 caregivers had appointments for their vaccines, but that quickly evaporated when they're canceled due to lack of supply. This isn't a poker game the Prime Minister is playing where he can bluff his way through. How does the Prime Minister plan to get 2 million doses next week after getting 0 this week?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the honourable member's question. And I will say that as supply chains and manufacturing for these vaccine suppliers ramp up, we are going to see increasing numbers of vaccines rolling into this country, beginning with hundreds and thousands of vaccines in February and into March, and then millions in the following quarters. Indeed, we will expect 4 million Pfizer vaccines, 2 million Moderna vaccines this quarter, 20 million vaccines from those suppliers in the second quarter. And by the end of September, all Canadians who wish to have access to a vaccine will indeed have such access. That's our commitment to retain our schedule, Mr. Speaker. We are on track.
The Honourable Member for Richmond Centre. The Honourable Member for Richmond Centre seems to be frozen. What we'll do is we'll maybe come back to her in a moment if it hopefully clears up. The Honourable Member for Yorkton Melville.
Speaker, the Prime Minister needs to get 2 million doses per week to meet his September timeline. Right now, this week, we're at 0. Next week, Canada's to receive 79,000 doses, and Canadians have not been encouraged to believe that shipments will return to normal anytime soon. This means Canada will be shorted 1.9 million doses, while the EU is actually considering an export ban on vaccines, and Canadian companies with the capacity to produce vaccines have been put on the back burner by this government. Who's going to be left out next week when we're 1.9 million doses short?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, while the opposition sows doubt among Canadians, we are working tirelessly to get vaccines to Canadians. Our aggressive approach is being noticed. Industry experts and researchers are recognizing that Canada is indeed a role model in vaccine procurement. Professor Susan Athey from the University of Stanford, a leader in vaccine strategy, has referred to Canada as a role model around the world. We know more work lies ahead, and we will continue to be tireless in ensuring all Canadians who choose to be vaccinated will receive one by the end of September. 4 million from Pfizer and 2 million from Moderna in this quarter alone, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Vimy.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, since the beginning of the pandemic, many businesses in the tourism, hotel, arts and culture sector have been hard hit. Many of them have been able to benefit from government programs such as the wage subsidy or the Canadian Emergency Business Account, but they still need help. The government launched a new program for sectors that were the hardest hit. Can the Minister of Small Business tell us how this program will help businesses in my riding? The Honourable Minister.
Monsieur le Président, je remercie.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the member for her advocacy on behalf of businesses in Vimy.
To be hard hit and struggling with reduced revenues and uncertainty because of COVID-19. And on Tuesday, our government launched the new Highly Affected Sectors Credit Availability Program, otherwise called HASCAP, as another way of providing a critical lifeline to our hardest hit businesses. HASCAP will provide 100% government guaranteed low interest loans from $25,000 to $1 million. And for those businesses with multiple locations under one entity, up to $6.25 million, so that they can bridge to the other side of this pandemic. Our government will always stand up for our amazing small businesses and entrepreneurs in Canada.
The Honourable Member for Kenora.
Mr. Speaker, in 2016, this government promised high-speed internet to the communities of Madsen and Shoal Lake 39 in my riding. This funding was announced 5 years ago, yet these communities are still waiting for improved service. So if it was not to deliver high-speed internet as promised, where was this funding actually spent?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we are moving forward with great urgency and great focus to connect every Canadian to high-speed internet. In our first mandate, we supported our partners to connect 1.7 million households across the country. In this mandate, the Universal Broadband Fund is already working. We approved the first project under the program in Alberta, which connects 7,179 households to this important and essential service. Another project northeast of Sudbury will bring high-speed internet access to 74 households. 68 of them are Indigenous, and every day we get closer to connecting every Canadian. If my colleague wants to speak...
The Honourable Member for Yellowhead.
Mr. Speaker, for many rural Canadians, including thousands in my riding, wireless high-speed internet is the only broadband solution available. Internet in my riding is offered to constituents at speeds of 0 megabytes and up. However, with access to more spectrum, they could receive 50 megabyte download and 10 megabyte upload. Mr. Speaker, when the government is auctioning spectrum, what is it doing to hold providers accountable to ensure they deploy spectrum in rural communities?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I thank my colleague for his important advocacy, both with spectrum auctions and subsidies for those communities where the business case to connect households to high-speed internet simply is not there. Our government is there. Spectrum options include a carve-out for smaller rural communities. We've worked diligently to ensure smaller internet service providers receive at least a third of our investment. The other third has gone to Indigenous communities, and that last third goes to larger ISPs. If my colleague wants to connect to talk about how we can support his community in getting connected, my team and I are always here for him.
The Honourable Member for Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members of BC's public fisheries have grave concerns about the upcoming 2021 fishing season and what it will mean for their families' futures. Despite recent data that supports keeping many BC fishing areas open, the Liberals have repeatedly ignored their own science and shut things down instead. The member for Abbotsford and I recently asked to meet with the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans to bring these concerns directly to her. She wouldn't spare the time and apparently couldn't care less. Why is the minister refusing to meet with us and hear the concerns of thousands of our BC public fishery families? Why?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we recognize the challenges being faced during the pandemic with regards to declining stocks as well in BC waters. We're making sure that we're doing everything we can to address these concerns. We know that public fishery has been hard hit. We will continue to work diligently with stakeholders to make sure that we can address these issues as we go forward. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Marc Aurèle Fortin. Mr. Speaker, in this beginning of the year, seniors in Quebec and across the country are dealing with social isolation due to the lockdown. Our government has reacted quickly when the crisis hit by providing strong measures, but the opposition does not have a plan to help seniors during these difficult days. Can the minister tell the House the measures that our government has taken to support seniors who are isolated throughout the pandemic? The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my colleague for Marc Aurèle Fortin for his question and his work on behalf of seniors. Our government has taken strong action to support seniors in their communities, providing over 2,000 senior serving projects through the New Horizons for Seniors program. I've been inspired by the stories of seniors connecting with their families and one another virtually for the first time as a result of these programs. This is in contrast to the Conservatives who have criticized our investments to support Canadians during the pandemic. It's important our government is supporting seniors through this difficult time.
The Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, Jackie is a constituent of mine in Port Alberni. She's self-employed and her home-based business has struggled since the beginning of the pandemic. Jackie applied for CERB because she was told she could. She used the help to pay bills and support her family because she didn't qualify for any small business support. Now the Liberals are telling Jackie that she needs to pay her CERB back. Meanwhile, some rich corporations that receive the wage subsidy have been paying out millions to shareholders, but this government isn't going after them. So why is this government going after Jackie and other Canadians who did nothing wrong while refusing to hold the ultra-wealthy accountable?
Minister.
Speaker, when the pandemic hit, we quickly introduced the CERB, helping 8.9 million Canadians put food on their tables. We know that this continues to be a difficult time for many, and no one is required to make repayments, not Jackie, not any Canadian at this time. And in fact, we're actively looking at options to support Canadians where it might be determined that they were ineligible. As the Prime Minister has said, we're going to work with Canadians who need to make repayments in a way that's flexible for them and understanding their unique circumstances. There won't be penalties or interest for anyone who made good faith mistakes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Despite huge levels of effort from the government and billions of dollars spent, some sectors of our economy are still falling between the cracks. The situation right now for the commercial bus lines, the coach bus sector, an integral part of our tourism sector, integral in reducing greenhouse gases, serving remote First Nations such as Wilson's Bus Lines here in Vancouver Island, or the support to maritime communities from maritime buses. This entire part of our transportation infrastructure is at risk of going under imminently. We have to have one of two things, Mr. Speaker. Either money has to be provided to the sector or the big banks have to back off. What can be done?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague for her question. She's right. The passenger bus service, inner-city passenger bus service has been hit very hard by the pandemic. And as she mentioned, our government has provided a lot of financial support for businesses that have been impacted by COVID. Now, she knows that the inner-city bus services is regulated by the province, but I also acknowledge that it's important to our cities, to our provinces. Therefore, we will continue to monitor the situation, and I'm happy to work with her on ideas that we can work together on.
Now, due to technical difficulties, we had a little bit of a problem, but we'll try again. The Honourable Member for Richmond Centre. The Honourable Member's on mute. If she can unmute herself, that would be...
Mr. Speaker,
there we go.
Earlier this month, do I start again? Okay, can I start now?
Yes, please do.
Mr. Speaker, earlier this month, an outbreak of COVID-19 decimated mineral residents in my riding, infecting 74 and claiming the lives of 11. As a result of this government's failure, seniors in long-term care facilities need to wait even longer for vaccines they needed months ago. What steps will this government, this federal government, take to immediately stop treating Canada's vulnerable seniors as an afterthought and get vaccines into arms?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the important question. Mr. Speaker, we need to protect those living and working in long-term care. We provided $740 million to provinces and territories to bring in measures to control and prevent infections, including in long-term care. And on November 30th, we announced an additional $1 billion in the fall economic statement to create the Safe Long-Term Care Fund. We're working closely with the provinces and territories to protect those in care by providing guidance to prevent and address outbreaks and working with them to set new, very important national standards. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And that's all the time we have today for question period.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
We have a number of point of orders. I just ask everyone to raise their hands. I want to thank the Honourable Minister for mentioning it, but I've got his down. And the first point of order, le premier rappel au règlement, va à l'honorable.
The Honourable Member for Montmagny, Lise-Lake, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to draw your attention to the fact that the Deputy Prime Minister and Finance Minister's connection was really not good today, and I didn't understand any of her or most of her answers, unfortunately. And the effect of this is, and I put myself in the shoes of the interpreters, they have to try to interpret someone with such a poor connection. And, you know, Mr. Speaker, it's definitely undermining the work of the interpreters. And that's why I tabled a motion at the Official Languages Committee to study this issue, because many of them are dropping like flies because Zoom doesn't work very well for them, and they're having some workplace health and safety issues because of this. So I'd like to draw your attention to this issue of the quality of the sound and the poor connections. That's an excellent point.
Please,
and I'd like to remind members who are participating virtually to ensure that they have a good connection. Wi-Fi connection is not always the best. If they can have a wired connection with a cable, what's the word I'm looking for? If they can have a wired connection to their router. So that's a reminder for all members.
Try to make sure that you have a direct line into your router. Wi-Fi transmission is not always the best. The next point of order goes to the honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think if you seek it, you will find unanimous consent for the following motion, that for the consideration of appointment of the next Governor-General of Canada, the House call on the Prime Minister to re-establish the Advisory Committee on Vice-Regal Appointments that led to the appointment of former Governor-General, the Right Honourable David Johnston. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
This being a hybrid sitting of the House, for the sake of clarity, I will only ask those who are opposed to the request to express their disagreement. Accordingly, all those opposed to the honourable member moving the motion will please say nay. Well, I'm afraid we don't have unanimous consent. And the Honourable Minister of Natural Resources. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. And this is in response to the question from the member for Edmonton Strathcona, because I inadvertently left the impression that the Grassy Mountain Coal project is under provincial jurisdiction. To clarify the record, the Grassy Mountain project, which is a proposed metallurgical coal mine, is currently being assessed by a joint review panel with the Alberta Energy Regulator. Both the public hearings and comment period have ended. The Joint Review Panel is preparing its report, and once we have all the necessary information and analysis, we will make a decision on the process. And our government conducts impact assessments using fair and predictable processes that are grounded in science and Indigenous traditional knowledge, and I appreciate the opportunity to clarify that statement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Merci.
Thank you.
On a point of order, the honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's Thursday, and as tradition would have it, I have a question. And this week is our return to the House after the Christmas break. So it's an honor for me to be here. And to those who make our work possible here in a hybrid fashion, I'd like to say thank you to the House of Commons team and the technicians, and also to my counterparts opposite, the government House Leader, and the other opposition parties for their great cooperation, which has led to us resuming our deliberations here. So we still have a lot of work to do. We have bills to debate, and we'd like the government to give us a heads up about what's coming down the pipe, particularly one topic that's very important to us. When is the government going to table the legislation that we're all so keenly interested in? The Honourable Government House Leader. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. I'd also like to thank all the Parliament, all the leaders, the party leaders, for their cooperation that has made it possible for us to have a hybrid Parliament and to sit safely. And I'd like to thank everyone, you, Mr. Speaker, your team, and those who support you, so that we can get together and debate. To answer the question directly, I would say that this afternoon and tomorrow We will continue debate at second reading stage on Bill C-18, the Canada-UK trade deal legislation. On Monday, there will be a day of debate on the standing orders pursuant to Standing Order 51. That's a required debate which must take place between the 60th and 90th sitting days of a parliament. So that debate will take place next Monday. On Tuesday, we will resume second reading debate on Bill C-14, an act to implement certain provisions of the economic statement.
And Mr. Speaker, on Wednesday, we will start second reading debate of Bill C-19, which provides temporary rules to ensure the safe administration of an election in the context of COVID-19. And finally, Mr. Speaker, next Thursday, which is February 4th, it shall be an allotted day. That's it. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much.
Orders of the day.
Orders of the day, Government Orders, Government Bills, Comments, resuming debate at second reading stage of Bill C-18. The Canada-United Kingdom Trade Continuity Agreement Implementation Act.
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate.
Honourable Member for Huron, Bruce.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can you hear me clearly? I'll take that as a yes. It's a pleasure to present. This is the first time I've presented in this format, and it's an interesting way to present a speech, but nevertheless, these are the circumstances we're against, and we'll make the best of it. Usually when I start a speech, I kind of give my perspective of the economic context for which we're in. Obviously, we're in unprecedented times. I was around in 2008 and 2009 during the last economic downturn. The circumstances are completely different than what we're faced with here today, but nonetheless, there's pressure from everyone to perform and deliver for Canadians from coast to coast. So that's where we're at. We know where our deficit levels are. We know where our debt's going to roughly be at the end of this pandemic, and we know we have a tremendous burden to lift future generations from under the debt they're in. Just to go back as well, to review some of the past trade agreements, the Canada European Free Trade Agreement that includes countries like Switzerland and Liechtenstein and others, Canada Honduras, Canada Jordan, Canada Colombia, and as well Canada South Korea, which was probably one of the best deals, I think, advantageous for Canadian producers and farmers. CETA, TPP, all deals that were negotiated by the previous government, and the former minister spoke, and Jerry Ritz is likely out there listening today as well. He was the ag minister for most of it. So thank you for all their efforts, and the current government here today, they're doing their best, I think, to work their way through C-18 and eventually come to a long-term deal with Canada-UK. There is some legitimate criticisms, I think, with some of the negotiations, I think, along the way. Was it always going to be a revision of CETA, an extension of CETA? Was it going to be something new, a true free trade agreement between the two countries? Maybe we'll get both here. So that's kind of the context. Some of the key points, at least from my perspective, which I live in a rural riding where it's a pretty heavy agricultural footprint and impact on the Ontario economy, but it would apply to farmers from coast to coast. One of them is obviously where I think a good quality long-term Canada deal. Obviously, we're talking about the transition agreement, but a long-term deal will be very important that we get the edible bean sector right when we're looking at tariffs and non-tariff barriers and a number of different things with the UK. Just in my riding alone with the Hensel Co-op, which is about 40 minutes north of London, Ontario, they ship likely about half of the white beans to the entire United Kingdom, and they're sourced from all over southwestern Ontario. They're short day beans. They're some of the highest quality white beans in the world. So we want to make sure that people such as Hensel and other advocacy groups, industry groups are at the table when the consultation times take place to make sure that we get absolutely everything right and improve upon maybe what we have with a CETA deal. just to put it in context, they ship about, I believe it's about 15,000 20-foot containers per year of edible white beans. So it's a huge number. I believe it's around 40 or 50 containers a day they ship. It's a great bean for farmers to grow because it's a short day bean, which is good. And as well, it also allows you to, for equipment, some cost savings, cost effectiveness there, that you can use a combine that you'd use. The header for traditional GMO soybeans, you'd be able to clean it up and put it back out there, or use it first, likely in this case, and then clean them up. But you can use the same header for both the edible white beans and soybeans. So that's a great bean for us to grow, and it's quite a premium in our area. In the red meat sector, and anybody who's on the trade committee has heard me complain about CETA and the outcome. I think when CETA was finally ratified or first announced, wherever you want to look at it, the number was about $600 million a year in trade for Canadian beef farmers. I believe it was just in beef alone where it would eventually end up. And I think we're at about 1%, 1.5% of where we thought we would be. At least at the tariff rates. It's every animal, every beef cattle has hormones in it, and whether you add or you don't add to it, they're going to have hormones in it. So I think there needs to be an understanding there. Obviously, there's an opportunity for beef farmers to grow beef on grasslands and maybe not add some of the different components to what we're beef farming here today. Nevertheless, though, the science proves out, very costly though for farmers, even if they wanted to grow beef cattle the way that Europe and UK is asking, it doesn't make financial sense. So we need to really take a close look at this, and I would call this maybe a non-tariff barrier, obviously, in the trade. In addition to that, on the pork side, I think it's even been worse with the European Union. It's about $100 million a year trade between the European Union and Canada, and they almost have all of it. So I think we ship about $2 or $3 million worth of pork to the European Union, and the European Union ships about 97 million to Canada. So for people sitting in Huron County or Bruce County or anywhere else in southwestern Ontario or across Canada, they would be seriously scratching their head at how you could have a deal with the European Union or with the UK and have a trade deficit in beef and pork. So I know the issue around pork is it's around trichinella, and it doesn't make sense the way they're dealing with it. And I think with our negotiations and our experts and our scientists, we have to finally come to a way to agree to move forward on this. So I've made those notes. And then in other things, country of origin labeling, of course, we dealt with this during the Obama administration for years with beef and others. And now we're dealing with Italy with the same type of thing with Durham wheat. And it's just not fair. And I don't believe that our negotiators are pushovers for 1 second. I don't believe any government wants to get pushed around, but the evidence starts to mount after a while that we are getting pushed around and that we aren't being treated fairly. And when you look at some of the successes we've had with TPP and even in Ontario with the Ontario corn-fed beef program, it's been a tremendous, huge success. And Korea's in the same boat. We are shipping product to them and they want it, and it's good quality product. But when we see in Europe what's happening, it is a little disappointing. And when you look at the cheese and the fact that they're shipping 100% of their quota tariff, and we're shipping 1.3 and 1.5% or 3% in beef, it's unacceptable. So that's the reality of the situation. And so it'll be for this government or whoever's elected the next time an election rolls around, they're going to have to push our trade officials to do more and to do better. And we'll push it to that, or we'll leave it to that. And around the world, it's tougher times. It is tougher times. And when we see the new American administration come in, immediately you see Keystone. The next thing you see is Buy America provision. you can't help but be frustrated. I toured a plant in Utopia near Barrie, Ontario, Decast, and number one complaint after the tour is, guys, buy America. Buy America. What could we do if we didn't have Buy America in the United States? And here, when you think about it and put it in context, the government has just recently negotiated USMCA. And here we are right back at the table again, dealing with issues like Buy America and other items, softwood lumber, it goes on. And finally and forever, we need these issues dealt with. And I hope we do that. Is there any time left, Madam Chair?
Nope.
How much? 20 minutes to go?
No. 30 seconds.
30 seconds. Okay, well, I'll turn it over to the parliamentary secretary then.
Questions and comments? Questions? Was that a question? Sorry, I just came in, so.
No, that was just done a speech.
Okay, questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you very much.
Colleague, for your speech and for all of your work on the International Trade Committee, which I very much enjoy working with you on. I took notes during your speech, and I do look forward to working with you during the consultation process in order to get farmers in your community, particularly the white bean farmers, involved in providing feedback and advice to our government as we negotiate the comprehensive trade agreement. I would like to ask you a question related to an issue that other colleagues have raised in your party and your caucus, related to the absence of a sunset clause in the transitional agreement. And to my mind, that is an important feature, as it would ensure stability for our exporters to know that at no point in time will there be an absence of an agreement between our two countries. And I was wondering if you could share your thoughts on that.
I just remind the parliamentary secretary that she's to address all questions and comments through the chair. The honourable member for Huron-Bruce.
I can't speak for my colleagues, but I do believe that we have to continue to grind forward, take the UK at good faith. Obviously, other countries that have similar transitional agreements will be doing the same thing that we're trying to do. We know I think we're 98% of the way there anyways, but I think the parts that maybe we got wrong in CETA, we have to fight like heck to fix. And I don't think that we need to do a bad UK deal just to do a bad deal, just to say we've done a deal. I think we just have to continue to grind it out until we feel like we've made everybody happy, or close to as happy as we can get.
Questions et commentaires? Questions and comments? The honourable member for Courtenay Albany.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for his speech. And, you know, we all want Canada to have a good, mutually beneficial trade agreement and relationship with the UK. This transitional deal was penned with hardly any public consultation or parliamentary involvement. We don't want this to be the final agreement between our two countries. We want a deal that's got a far better process for negotiating the successor agreement. A new agreement should not have ISDS provisions, should address the problems of globalized trade for climate change, and should protect human rights and respect the rights of Indigenous peoples. Does my colleague agree on those issues that I just highlighted?
The honourable member for Huron-Bruce.
Thanks. And I tried not to make a big partisan speech here or anything like this and revisit who's the greatest trading partner and all that. So I just tried to lay it out where I think we can have benefits. But one thing I will say, there could be some criticism put on the government is a lack of consultation, obviously, and I think they would admit that as well. The reality is they basically took the consultations from CETA and lumped them into the Canada-UK deal. They have to do a better job of consulting going forward. The public servants and negotiators are going to have to do that as well. And you know, just like I mentioned with the Hensel Co-op, you know, companies like that, White Bean Organization, all the different commodity groups, they have to be consulted, because there are some areas where CETA has not worked for producers, and we got to make sure that we have that fixed for Canada, UK.
And comments, the honourable member for Abbotsford.
Well, the member for Huron-Bruce rightly spent some time talking about agriculture, and he mentioned the former agriculture minister, Jerry Ritz, who did so much to open up global markets for Canadian agriculture. One of the forward-looking agreements that the member mentioned is South Korea, which was a trade agreement that very shrewdly opened up the South Korean market to Canadian beef. Perhaps the member could expand on the opportunities that properly negotiated trade agreements can open up all around the world as we look for markets for our agricultural products.
A brief answer from the member from Huron-Bruce.
Thanks. Probably in time, TPP will be the best deal, but I think South Korea, country to country, is likely the best deal all time. And when you look at the benefits it is brought to my area, Western Canadian farmers, it's likely the best. Now, there's a big responsibility that agriculture and the ag minister has this year with the certification and the screw up they had a couple of years ago. So they need to fix that and fix it permanently, so we don't have any issues shipping beef to the U.S. and then have it processed and shipped to Korea. But yeah, South Korea has to be the best deal ever, country to country.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Today I'll be splitting my time with the member from Ottawa West Nepean, and it is an honour to rise today to speak to this continuation agreement that has been set up with the UK as it relates to trade. And you know, Madam Speaker, I think today I'm going to talk about why I think it's so important to have continuation right now when it comes to our trade agreements, and in particular with this trade agreement, especially in a time with the context with COVID-19 and everything that's going on in the world and the uncertainty of what's going on. And in that discussion, I'll mention a couple local businesses in my riding of Kingston and the Islands that depend on trade so much. And I know that they would want to know that there is stability in the marketplace right now as it relates to trade. And so, you know, we look at what's happened over the last year, Madam Speaker, and there's been a great degree of change. And with that change comes uncertainty. And with that uncertainty makes entrepreneurs and people who run businesses nervous. And I would argue that those that are probably the most nervous are your small and medium-sized businesses in communities that we all have in our communities that are genuinely worried. They don't know what the world is going to look like in a week, 4 weeks, 2 months, even a year from now. And so when we have deals, trade agreements and trade relationships with other parts of the world that we know we have to start negotiating, I think it's extremely beneficial to make sure that if we can put off those negotiations in order to maintain stability right now, that is in the best interest of people because they know what to expect. It's one less thing that those businesses have to worry about when they think about what's around the corner, what's going to happen 2 weeks from now, what's going to happen a year from now. As long as they know that certain markets are going to continue to move and operate the same way that they have been, that provides stability to them. And so when I think about this and when I've been listening to various different members speak today on this topic, I've been thinking about various different businesses in my riding that depend so much on trade. And the first that I would mention is Invista. Invista is formerly DuPont. This is one of the larger businesses, manufacturers in my riding. And Invista makes nylon, which is literally moved around the world. And a lot of people probably don't realize that in order to make an airbag, for example, that nylon needs to move to various different parts of the world after, you know, the raw materials come from one area, I think in the States. It comes to Kingston, gets transformed into the nylon. The nylon then goes to another part of the world, and then from there it gets manufactured into the material, and then from there it probably goes somewhere else to be made into the airbag. And as a matter of fact, people usually find it surprising when I tell them that roughly 80% of the airbags that are sold in vehicles in North America come from nylon that's actually created and manufactured right in my riding. So when we think of big, large businesses like this that employ a lot of people in my community, we think of why a business to that scale, that operates on that scale, would want stability in the marketplace right now as it relates to trade agreements. But I don't want to just focus on big business, because that's not what this is all about. There are many other businesses. So I think of Metalcraft Marine in my riding of Kingston and the Islands. This is started by a gentleman named Tom when he was 25 years old. He built a boat, self-taught pretty much. And Tom has eventually turned this business into a boat building company where he builds specialized boats that gets shipped all around the world. He builds primarily fire boats, but also other rescue boats. They build these boats, they send them to Panama, they've sent them to Europe, they've sent them to various different parts of the world that are built right in downtown Kingston, in a dock in downtown Kingston where he employs 60, 70 people, electricians, obviously welders that build these boats, custom boats for various different fire departments and emergency services throughout the world, and then sends these boats to those various different places so that he can send their product to them. Somebody like Tom wants to know that there's continuity in our trade relationships right now. Tom probably, and I don't want to speak on his behalf, but I would imagine, does not want any surprises right now or any changes right now when it comes to a trade relationship, and he doesn't want, most likely, the anxiety that would come with having to worry about what a various different impact might mean to him. Then I can also think of even a smaller company, Tri-Art Paints in Kingston. This is a company that started back in the 80s, and they started in the back of a paint supply store making custom paints for artists, artisan paints. And this has blown up into a worldwide company now, located on a small old industrial area, small street old industrial area in Kingston, where they're manufacturing artisan paints that are being sent all around the world. And I remember going and talking to the folks at Tri-Art Paint when there was a lot of discussion around what Donald Trump was going to do with the old NAFTA agreement and concerns they had. And at that time, I remember talking to them about the new agreements that were opening up in Europe, the free trade agreements, and they were thrilled because they were already selling so much of their product to Europe, and knowing that they could expand on that business and sell to markets in Europe was really rewarding for them. This is a small, family-run business that another great success story that developed into basically a worldwide distributor of art paint. And so I think of the folks at Tri-Art and what they're going through right now. People are worried about what's my relationship going to be like with the United Kingdom, with UK moving forward. They don't want the anxiety of having to worry about changes that might or might not affect them. They want stability right now. And so when I think of these businesses and I think of the stability that this agreement offers, it offers a time period almost like an extension of what we previously had before Brexit with the trading partnership with UK. And it gives them an opportunity to get through this time of uncertainty with the pandemic that we have right now and get to a point where once we're out of that end, our economy starts to come back and we start to see growth again and we start to pick up on new opportunities again. Then we can go back and more thoroughly get into the details and make sure that we find critique and go back and forth in the negotiations with the UK. And so, that's how I see this agreement and why I see it as being so important right now, given the time that we're in right now. And I just want to take the last couple minutes that I have, Madam Speaker, just to address some of what I've heard today being in the House. In particular, as I've heard Conservatives, I referred to it earlier as dancing around the issue. One Conservative in the House was talking about how there wasn't enough time to, given in order to negotiate and to look at the details of this. Another Conservative came along through a speech, I think virtually, and said, why isn't this happening fast enough? We needed this to have happened, back in December, and now we're still waiting. And I find it interesting that they just seem to be all over the place, because we know at the end of the day Conservatives are going to support a free trade deal. They're going to support this. But I think it's in the best interest of everybody to make sure that we give confidence to our businesses and give confidence to that trading relationship so that it doesn't affect our market and the economy that we have and the interconnected economy we have. But I also took note to a comment that a Conservative made earlier about how up until 2006, Canada had very few trading partners, and if it hadn't been for the incredible Conservative government that came along, we wouldn't have had any more, we wouldn't have had the great trade relationships that we do now. Well, the reality of the situation is the global market started opening around that time. Markets were, lots of developing countries were removing and slashing tariffs and looking for agreements and opportunities to work with other countries. I think that globalization itself has really shown itself within the last 20 years in terms of making that interconnection happen. And of course, we're going to have struggles with that when we're comparing the way that different economies work and the way that they value things differently. And that's why I think waiting until later on, once that we can get through this continuation agreement to finalize and to ratify something more comprehensive is the right way to go. So I'm thrilled to support this today, Madam Speaker. I want to see this go to committee. I want to see this passed so that we can get moving and make sure that confidence is with our businesses throughout Canada. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The
Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thank you, Madam Speaker. First, I want to once again tell our colleague that the Bloc Québécois is in favour of this agreement between the UK and Canada. However, I also want to repeat what we said some time ago, and that is this. The way in which the agreement was read and dealt with during the Standing Committee on International Trade was quite unacceptable. Committee members did not have the paper or electronic copy of the document in order to assess it and process it. That's unacceptable. I must say that. I'd like to hear my colleagues' comments with regard to the concern we have in the Bloc. The concern is this. The government has, in the past, made a commitment not to give concessions on the dairy sector, which was heavily handicapped through previous agreements. I'd like to hear my colleagues speak about that, about dairy agreements.
The islands?
Well, thank you for the comment from my honourable colleague from the Bloc. And I know that I've been sitting here all day. I definitely am aware that the Bloc is supporting this, and I'm glad to see that. I think that it shows that they value the need to have these relationships continue to move on when it comes to our trade with the UK. When it comes to dairy, I mean, this government has been. And I know the Bloc, I've heard them talk about it a lot today, Madam Speaker, about supply management specifically and how they'll defend it to the end. And well, all I would say to that is the Liberal Party is the party that brought in supply management. The Liberal Party is the party that has been there from day one, literally, with respect to supply management. So will we maintain the integrity of that system? Absolutely.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Abbotsford. Oh, the honourable member for Vancouver East. Oh, sorry. Okay, we're there. Vancouver East.
Thank you very much. Sorry, Madam Speaker, my unmute would not unmute. I thank the member for his comments. I note that with this trade deal, one of the key provisions, of course, is problematic with CETA as well, to which the now Minister of Finance, then the Foreign Affairs Minister, actually oppose, and that is with respect to the investor-state dispute settlement mechanism. That is a hugely problematic provision, but there's no changes with respect to that in this trade deal. Can the member then advise why would we want to include this clause in this trade deal when that is a issue even the government and the minister, the deputy prime minister, had acknowledged was a major concern?
Kingston and the Islands.
Well, you know, as I said, Madam Speaker, this agreement is a continuation. This is something to provide stability over the short term. The comprehensive agreement, when I think the member can, very validly start to discuss those points, is something that can come later on, and we can have that discussion. But, I'm going to go back to something that the parliamentary secretary to the House Leader said earlier, where he said, with all due respect, the NDP want to have it all ways. A deal. By the very nature of the definition, a deal with another country coming to an agreement means that there's going to be concessions from both sides in order to find middle ground somewhere. So when the time does come, I think the NDP is going to have to realize that there will be some things they have to move a little bit on in order to get something else that they do want to see. That's the whole point to negotiating.
We have time for a brief question. We're going to try again. The honourable member for Abbotsford.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I always enjoy sparring with the member for Kingston and the Islands. And he's acknowledged that we're debating a continuity agreement. So there's really no new market access and investment relaxation that's taking place here. Both the UK and Canada have signaled that they want to move towards further negotiations on a more ambitious agreement. I would ask the member, what areas of market access might the government be planning? What areas of investment liberalization has the government signaled that they want to explore as they now move towards negotiating a more ambitious agreement with the UK?
A very brief answer from the member for Kingston and the Islands.
I also enjoy speaking with the member from Abbotsford, so thank you for the question. I think that he knows that I'm not going to be able to answer that question directly, but I think by the very nature of the suggestion that we want to be more ambitious, that we want to go after things that perhaps weren't considered before, or fix things like the NDP said before, that is what we talk about when we talk about being more ambitious.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Defence.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And it is an honour to be here in this chamber today as a local member of Parliament from Ottawa, so that I can give the flexibility to my colleagues to be able to follow public health measures and participate virtually. Madam Speaker, I'm speaking today about the importance of the Agreement on Trade Continuity between Canada and the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. The Government of Canada's trade negotiators have successfully concluded negotiations on this agreement, also referred to as the Canada-UK Trade Continuity Agreement, or as I will call TCA. For centuries, Canada and the UK have long benefited from strong transatlantic ties. As maritime nations, we understand the value and importance of the ocean, not only for our livelihoods, but as a vital route for trade and commerce. Pour le secteur canadien du
For the Canadian fish and seafood sector, the UK has been the top destination for Canadian exports of fish and seafood in Europe, and many benefits of the economic and trade agreement between Canada and the European Union have been associated with the preferential trade with the UK.
As we know, the winds have shifted across the Atlantic, and we have also had to shift sails and chart new courses. The Canada-UK TCA is critical in this regard, as it not only seeks to maintain this important trading relationship with the UK on the beneficial course that we set under CETA in 2017, but it also enables us to look to new trading horizons with the UK. Last year, in 2019, the United Kingdom was Canada's largest fish and seafood export market by value to the European Union, with an annual average of over $100 million in exports. The UK was our sixth largest export destination globally. Our transatlantic trading ties matter and will continue to matter. The Canada-UK TCA reflects this. For fish and seafood, Canada's top exports to the UK from 2017 to 2019, an average annual export value included prepared shrimp at $81.3 million, live lobster, $22.7 million, and prepared salmon, $22.3 million. Ensuring the stability of this trade and preferential market access to the UK is important for Canada's fish and seafood exporters. The TCA seeks to maintain these benefits until Canada and the UK can negotiate a permanent agreement in keeping with the special bilateral trading relationship that we have with the UK. Madam Speaker, I would also like to highlight some of the additional key benefits of the TCA. From a trade and environment perspective, both Canada and the UK have agreed to pursue high levels of environmental protection. In doing so, we also recognize that products traded from sustainably managed fisheries and aquaculture operations under...
C'est important de mentionner, les traductions se fait mal. L'interprète vient de mentionner que l'intervention elle est difficile à suivre parce que la députée porte actuellement son masque en chambre. Je comprends absolument les mesures sanitaires, mais je pense que l'importance du débat demande une parole claire et au même titre que les enjeux de connexion Internet, je pense que le fait d'avoir une voix claire pour faciliter le travail de nos interprètes serait la moindre des choses. Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Si, je vais vérifier.
I will verify with regard to the interpreters. I will check. Just a moment, please.
Je sais pas si peut-être on peut s'assurer.
I don't know if we can ensure that the microphones are turned on. Of course, there is a lot of precautions being taken about wearing masks. So yes, there are members that prefer to wear it and some that don't want to. We'll do the microphone test and we'll check with the interpreters to ensure that if there are any other issues, well, we'll have to see what to do.
To see if maybe if we put a couple more mics on, if maybe that would be around the parliamentary secretary, if that would fix the problem to make sure that the sound is carrying properly. So I'm not sure if the honourable member I'm sure the honourable member speaks French, but anyhow, the problem seems to be that with the mask, there seems to be a problem with interpretation. So I will let the honourable member continue and we will attempt to resolve the issue. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Je préfère de porter la...
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I prefer to wear my mask for health reasons, but I will speak more slowly if that is better.
Highlight some of the additional key benefits of the TCA. From a trade and environment perspective, both Canada and the UK have agreed to pursue high levels of environmental protection. In doing so, we also recognize that products traded from sustainably managed fisheries and aquaculture operations underpin the vitality and economies of many of our coastal and maritime communities. Implementing the TCA reflects our commitment to linking economic and environmental collaboration with our trading partners. Further, the implementation of the TCA will provide predictability and stability for Canada's fish and seafood sector to grow and develop in the UK market post-Brexit. In addition to replicating the preferential tariff provisions under CETA, the TCA includes meaningful transitional tariff rate quotas for Canadian exports of processed shrimp and frozen cod to the UK. Like CETA, under the TCA, these two products will be duty-free and quota-free by January 1st, 2024. In the meantime, however, and with the implementation of the TCA, these Canadian products will benefit from meaningful duty-free TRQ volumes to the UK, in addition to annual duty-free TRQ volumes we currently enjoy under CETA. This means that up to 12,400 metric tons of Canadian processed shrimp will be able to enter the UK annually and duty-free, while Canadian exporters will still maintain access to the 23,000 metric ton annual duty-free TRQ volume to the EU under CETA. Further, Canadian exporters will enjoy an annual duty-free volume of frozen cod to the UK of 791 metric tons, while continuing to have access to the 1,000 metric ton annual duty-free volume of the same to the EU under CETA. Cet accord de continuité commerciale.
This trade continuity deal is important, not only given the volume of exports, it also maintains Canada's ability to keep up a constant volume of exports of the products in question to the UK without intervention.
With disruption. We have all been living through unprecedented disruption amid COVID-19, including having to adapt here in the House. The timely implementation of the TCA, however, represents a chance to avoid disruption. Accordingly, I would like to emphasize that implementing the tariff-related provisions of the TCA is of utmost importance to Canada's fish and seafood sector. In May 2020, the UK announced its United Kingdom Global Tariff Duty Rates, or UKGT. The UKGT outlines the most favored nation tariff duty rates on imports into the UK for those that do not have a preferential trade agreement with the United Kingdom. What this means is that if the TCA cannot enter into force, bilateral trade would return to a pre-CETA MFN basis, and Canadian exports would face the UKGT duty rates. For fish and seafood, this would be particularly disruptive and result in a substantial increase in tariffs applied to UK imports from Canada. This bill to implement the TCA includes measures that would enable us to steer clear of such disruptions. From 2017 to 2019, UK fish and seafood imports from Canada covered 51 tariff lines. Under the UKGT scheme, all but 6 of these would immediately become subject to incremental tariff increases of up to 20%. Under the UKGT, and based on historical import patterns, Canadian fish and seafood exports could be faced with over $23 million in levied tariffs in 2021. Without the tariff relief of the TCA, Canadian exports to the UK, including shrimp, lobster, and salmon, will face incremental tariffs estimated at roughly $1.5 million per month. By comparison, under a fully implemented TCA, tariffs in 2021 would be expected to fall below $0.2 million for the year. La mise en œuvre des mesures.
The implementation of these measures in this bill will make it possible to reduce trade disruptions for the Canadian fish and seafood industries. The deal will also make it possible to maintain jobs and job opportunities in coastal and rural communities in Canada. It will open the way to future economic growth for these important export industries, namely fish and seafood.
Continue to shift. We also need to be mindful that key competitors, such as the US and China, do not yet have preferential access to the UK market. As the UK is a mature seafood market which demands high-quality fish and seafood products. Canada has benefited from its trading relationship with the UK under CETA. It is, however, important that we move quickly to maintain our competitive position within the UK market when CETA ceases to apply to our trading relationship. There is strong interest from fish and seafood stakeholders to maintain preferential access to the UK, and they have expressed satisfaction with the outcomes negotiated in the TCA. It is thus important that we move quickly on the TCA to ensure continued support for Canadian prosperity and support for Canadian business to access and succeed in international markets. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Longueuil. Madam Speaker, I'm glad to see that our deliberations are attracting such a big audience. I'm remembering George Orwell's 1984, the thought police and so on. My question is, you get the feeling that whatever's international or transborder, it's complicated when it comes to flights. The government can't manage to close the borders down. And here we're talking trade. And this situation was foreseeable 4 or 5 years ago. And now the government has finally understood that this was coming, and then they prorogued. And my question is simple. Why is the government taking so long? Why did it take so long to table this legislation on an international issue? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Honourable colleague, as the Minister mentioned this morning, this is something that we have been working on from the beginning, and as he can see, there has been no disruption and no pause in our trade with the UK. This is, of course, a continuity agreement, and that is something that we will be able to provide assurance and provide predictability for businesses, for aquaculture, for agriculture, while we negotiate a bilateral comprehensive agreement, which, as the Minister mentioned this morning, is expected within 3 years. And in fact, right in this agreement, it says that we must negotiate starting at most 1 year from now. Thank you.
Through Nipissing Pembroke.
Building on my colleague's comments about this Orwellian atmosphere we find ourselves in, and listening to the Liberal members tell us that 2 + 2 = 5, I'd like to know, given the fact that we're getting 0 vaccines this week, and that the UK is one of the potential providers, whether or not the delay that has so concerned my colleague has a delay in sending vaccines to Canada has anything to do with our depending on some of our vaccines from Canada. So the delay in the tabling of this legislation, was there something going on behind the scenes with respect to vaccines?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, I would debate the premise of that question. As my honourable colleague knows, there has been no disruption between our trade with the UK. This is a continuity agreement. We are continuing to negotiate on a permanent bilateral comprehensive agreement. And in fact, our supply chains have not been impacted. The supply chains continue with the UK, and they will continue. And that is exactly what this agreement is about today. Thank you.
The questions and comments, the honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I've heard members of the government say many times, both today and before, as we've discussed this at the Trade Committee, that this is well, first of all, they used to call it a transitional agreement. I'm glad they're at least not really calling it that anymore. Now the emphasis is on trade continuity. And all of this is kind of emphasized as a reason for why it's okay that there was such a bad process around this agreement that's before us today. But what I can't fathom, and I've put this question to many people from the government over the time that we've been discussing this, including the Minister for International Trade herself, and I haven't been able to get a good answer, is what is the difference between a so-called transitional agreement that has all the same features as a permanent comprehensive trade agreement like CETA that has no expiry date, and a permanent comprehensive trade agreement. I mean, the emphasis is on continuity and transition, but really what we're dealing with here is a permanent comprehensive trade agreement. If there is a difference between the two, perhaps the member could enlighten us all as to what that difference is.
A brief answer from the member from the Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of National Defence.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I would like to remind my honourable colleague that Canada right now is ahead of China and the US in having preferential market access to the UK because of this agreement. And when we modernize the agreement, we will be looking at including more for small businesses, for women, for the environment, on digital trade. That's the purpose of modernizing the agreement, and that takes time. And this agreement will provide the stability that our sector needs. Thank you.
Before I go to resuming debate, I want to je vais revenir sur le point.
I'd like to come back to the point of order raised by the member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue about being able to get the translation. What I would ask is that if members are making speeches in the House, if they have a paper copy, a paper version, could they send a copy of that to the interpreters? And then it'll be easier for the interpreters to follow along. And that will ensure that everyone can understand what is being said here in the House.
The débat, the honourable member for Prince Albert.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and it's great to be here in 2021 in my office here in Prince Albert. It's nice to see everybody online, and I'm glad we're able to participate and talk about this important piece of legislation. I will be sharing my time with the member from Aurora, Oak Ridge, and Richmond Hill, the great member. She's a wonderful member of Parliament. I look forward to listening to her speak after me. I think she'll do a wonderful job. Madam Speaker, the unfortunate part of this whole situation that we're dealing with here today on C-18 is the fact that it's happening today. And you say, well, what do you mean? Well, this should have been done last September. This should have actually been coming into Parliament last September so that it could have properly go to committee and properly be reviewed and actually be implemented before January 1st. Because right now, Canadian businesses are selling into the UK. That is correct. But not based on any trade agreement that's negotiated and finalized through Parliament, either here or in the UK. It's goodwill. And goodwill is only as good as one comment by the Prime Minister that maintains goodwill. And he has a history of not making good choices when it comes to making comments with some of our trading partners. So there is risk. There's huge risk. And we've been trying to tell this government, going back 2 years, that this is something they needed to get done. Now, as we look at the timelines and as we go back through this agreement, I want to just highlight some of the things that has gone on here. Now, we all understand the importance of trade. I live in Saskatchewan. We build and grow more things than we could ever consume, and we have to trade that around the world. And we want preferential market access. We want fair trade deals. We want deals that recognize each other as fair trading partners. We're all in favor.
Sorry, I do have a point of order. L'honorable député de Longueuil-Saint-Hubert.
The honourable member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Madam Speaker, there are more connection problems. We're having a hard time understanding. I'm having trouble understanding my honourable colleague's speech. It's complicated. We have to keep in mind the outstanding work the interpreters are doing, and it's made trickier because of bad connections and masks that are muffling the sound. It's hard for the interpreters to do a decent job. And we understand the problem as Francophones here in the House of Commons. We should have the same access as Francophones, as Anglos, to the debate. It's a matter of democracy. Yes, if there's a problem with interpretation, the member is not wearing a mask at the moment. I don't know what the problem is with the connection itself. It's hard enough as it is, and I do acknowledge the right of all members to be able to understand what is being said. So I would invite the member to continue his speech. Hopefully the interpretation will work adequately, and I'll discuss this further to see what can be done to solve the problem.
Albert?
Again, Madam Speaker, and that member is absolutely correct. I want people in both English and French to hear what I have to say, because they need to understand how bad of a job was done on this agreement. And like I said, coming from Saskatchewan, we are a trading province. We sell and export, whether it's potash, whether it's grain and oil seeds, forestry products.
Please, I'm just going to ask the honourable member for Prince Albert if he can just disconnect and reconnect his microphone and to see if that fixes the problem.
Madam Speaker, how does that work? Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing. Testing 1, 2, 3.
Okay.
I have my mic turned up as high as it'll hold.
We're just going to see. Apparently, there's two ways to try to fix this, so we're just going to. Does it seem to work? We're going to let you go. We're going to let you start again, and if this isn't working, we might try one more thing. Okay? The honourable member for Prince Albert.
So much for getting in the groove and having a rhythm in your conversations here, but I'll do the best I can. Like I was said before, and Madam Speaker, I hope you're not penalizing me for time because I am repeating some things here. Saskatchewan's a trading province. We sell potash, we sell forestry goods, we sell grains and oilseeds all around the world. And trade's very important to us. But what's frustrating for us is instability. And what's frustrating for us is when you see a problem coming on the horizon, you don't take actions to actually deal with that problem. And I'll go through the timelines and just show you what was going on here. In September of 2017, the Prime Minister sat down within the British Prime Minister and talked about the importance of having a seamless transition after Brexit. That's 2017. In July of 2018, they actually gazetted and gave notice that Canada and UK transitional trade agreement would be a seamless trade deal. That's July of 2018. In March of 2019, when the UK published its first round of tariffs, we guys said, hey, that's fine, good, we don't need to do a deal. It's all good. Well, tariffs aren't the only things you talk about in a trade deal. Did we talk about regulatory harmonization? Did we talk about labor transitions and moving labor back and forth? Did we talk about environmental? There's lots of other things that can come into a trade agreement that aren't just tariffs. So what's frustrating in this whole deal is they just pulled out. They walked away. Now, not once did they consult with anybody in the chambers or the business community or in a variety of different ways or even Parliament. They just withdrew. In the meantime, our competitors didn't. In the meantime, other countries said, you know what, there's still more to be had here, and they kept at it. January 2020, EU-UK withdrawal agreement was ratified. Transitional period of a year of December 31st, 2020 is laid in. Okay, you'd say, okay, all right, the deal's done. We better get at this again. May 2020, we see the new tariff schedule and we go, oh, we got a problem now. Oh my God, what do we do? And you think they would have reacted then? Because at that point in time, I will remind the members of the government, we were asking those questions. We were saying, where are you at in regards to having a seamless transition with the UK? And they were saying, don't worry, be happy. Don't worry, be happy. That was their comment. We go into July. We say finally, like, oh, maybe we should do something. In August, they actually enter some sort of agreement. And it's interesting, when we talked to our trade negotiators, I asked them, I said, well, when you started negotiating again, what was your deadline? December 31st. Well, how do we get that through Parliament in such a way that it actually could be ratified and done by December 31st? But we actually had something secure in place. And then the whole idea of a transitional agreement or a continuity agreement, which they're calling it today, came into play. Well, we look at that and say, okay, if it's a continuity agreement, I get it. You needed to buy some time. You need to put something in place to provide that seamless transition. Okay, that's fine. But then we see there's no trigger mechanism to force a renegotiation. There's nothing there to say whether you call it a sunset clause or another trigger item to actually force both sides back to the table and say, okay, we need to actually get a real trade agreement completed, something that addresses a lot of the concerns and issues that are still sitting there hanging over from the EU trade agreement. And I know our ag producers have been saying that over and over again, the Canada-EU agreement has some issues that need to be dealt with. And you do not want to inherit those issues into a UK trade agreement. So there's things that need to be worked on, but there's nothing to trigger that in this continuity agreement. And then we find out, looking back in November, going into December, Okay, we're going to have something in place for December 31st, but nothing that will ever be ratified by Congress. Total disrespect to Parliament. Total disrespect for everybody involved in trade in the UK. And it is a big deal. It's our 5th largest trading partner. We sell almost $20 billion worth of goods there. We import roughly $9 billion worth of goods. We have a trade surplus with the UK, and we want to maintain that trade surplus. So, you look at that and you say, well, how can they be so nonchalant about it? How can they not take it more seriously? And one of the things I've always kind of complained about over this last year is we don't have a full-time trade minister. We have a minister who's in charge of trade in small and medium enterprises. And don't get me wrong, I am not criticizing the minister here. This is not her fault. It's not her fault she's given too much. These roles require a full-time minister on both roles. Small and medium enterprises need to have a full-time trade minister, and trading companies and trading businesses, Canadians who trade abroad, need to have a full-time trade minister. And it just shows you that Prime Minister does not understand the importance of small and medium enterprises, nor trade, and the impact it has in the economy. And it just shows on how he treats this and how he handles it. It's so nonchalant. And what really frustrates me with this government is the response doesn't happen until it's a crisis. It's a crisis. It's blown up in our face. Now we have to deal with it. Now we have to react. When, like I said earlier, you could see this coming on the horizon. You could have been proactive. You could have done a lot of things to head this off. We should be talking about a finalized trade agreement at this point in time. We should be like other countries who have completed a complete trade agreement with the UK right now. Actually, we should have been talking about it, like I said, last September. Madam Speaker, can you give me an indication how much time I have left? Because I lost track with all the interruptions. Madam Speaker, can you give me an indication of how much time I have left?
2 minutes and 20 seconds.
Okay, thank you, Madam Speaker. As we look at this, it kind of shows you a pattern here in this government. The crisis, it has to be a crisis. And we see another crisis on the horizon called Buy America. Again, we had a deal that this government entered into with the US, and you would think that they would have learned from previous trade deals that Buy America is an issue. They would have solved the forestry problems, aluminum, steel problems, but no, they put their head in the sand, ignored the hard stuff, and just kind of got it through. And now we look at Buy America, and we see what the president's doing down there. And actually, there's 2 ways to look at Buy America. It could be a huge problem, no question about it. It can be a huge problem. But I also will remind this government that under Stephen Harper, with Obama, a conservative and a Democrat, we got a waiver. We got a waiver in Buy America. We actually had Canadian businesses that could actually do business on a federal level in the U.S. And I'll also remind you, in the time between now and then, our biggest problem back then was with the municipalities and the states. There was no agreement there. Now, 38 of the 50 states have signed on to WTO agreements that allows us to use a waiver to actually sell into those contracts. That's in place. So the Prime Minister is best buds with Mr. Biden. I expect him to cash in on that. I expect him not to make the same mistakes he did with Obama, because Obama was crying out for help on TPP. And if our Prime Minister at the time would have listened, we would not have had to go on through another U.S.-Canada trade agreement. It would have been done under TPP. So, Madam Speaker, the frustration I have on this agreement is not the agreement itself. I look at the agreement, our businesses want it, they need it. We have to help them get through it. We have to make sure there's some bankability and stability. I hope our Prime Minister does not say anything over this time period until it's actually in force that would cause the UK to say, screw you and bugger off. And in the meantime, let's get this done and move forward, and let's get forward with a real agreement that actually businesses can take to the bank. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. And before I go to questions and comments, we're going to try to fix the problem with the microphone as well. We seem to get a background, and so I'm just wondering if the honourable member can click on his little, that little microphone that you would unclick. There's a little arrow beside it. If you can click on that and see what microphone is selected, and click the one that is not selected.
I'll try a different one here.
Madam Speaker, is this any better?
That is perfect.
Interesting.
Yes, so you were actually using the microphone from your computer as opposed to the headset that you were wearing.
But that's actually, I'm using the computer now, not the headset.
Well, I'm not sure. I think it's fixed the problem, but we're not sure. I mean, the interpreters had to really bump up the sound to try to keep up. But anyhow, so we will see if that's going to be fixing the whole problem. I'm going to go to questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Small Businesses and Export.
And international trade. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague who also sits on the International Trade Committee for all of his advocacy and work on international trade matters. I listened with a lot of interest to his speech, and one of the things that concerns me, quite frankly, is this recital of the negotiation calendar without really the context, which is completely normal. And that's because we don't share our hand in poker. There are many reasons why in trade negotiations you may have to strategically pause in order to restart on a better footing. There are many reasons why in negotiations there are opportunities that need to be seized at particular moments in time. And what we were able to accomplish with this agreement is, as the member pointed out himself, to secure stability for exporters in the context of Canada having a trade surplus with the United Kingdom, in the context of Canada not having made any concessions for the supply managed sector, which are so important to constituents in his riding. And so my question to the member is, is it better to rush through something in order to get a deal that is so-so, or is it in the interest of Canada to get the best?
So there's only 5 minutes for questions and comments, and I would hope that members keep their questions within the 1 minute mark to allow other members to participate as well. The honourable member for Prince Albert.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Prime Minister Secretary, I do enjoy working with you on the Trade Committee, and you're doing your best to defend this government, which is hard to defend. So I compliment you on how hard you try to do that. In regards to the strategy around this, there hasn't been no strategy. There's been no consultations. There's been no work with people outside of government to say, what do we need out of this agreement? There's been nothing done that would allow you to say, okay, our stakeholders are saying we should do this or we should do that, and we need to step away because our stakeholders are saying that. You talk about supply management and how you've protected supply management. You haven't done a deal yet. You haven't. You've got a continuity agreement.
We have I'm sorry, there's a point of order, the honourable member for Kingston and the Islands, and I do want to remind the member that he's to address all questions and comments directly to the chair. And that was the point of order that was actually being brought forward. So I do want to go back to another question, so I will let the honourable member finish up very quickly so I can go to another question.
My point on supply management, nothing's protected. This is just a continuity agreement. In fact, it's not even in place yet. So let's see what the final agreement has in it, and then let's see how you take care of supply management then. Reality is you have not done a good job taking care of your commitments on supply management.
I want to remind the member to address the questions and comments to the chair and not directly to the member. Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I just want to circle back to the Parliamentary Secretary's remarks. She was saying that sometimes you might pause in trade negotiations strategically to try and get a better outcome. But the outcome here seems to me to have been to obtain a status quo and to do that late in the game, blowing through a couple of different deadlines and causing a considerable amount of anxiety for Canadian businesses in the process. So I'm just wondering whether the member has some thoughts on whether this was a case of a strategy well deployed that got results, or whether this was the misstep that it appears to be.
The honourable member for Prince Albert.
And thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank him for his question, Madam Speaker. Reality is this is not a strategy. I say this is a crisis reaction, and this is quite common with this government, Madam Speaker. It's not until there's a crisis that they react, or sometimes they create a crisis so they actually can act. Reality is here that if they would have been proactive and if they respected Parliament like they claim to do, like I said, we've been dealing with this last September, and we would have been putting this through committee. People would have been appropriately consulted. We would have had a chance to have appropriate number of witnesses, and this would have been in place for January 1st so it could move forward. None of that was done.
Si, une brève question, l'honorable député d'Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
The honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. A brief question, please. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a simple question. What impact does my honourable colleague think that this agreement will have on agricultural producers, for example, under supply management? What impact would reopening these negotiations have? Thank you.
There's 30 seconds left.
You know, it's interesting. Supply management always comes up in every trade negotiations, and the trick is to provide the market access for the commodities that are not supply management, so your grains and oilseeds and beef, while still maintaining the pillars of supply management here in Canada. Sometimes that's done through compensation or through other mechanisms that allow supply management to thrive and grow in light of allowing market access for other groups. We'd have no clue what this government would do with supply management, depending what's on the table. They have no history of even following through on commitments that were made in trade agreements from before where they were supposed to compensate supply management, and they never did, or took so long in doing it, they almost had to protest in order to get them to act and fulfill commitments that they made to them.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And so I will be the last of the Conservative Party to speak to this topic today. And while we're here to talk about the Canada-UK Trade Continuity Agreement to replace essentially almost the same terms and conditions as Canada has in the Canadian-European Trade Agreement, with the UK, because the UK, of course, is no longer part of the European Union. So what this continuity agreement does is it maintains the terms and conditions largely of CETA, but it made sure that we have stability and continuity to be able to continue with those trade agreements with the UK. What I would argue, though, is that this is the floor. This should be the minimum requirement of our relationship with the UK from a trade perspective going forward, and it should be viewed as barely the starting point. My colleagues today have spent a great deal of time talking about the delays, the lack of consultation, and all of the things that have challenged us getting to this point in the agreement and leaving us behind the power curve with a trade continuity agreement. But what I would like to talk about is I'd like to move beyond this agreement and talk about how we absolutely must make broadening and expanding our trade relationship with the UK a priority. First, Canadians need this government to provide a plan with defined timelines to replace this continuity agreement, which is supposed to expire in a year, with a comprehensive Canada-UK trade agreement. And secondly, Canadians absolutely need this government to facilitate, support, and coordinate the increase of our trade with the UK. A trade agreement is merely the beginning. We actually need further action to ensure that the agreement is leveraged and actual trade results from it. Now, even before COVID, we saw that the global economic balance of power was fundamentally changing, with economic power being used by some countries as a mechanism to increase their political power and strategic interests. Trade has been used as a weapon to influence behavior, and we have only to look to some of the things that the Chinese People's Republic of China have done with Canada in terms of our soybean, canola, pork, and ginseng trade exports, where they have frustrated the process, introducing non-tariffed trade barriers, mitigating our ability to leverage those exports and having a distinct disadvantage on our economic outlook. Or the devastating effect that that China has brought on Australia by its embargo of critical Australian exports, which undermined Australia's economic stability and during COVID. So we need to be wary of trade with some of our partners being used as a weapon. And after COVID, we will need stable, dependable, robust trade. It will be critical for Canada, as some countries will race to gain even greater strategic advantage in recovery. The key to defending against those who would seek to use trade as a weapon and secure our recovery is to minimize our vulnerabilities and diversify and balance our trade, placing greater emphasis on relationships with countries that share our values, our defense and security priorities, and our unwavering respect for the rule of law. That's why our trade with the UK must be a priority. UK is Canada's 5th largest trading partner behind the US, EU, China, Mexico, and Japan. We export considerably more to the UK than we import. But of the 19.8 billion that we export, over 64% of it is gold. And so we only represent 1.98% of the UK's exports. So there's lots of opportunity for us to expand our exports and imports to the UK. But with our exports being significantly more than our imports, one could argue that we need the UK to buy from us more than they need us to sell to them. So that's the downside. It makes us vulnerable, but the upside is that there's a great opportunity to expand and mitigate that. So while the focus of this government at the moment and our country must be on vaccine acquisition and distribution, it is not the only thing that we need to be focused on, and I know that we're capable of doing more than one thing at once. We need to prepare. We need to leverage our current trade opportunities, and we need to broaden them with the UK. First of all, we need to start by developing a comprehensive plan. And we need to include the provinces, we need to include businesses, and we need to ask for broad consultation, and we need to identify what those core capabilities are there where we can use the trade agreement that we have right now and broaden it. We need to basically ensure that the government plays a very key role in facilitating and supporting businesses as they expand into those new markets. We absolutely need a dedicated Minister of International Trade. We need more trade representatives who are focused on all regions of the UK and Northern Ireland. We need to ensure that we have dedicated programs and infrastructure to support and facilitate Canadian businesses to understand where the opportunities are in those markets. We have a trade agreement. We need to find and figure out how we're going to leverage that trade agreement to turn it into real jobs and business opportunities. And it doesn't happen without effort. It's something that we need to focus on now, and we need to have key dedicated government, provincial, and industry representatives to be able to get there. Also, we need to start working on negotiating the key areas of the next comprehensive agreement. Some of the things that have been put forward that are missing from this agreement: dispute resolution framework. We need to be able, even though we're great friends with the UK, we need to have a comprehensive structure that tells us how these things are going to be worked out if we were ever to find ourselves in a dispute situation. We do need to jointly address how we would deal with non-tariff trade barriers. Perhaps we need to think in terms of economic alliances the same way that we look at defense and security alliances. Perhaps that we need to unite when one adversary is not abiding by trade agreements when we have trade agreements with other people. And that gives us the ability to have a greater influence to change and alter that behavior. Perhaps we also need terms to address potential nationalistic and centric policies. We've seen, yes, we're in an emergency, and we've seen countries invoke their Defense Production Act, but with us largely dependent on international global supply chains, perhaps we need to look at broadening and thinking about in advance how we would mitigate those Buy America, or if there were ever a Buy UK type policy. Could Canada be included as that part of that umbrella with the UK and address it in that manner? Regulatory alignment for existing areas like health, perhaps vaccines, and where we would look at the process that the UK goes through to approve and monitor a vaccine. And perhaps rather than us having to do it again ourselves because we were part of it or jointly reviewed it or agreed to the same regulatory conditions, we would be able to facilitate it faster in our country because we have shared regulatory alignment that we have negotiated in advance. Streamlining for businesses and professionals that want to do things. Or emerging.
Members, time is up, and should be able to, I know the time just flies by and so I'm sure that she'll be able to add during questions and comments. Questions et commentaires, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And where I agree with the member is that it's a time in which government does need to be very much focused on the coronavirus, and amongst other things, a part of that obviously being the vaccine, which is great that we will be able to hit that target of 6 million by the end of the first quarter, as we have been talking about for many weeks now. But when it comes to the issue of trade, I'm sure the member opposite appreciates the fact that by working with Canadians and negotiating teams, that we were very successful at accomplishing a significant number of signed off trade agreements between Canada and numerous countries around the world in the first 5 years, which absolutely coincides along with the generation of over 1 million jobs, good full-time jobs. So there is a direct correlation between trade and jobs and Canada's middle class and trying to grow that middle class. My question specific to the member is, would she not agree that this particular agreement is a continuation, and we will still have the opportunity to look at better ways in which we can give it more attention in the months ahead?
The honourable member for Aurora Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Well, thank you very much for that important question. There's no question that trade is important, but there needs to be a sense of urgency, and we need to expand these trade agreements, particularly with those that are like-minded with us, like the UK, because not all trade is equal and not all relationships are the same. People trade with people they trust, and people trust people they feel secure with and can count on them in difficult times as well as positive times. So we need to leverage the trade agreements with partners that are of like mind with us to create those jobs, and we need it quickly because recovery will be dependent upon it.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Longueuil, Saint-Hubert. We talk a lot about trade, but we do need a trade agreement. But we wouldn't be talking about this today if it wasn't about national independence. The UK has manifested its desire to leave the EU. That's why we're talking about it today. Even by a snowball effect, the independent movement in Scotland has increased. But it's their right. They have the right to decide what they want to do for themselves. The UK wants to leave the EU because it's a benefit for them to leave. And people should have the right, should they not, to decide for themselves what they will do. Absolutely. It's a wonderful thing. But we're here to talk about Canada's role, and we need to have free trade and broaden this free trade with the UK.
We have time for another brief question. The honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I know the member spoke a lot about a kind of regulatory harmonization and common standards. I do note that the UK was just in such an arrangement and they decided to leave in order to have more independence. My concern always is that, particularly when Conservatives start talking this way, that it really means a leveling down of our standards. And that's what we've seen in many cases under this kind of free trade regime, is that there's downward pressure put on regulations that safeguard the interests of workers and the planet. So I'm just wondering if the member might provide a couple concrete examples of the kind of regulatory harmonization she has in mind.
The honourable member for Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Well, with anything, regulatory alignment is always a balance. And so I would leave that to the comprehensive consultation and input from provinces and businesses, as well as my honorable colleagues. This is about things that we need to target and start looking at, not necessarily whether or not we have the solutions on them just at this point.
Order. It is my duty, pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. The honourable member for Courtenay Albany, COVID-19 emergency responses. The honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot, Canada Post, et l'honorable député.
And the honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue, ethics.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. The honourable member for Surrey Newton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will be splitting my time with hard-working honourable member from Sudbury. Madam Speaker, today I speak in support of Bill C-18, an act to implement the Agreement on Trade Continuity between Canada and the United Kingdom. This piece of
a point of order. I'm sorry, l'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Rivière-des-Mille. I apologize for bothering everyone, but there's no French interpretation again.
Pardon?
Pardon me?
Interpretation, but apparently it was an internal problem. It should be fixed now. I'll let the member for Surrey Newton continue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This piece of legislation demonstrates how the Government of Canada continues to pursue trade opportunities for Canadian businesses and exporters while maintaining certainty and stability in the face of global geopolitical developments that are entirely out of Canada's control. Madam Speaker, the United Kingdom is Canada's fifth largest trading partner, with bilateral merchandise trade between Canada and the United Kingdom averaged $27.1 billion between 2017 and 2019. But I'm not here to throw around these numbers that has been widely discussed in this House. Instead, Madam Speaker, I want to speak about the real world consequences on Canadian businesses who rely on international market access if this bill is not passed. Madam Speaker, Brexit was not something that Canada could control. As international allies of the European Union and the United Kingdom, we were bystanders that has always respects the democratic will of the nation's populace. That being said, this government had to immediately consider the short, medium, and long-term impacts of such an exit. Since September 2017, when the former UK Prime Minister landed in Canada to discuss the future trading relationship between our two countries, that is exactly but we have worked on. In those initial meetings between the two prime ministers, it was agreed upon that the comprehensive economic and trade agreement with the European Union, otherwise known as CETA, would serve as model for new bilateral agreement with United Kingdom. As a member of the Standing Committee on International Trade for several terms, I was privy to the negotiations that went into CETA, making it a perfect template to provide a seamless transition in post-Brexit trade with the United Kingdom. Madam Speaker, this House spent years studying and debating CETA before receiving a royal assent in May of 2017. So to suggest that Bill C-18 is anything but transparent in terms of its details is nonsense. Further, it has suggested by members from across the way that Canada somehow dragged its feet on this agreement. However, once again, this is political posturing that does not reflect the reality of the past few years. The opposition are well aware that under European Union membership rules, the United Kingdom was prohibited from implementing a free trade agreement until it officially left the European Union. And as we all know, Brexit only became official on January 31st, 2020. Of course, soon after that date, the world was hit with the global pandemic that we are still battling in every corner of the globe. So to affirm the reality of what has happened over the past 4 years, our government has been in working group with the United Kingdom in a transparent manner to negotiate our post-Brexit trading relationship as per European Union's membership rules. Further, our government's timeline is completely in line with the significant dates associated with Brexit, as the transition period for UK's departure just came to end on December 31st, 2020. Madam Speaker, in spite of attempts to score political points from across the way, this bill and continuity agreement is a perfect example of how Canada is able to nimble in our trade negotiations across the world in spite of circumstances, rules, and regulations outside of our purview. The bill necessary to ensure that tariffs are not applied on 98% of products we export to UK. This bill is needed to protect the supply management that the Canadian dairy, poultry, and egg sectors rely upon. This bill is also significant for the access it provides to the United Kingdom government's massive procurement market, which is estimated to be worth approximately $118 billion. These kind of opportunities, particularly with the United Kingdom government's ongoing response to the COVID-19 pandemic, are vital for Canadian manufacturers and service providers. Madam Speaker, most importantly, this bill completely acknowledges that this is a stopgap measure by ensuring that within 12 months of this continuity agreement being implemented, our two countries will hammer out a new comprehensive bilateral agreement that will be in place within 3 years. Earlier in my remarks, I mentioned the real world consequences that would impact Canadian businesses and exporters if this bill was not passed. Well, extensive in-house modeling and analysis from Global Affairs Canada details those impacts in stark detail. Madam Speaker, without this agreement, Canada would be subject to UK global tariff, which would be applied without any special treatment to all Canadian imports, and for service sector providers, all certainty that was achieved through the CETA would be completely lost. The preferential treatment that Canada has enjoyed with the UK represents billions of dollars that provides a direct infusion to the Canadian economy and labor market. In fact, Global Affairs Canada puts potential trade losses without this agreement in place at $2 billion, impacting the food, chemical, apparel, machinery, and the equipment industries dramatically. This is a bill that recognizes the scale of trade between Canada and UK, takes into account the looming January 31st, 2021 deadline, while still committing to a robust process for a future bilateral relationship with entirely new terms. So to conclude, Madam Speaker, this bill and support for it comes down to whether we support opportunity for Canadian businesses and exporters. This is particularly the case with the fact that we will spend the year after its hopeful passage negotiating new terms in close consultation with provinces and the Canadian businesses and export communities. This bill is about how we as a nation can provide hope in the face of great global economic uncertainty and reach into the future to continue to grow trade to the benefit of our country and our workers. I encourage all members of the House to stand up in favor of Bill C-18, which will only continue to blossom if we move forward as a nation that is unified in our pursuit of opportunity. Madam Speaker, I want to thank you and all members for giving me an opportunity to speak about this bill in the House of Commons.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Prince Albert.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I do enjoy working with this member of Parliament on the Trade Committee. He's a good member of Parliament for sure. The question I have for him is regards this timeline he says is wrong. Well, no, it's not wrong. The reality is the way I portrayed it is exactly the way it happened. And another reality is there was no consultations. In fact, if you talk to the bureaucracy, they consulted, but this Liberal government did not consult, Madam Speaker. So my question to the member, if he says that they've consulted and all these people were consulted, could he inform us through you how many meetings the Minister of Trade had with different industry groups on specifically C-18, and how many consultation meetings did the Trade Committee have with stakeholders in the past year, 2 years in regards to C-18?
The honourable member for Surrey Newton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to thank the honourable member from Prince Albert. As he mentioned, I had the opportunity to work with him on the International Trade Committee for many, many years. And in fact, we traveled together to different places to advocate for Canadian businesses and workers, and the passion that he showed and the teamwork that he shows, Madam Speaker, enormously appreciated. But when member asked me about the consultations, when we passed CETA, when CETA was brought into effect, at that time, all those consultations happened. In fact, this is based on the CETA, so all those consultations that we are talking about were at that time. But now moving forward, as I mentioned, Madam Speaker, that once this comes to that stage, we as a committee will be going out. We will be consulting with the different businesses, different organizations, and the minister and the government will be making those consultations as necessary as we have done already.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Madam Speaker. My question would be to know whether the MP is comfortable with the way in which it was negotiated and presented. I would remind that the Minister of Small Business and the Export Development and International Trade gave an agreement with the UK last year and on December 9th, there was the text of the agreement less than a month after the end of the application of the agreement and 2 days before the end of the parliamentary session, and the International Trade Committee did not have time to look at it. The government is only responsible for this sense of urgency. Is the member comfortable with that? Is he comfortable with the fact that the provinces which have interest in this were not consulted? Thank you.
Honourable Member for Surrey Newton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, when, as I mentioned earlier in my question from the Honourable Member from Prince Albert, as I said, there were many consultations that were in place when we passed CETA, and this is totally based on that agreement, which is CETA. And I tell you, the time was of an essence to make sure that the industries, the businesses, and particularly Quebec, that is able to take the advantage of those 98% of the goods that will not be taxed. And that's why we had to pass it. And moving forward, as I said, government and the minister and the committee will be doing its work to have proper and long conversations with the stakeholders.
Time for a brief question. The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Earlier, I raised the issue about the fact that this UK-Canada trade deal does not address the ISDS provisions. And of course, that's not the only concern. It also does not address the issue around the upward pressure from pharmaceutical drug costs related to the patent issue. And the government member responded by saying, well, this is just a transitional deal, but yet there's no sunset clause to this transitional deal. Does the member think that it is appropriate to not have a sunset clause to ensure that we will have an end date with negotiations?
A brief answer from the member for Surrey Newton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the Honourable Member from Vancouver East. Madam Speaker, as Canada and UK has long time relationship when it comes to doing the trade. And I'm certain moving forward, even though we do not have a sunset clause, we will come up with an agreement or a trade agreement, bilateral trade agreement that will benefit both Canadians as well as the businesses from UK.
Debate, prise de débat, l'honorable secrétaire.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
From Surrey Newton for his excellent speech. And I was peering through my screen into his office, and I was seeing some green in the back. So I'm a bit jealous for here in Sudbury, and everything's white and cold. So I just want to thank him and to say hi to him. J'ai l'honneur de présenter des mots.
I have the honour to speak about the benefits of the Canada-UK trade deal. As you know, this agreement will preserve existing commitments between our two nations. It will help further strengthen our trade relationship as we seek to launch formal bilateral free trade talks in the coming year. The UK is already an important trade market for Canada's agriculture and agri-food sector, with agri-food and seafood exports to the UK valued at $553 million last year. Madam Speaker, the government always takes a balanced approach to trade agreements that reflects the diversity of our agriculture and food industry, while ensuring continuity for our agri-food exporters. We also continue to support our supply management system for our dairy, poultry, and egg producers all across Canada. I'd like to remind members, Madam Speaker, that our support for supply management has not prevented us from entering into 15 trade deals covering 51 countries, giving our farmers a competitive advantage in 2/3 of the global economy. The same is true of the agreement with the UK. This continuity deal fully protects Canada's dairy, poultry, and egg sectors and does not provide any additional new access for foreign cheese or other supply-managed products. This is a further sign of our government's strong support for Canada's supply management system and the rural communities it supports. In addition, the Government of Canada is committed to not granting new market access for supply-managed products in future trade deals. At the same time, we've delivered on our commitment to fully and fairly compensate our farmers for the impacts of CETA and the CTPGP. In November of last year, the Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food announced a significant investment for Canadian dairy, poultry, and egg producers. She announced a $1.4 billion direct payment program to Canadian dairy producers over the next 3 years based on their quota. $468 million by March 31st, 2021, $469 million in 2021 to 2022, and $468 million in 2022 to 2023. For example, a farm with 80 cows will receive direct cash payment of approximately $38,000 per year for the next 3 years. This funding is in addition to the $345 million that was already paid to dairy producers in direct payments last year and the $250 million Dairy Farm Investment Program. Madam Speaker, this brings the total compensation for dairy farmers under the CETA and PTPGP to $2 billion. The minister also announced that for supply-managed chicken, egg, hatching, and turkey producers, we will provide $691 million for programs over 10 years. These programs will respond to what was requested by the Poultry and Egg Task Force following ratification of the PTPGP and will support investments in their operations that improve productivity and for further market development. Program details will be developed in consultation with industry representatives and will be launched as soon as possible. Our government remains committed to engaging the sectors in a full and fair compensation package for CUSMA. We also remain committed to supporting our supply-managed processors for their market impacts. With the funding we announced on November 28th, dairy, poultry, and egg producers will be able to make key investments in their operations and improve their operations to be even more competitive. This will help them be more efficient and innovative. The investments they make in their operations today will position our young farmers for future growth and success. Our important announcement clearly shows that farmers can count on our government to deliver on our commitments and do everything in their power to help them and the next generation succeed. These farm families are at the heart of our communities. Mr. Speaker, these producers are at the heart of our communities. We know that producers want the system to remain sustainable and on a sound footing for the years to come. And we want that too. Supply management, in our view, is a pillar of rural prosperity in Canada, and it works. It's an effective economic model. It provides prosperity and stability to our dairy, egg, and poultry producers. Our producers and processors are deeply rooted in our rural communities. Some farms and operations have been around for generations. Others are more recent and founded by young men and women who are very passionate about what they do. It goes without saying that we will absolutely continue to protect our supply management system. It guarantees high-quality supply of products to Canadian consumers. It's a model of stability, and it also provides for a living for farm families and rural communities all across the country. In total, our producers of dairy, egg, and poultry are economic drivers of our economy, about $12 billion in sales and 75,000 direct jobs in Canada in farming and processing. Beyond the farm, the processing of dairy and poultry products contributes some $22.6 billion to the Canadian economy. These workers work hard, and during the COVID pandemic, they have fought against variations in demand and shortage of labor, and they have come through it beautifully. Our government will continue to support our supply-managed producers to help them get through these turbulent times. We have boosted funding for various programs, and these programs are not just about providing Canadians with nutritious foods from our Canadian farms, but we also help stabilize the markets. And for dairy producers, in managing excess production, we have increased the loan capacity of the Canadian Dairy Commission by $200 million. Madam Speaker, our dairy, poultry, and egg producers are constantly looking for ways to improve their work. They're innovating. They're putting the best possible food on our table. Our supply management system provides them with a fair return on their labor and investment. Our producers and processors want to have an industry that's on a sound footing and is prosperous, that they can hand down to their children, and we will help them do just that. Agriculture is one of the priorities of this government in stimulating economic growth in Canada. We will continue to invest in this industry, and we will continue to listen to our producers and processors and to protect them under trade deals, including this continuity deal with the UK and all future deals. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity to speak with you. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Mégantic-l'Érable. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to get some answers from my colleague, who's an apologist for the Liberal position on supply management. They gave away a lot in the CUSMA deal. They gave up a lot of Canadian sovereignty when it came to tariffs, setting our own tariffs. They accepted a limit on exports of powdered milk, and still no news on compensation under that deal, which was signed by the Liberal government with the United States and Mexico. Madam Speaker, we don't know what the compensation will be, when it will be paid. And once again, dairy producers are left to stew. They don't know how compensation is going to work for poultry and egg producers either. So there are a lot of questions that remain up in the air. My colleague seems to think everything's perfect on the Liberal side, but these are questions I hear every day from producers in my riding. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for a good question. It's a valid question. It's because we're working on those issues today. But today we're talking about the UK continuity deal. And as I said in my speech, Madam Speaker, in our view, one of the pillars is the continuity of supply managed industries. And in our deal with Europe, that was protected, and it will continue to be protected under the UK continuity deal. We want to make sure that businesses, whether they're farmers or processors, we want them to know that it's the status quo under this new deal. That's crucial in terms of providing stability. This is what we said at the beginning, and that's what we've actually been able to deliver on. And now we will engage with the UK to have a comprehensive final deal, and we will continue to protect our supply-managed industries. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Temiskaming. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have to disagree with my colleague because as a member from the north, I'm looking forward to getting back to my snowbanks instead of looking at green spaces. But I did enjoy his speech when he talked about his interest in protecting supply management. However, you have to back that up with concrete steps. And the harm done by breaches in Quebec's supply management system under the last three deals are permanent. It's permanent damage. So what's going to enable companies to get back to full revenues in the long term? So in terms of protecting free trade, will the member support the blocks bill that would prevent the government from further undermining supply management and in the ultimate trade deal, the final trade deal with the UK as well? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. I'd like to give a shout out to my colleague from Abitibi-Temiskaming. To answer the question, it's clear, as I said in my speech, that protecting supply management is what we're doing. And when you negotiate trade deals with other countries, farmers have to be well and properly compensated for any losses. And that is what we're doing. We're supporting those entrepreneurs and those farmers, and we're helping them get access to these new markets. So I think it cuts both ways. We need to help them financially, but we also have to help them in the short term to benefit from these trade deals and gain greater access to other markets. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
For a brief question, the honourable member for Courtenay Albany.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, initially the NDP opposed CETA, and we had many concerns, whether it be the investor-state dispute settlement mechanisms, the increased cost in drugs that patent protection for pharmaceutical companies would create. But one thing we know, CETA is widely understood for putting upward pressure on the cost of pharmaceutical drugs. Why are the Liberals entrenching these same provisions in yet another trade agreement while dragging their heels on delivering a national pharmaceutical plan? Pharmacare plan.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, a brief answer, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for the question. At the end of the day, Madam Speaker, as you know, this is a continuity agreement. So this is basically where we're taking it out of CETA, and this is the basis to make sure that there's continuity and stability for our markets here in Canada. Now, it also gives us an opportunity to continue negotiations for a new agreement with Great Britain. And that's exactly what we're going to be doing in the next year, and that's important that we take all of these concerns with them as we move forward. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Abitibi-Temiskaming. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to say at the outset that I'm honoured to be sharing my time with the honourable member for Saint Jean. Madam Speaker, in 1987, Canada entered into the North American Free Trade Agreement, NAFTA, with the United States and Mexico. The purpose of that deal was to minimize all barriers to trade in North America. It was to create a stable economic environment by reducing or eliminating tariff barriers, providing for the free movement of all goods and services, and defining product standards and intellectual property, for example. Since NAFTA, Canada has signed trade deals with a number of other European, South American, and Asian partners. Canada has tapped into most of the world's major markets. The current bill, C-18, to implement the Canada-UK Business Continuity Agreement is unique in that it replicates the Canada-European Union Comprehensive Economic and Trade Agreement, or CETA, which was concluded in 2017. It's all about preserving the status quo in Canada-UK trade pending negotiation of a final trade deal. For the sake of stability in the current economic context, the Bloc Québécois is in favor of Bill C-18. This deal, Madam Speaker, should help revive the economy of Quebec and Canada in the wake of the current health crisis. This recovery will take years because Quebec and Canada can't handle the huge debt we have today without suffering major consequences. It's a crisis that could provoke a major change in the relationship between Quebec and Canada. The UK represents an important market for Canadian exports. Estimates indicate that our exports to the UK are worth more than $18 billion. This market represents 1/3 of our trade with all European countries. The UK is one of our main partners, ranking just a few spots behind the US, Mexico, and China. A significant portion of Canada-UK trade is in precious metals like gold. The mining industry is one of Quebec's main industries, and gold alone accounts for a major portion of Canada's total exports to the UK. The mining industry is essential for the development of my region, Abitibi-Temiskaming, and for the economy of Quebec. The Canada-UK Business Continuity Agreement fully protects Canada's dairy, poultry, and egg sectors. So that's important. We need to clarify what the long-term situation will be. So the Canada-UK Business Continuity Agreement fully protects Canada's dairy, poultry, and egg sectors and does not provide for any new additional market access for foreign cheese. That's the status quo. On the other hand, let's remind this House that the breaches have been made before. The damage has already been done. There were concessions made by Canada on the backs of supply-managed dairy farmers in the past 3D deals. In total, producers and processors have lost nearly 10% of market share with CETA, with Europe, in 2017, and the TPP in 2018, and CUSMA in 2020. That's more than $400 million in concessions made at the expense of Quebec companies in particular. That's enough. That's why the Bloc Québécois tabled Bill C-216 in the House, because supply management has unfortunately become for Ottawa a bargaining chip in negotiations with future international partners. 3 times, even though it had fully committed to protect supply management, Ottawa did not keep its word and opened new breaches. Thanks to the legislation we've introduced, the federal government will no longer be able to make commitments that would weaken supply management, either through treaties or international trade deals. As the Bloc Québécois demands, the supply management system must be protected in all future negotiations. And that should be done with the final UK trade deal as well, obviously. The survival of Quebec's agricultural model is at stake. There are some things to raise. The Bloc Québécois is critical of the government's lack of transparency in recent negotiations with the UK. How is it possible that the Standing Committee on International Trade discussed the transitional agreement with parties directly impacted without having seen the text of the deal? And what's worse, the committee had to submit its report on the transitional agreement the same day we finally received the text. It's difficult to protect the interests of our people when the government doesn't give us the means to do so. This lack of transparency unfortunately mirrors previous international trade deals recently negotiated by Canada. We believe it's time to look at procedures to be put in place in Parliament to increase the level of democratic control for elected members of the House during trade deal negotiations. For example, why not require the minister responsible for ratifying an agreement to table it before Parliament with an explanatory memo to provide an economic impact study at the same time and to do so in a timely manner? Why not require the minister responsible for ratifying a deal to inform the House of his intention to start trade negotiations 90 days before they begin and submit his objectives 30 days beforehand? It just makes sense, democratically speaking. International trade deals are not an agreement for the government of Canada. They're an agreement for all Quebecers and all Canadians. It's for our companies. So can we bring the decision-making closer to the actual stakeholders? And rightly so, because they're the ones most affected by these deals. Ultimately, they're the ones who suffer the consequences of these trade deals. We in the Bloc Québécois believe it's necessary for parliamentarians and provincial representatives to be more involved in the upcoming rounds of talks that will lead to a final deal between Canada and the UK. In fact, in order to defend their own interests, the provinces should be involved in the negotiations of all future trade deals between Canada and international partners. For the upcoming negotiations between Canada and the UK, the provinces need to be involved when decisions affect provincial jurisdiction, and that's in areas such as standards, government procurement, and so on. The sooner Quebec is involved in the negotiations, the greater the chances it will have to defend its economic interests, because Quebec knows what's best for Quebec. We have to raise the democratic level of the Canadian Federation. With Brexit, the UK is seeking to renew its sovereignty and regain control of its economy and its autonomy. With Brexit, the UK is recovering all of its own powers to regain economic control. In order to raise the level of democracy within the Canadian Federation, the provinces need to be involved in negotiations when decisions that are being made affect provincial jurisdiction. Why are we rejecting common sense here? Mechanisms should be established The UK is strengthening its own sovereignty. Shouldn't the provinces be able to strengthen theirs? In conclusion, the Bloc Québécois believes that Bill C-18, the Business Continuity Agreement, should be passed. The current crisis must not be compounded by sudden economic losses. According to estimates, Canada's GDP will drop by $350 million, and there will be a further significant loss of 2,500 jobs if this continuity deal is not agreed to. Something had to be done, and Canada chose the status quo. That was prudent. However, during the negotiations for this continuity agreement, elected members of this House were not given an opportunity to have an influence over the way things were done, and this needs to be done. Elected officials must have access to the details and evaluation notes before they vote here in the House. That's just common sense. We need to increase the involvement of elected officials in trade talks. The provinces need to be able to negotiate all matters of provincial jurisdiction. Agriculture is a perfect example. As members of Parliament, we have a duty to bring the voice of our constituents to Parliament and all the mechanisms of Canadian federalism. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Aurora Beaches, Richmond Hill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. Clearly, it's the federal government's responsibility to negotiate trade deals, free trade deals, particularly the deal with the United Kingdom. Can my colleague give us any recommendations so that the federal government can increase trade with the UK? What are the priorities for the future trade talks, according to in my colleague's opinion? Thank you. The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to take the opportunity to answer my colleague's question by mentioning that there's an interesting lesson here, and that is the lesson of economic nationalism, the idea of protecting our own interests within our borders. There are things we need to protect so that we're less reliant on exports. If there's one thing the pandemic has taught us, it's not to be dependent on international trade, because exports can be blocked at any time, and we saw that with masks. So the message is that this is the end of neoliberalism as we've known it over the past 30 years. We need to protect ourselves. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Mr. Speaker, I really enjoyed my honourable colleague's speech, my colleague from Abitibi-Témiscamingue. He's a good nut. He's got a good head. Sébastien, congratulations. That was a great speech. And I'm just wondering about how we can make the provinces play a greater role in trade talks. Wouldn't it be easier if Quebec businesses, if we could negotiate our own trade deals on behalf of Quebec? What does he think of that idea? The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague from Longueuil-Saint-Hubert for his vision, for his foresightedness. He's right. It's a good question. Hasn't the UK just served up a lesson on independence and autonomy? They've backed out of the European Union with Brexit in order to be able to sign their own deals and make their own laws. And what I find interesting about that is the member for Saint-Hubert-Longueuil is passionate about the French language. And one of the fundamental lessons of this deal was one that was taught us by the EU themselves. Now with Brexit, England has opted out, and now French has become the main language. Is that not a lesson for us? Shouldn't we be watching what's happening elsewhere? And shouldn't we be strengthening and boosting the prominence of French within our own parliament and within our interprovincial relations? Every province should have mechanisms to to protect their language. This is a lesson in sovereignty that the EU and England, the UK, have served up. Thank you.
Scona.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I listened to my colleague's speech, and I found it interesting that Brexit, the UK's exit from the European Union, could be a model for sovereignty, because I think one of the big lessons to take from Brexit has to do with the economic fiasco it has caused to the United Kingdom. And I wonder whether the risks and consequences, the devastating consequences for the UK's economy and economic forecasts for the UK, is that not a lesson too for sovereignty? The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Temiskaming. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question and for his sensitivity. I'll give an example. When it comes to international trade, you have to be at the table to protect your interests. If Quebec had been at the table, Quebec could have used a veto. We could have used a veto to prevent another breach in supply management. Quebec could have stood up at the bargaining table and said, no way, we're not giving up another 3% and cutting compensation checks to producers. That's not good enough. We should be ensuring that our producers maintain 100% of their income or their revenues. And that's another problem with the way things work. When you have a federal government engaging in the talks, the provinces can't defend their own interests adequately. And that's what happened with supply management. There have been 3 breaches under 3 deals that's why Bill C-216, the Bloc's private members bill, will ensure that next time round we'll be able to protect our national interests and get rid of all the worries that stem from free trade negotiations. It being 5:30 on the dot, the House will now proceed to the study of private members' business as indicated on today's order paper.
Private members' business, resuming debate at second reading of Bill C-204, an act to amend the Canadian Environmental Protection Act, 1999, final disposal of plastic waste, standing in the name of Mr. Davidson.
When the House last took up debate on the motion, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader had 6 minutes remaining in the time for his remarks. So we'll go to him now. Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's with pleasure that I can add to some of my earlier comments a while back. And I thought maybe just if we do a very, very quick review in the sense that Bill C-204, which is introduced by the member from York Simcoe, and if you read the summary of the bill, one could be somewhat skeptical, especially given that it's coming from a member of the Conservative caucus, and I don't know if they had a discussion about this, especially some of those members that would have been sitting in government back in 2010 to 2014 type of thing. Because what the bill does is it says it attempts to amend the Canadian Environmental Protections Act to prohibit the export of certain types of plastic to foreign countries for final disposal. Now, the reason why I started off the way that I did is that, a few years ago, there was this huge issue in the Philippines. And what happened is when Stephen Harper was the prime minister, there was a company that actually put all sorts of what they claimed to be plastics as garbage, and they shipped it over to the Philippines. And when you open up the containers, it really didn't have too much to do with recycling of plastics. There was a lot of garbage, and that's really what it was, garbage. They talked about used diapers, and it was an actual mess when they unsealed the containers and the odors that were coming out. It really became a diplomatic issue for us, and I think that we can learn something from that, and that is to recognize that it is not appropriate for Canada to be shipping garbage around the world to different places without proper checks in place, Mr. Speaker. And in certain situations, it shouldn't happen at all, period. Now, what happened back then is in 2016, I believe, reflecting in terms of the garbage that was shipped or the recycled plastics that were shipped under the Harper regime, we actually strengthened some of the guidelines to prevent those sorts of things from happening in the future. Diplomatically, it did raise at a fairly high level where we had President Duterte indicating that he had serious concerns about the waste and he wanted it out of the Philippines. And fortunately, we were able to find a place and get the garbage out and get rid of it here in Canada. And it was at a facility in which it was actually burned, Mr. Speaker. But the point is that we recognize the need to be able to look at environmental issues. When you take a look at this specifics, the government already has a fairly comprehensive agenda to tackle the issue of plastic waste. This includes strengthening controls on plastic waste exports under the Basel Convention on the control of transboundary and movement of hazardous waste and recyclable materials. I think that those are the type of agreements that governments from around the world need to look at, support, and then follow, because it is a great way to ensure that it's not just between 1 or 2 or 3 countries. It's something that's widely accepted around the world. Canada does play and has played a leadership role in recent negotiations for amendments. In fact, these amendments will reduce exports of non-recyclable, non-hazardous plastic waste to countries unable to manage them in an environmentally sound way. But what I really like, Mr. Speaker, is the fact that as we continue to go forward, and if you talk to, especially young people, but not exclusively young people, you will find that the environment is a huge issue. And there's many different ideas that people have. As a government, we have been moving forward on this file in significant ways. I can talk about the net zero by 2050 in terms of emissions legislation. I could talk about the 2 billion trees that we're committing to plant, Mr. Speaker. Or, back in October, we indicated the banning of plastics. In fact, there was 6 plastics or 6 points: the plastic bags, straws, stir sticks, 6-pack rings, cutlery, and hard to recycle takeout containers. Mr. Speaker, I think that the government has demonstrated its interest to move aggressively and progressively on the issue of the environment, and you have to take into consideration plastics if you're going to be able to deal with the issues facing our environment, Mr. Speaker. And that is something in which we are committed to do and have been working on now for a number of years, Mr. Speaker. And I think at the end of the day, as we continue to have this debate, members should feel quite comfortable in knowing that they have a government that is progressive on the issue of plastics and our environment, and we will continue to move Canada forward on the issue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise du débat. L'honorable député d'Avignon.
The honourable member for Avignon-Amitis-Matane-Matapédia. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's always a pleasure to speak in this House, Mr. Speaker, in order to discuss what we really need to do to fight climate change and protect the environment. I'd like to thank my colleague Ryok Simko for his hard work on the environment. It's reassuring to see members of the Conservative Party who really care about the environment. However, we nonetheless think that this bill doesn't go far enough. And perhaps the Conservative Party doesn't want to go further in environmental matters in order to not bother its base in the West. But it is clear that transitioning to green energy is not only essential, but will also create an extraordinary amount of wealth and jobs. The federal government should do everything it can to protect thousands of jobs by redirecting them to a low-carbon economy. Nonetheless, this bill is very important. The Bloc Québécois has to agree with a bill to reduce plastic waste and to ensure that plastic waste being exported for recycling must be better sorted and labeled. It should not be incinerated or end up in the environment. However, although this is important, we should go further. It's one thing to think about the final disposal of plastic waste, but we should go even further and think about how plastic is produced, especially when it comes to single-use plastics. We need to think about the way materials move around the economy. If this government really wanted to be as much of a green government as it says it is, it should transfer money to the provinces without strings attached, so that, like Quebec, they can invest in the circular economy and in making producers more responsible and accountable. The government must act to ensure that Quebec recyclers can recycle more complex products. The limits with this bill, C-204, is that it doesn't go far enough. It doesn't get to the root of the issue, which is, in my opinion, how we generally work on reducing our waste. We need to address the very real issue of plastic waste. We need to move towards a circular economy. And let me just discuss briefly what the circular economy is. It's a way to produce, consume services and products while optimizing resource use at every stage in goods and service life cycles. We are looking to move to a circular economy that will reduce our environmental footprint while contributing to individuals' and communities' well-being. The objective of the circular economy is to rethink our consumption methods, to consume fewer resources and protect ecosystems.
How can we optimize the use of resources that are already circulating in our society in 3 steps? By using products over again, by extending the life of those products and giving a new life to our resources. So the circular economy produces a series of measures to better use resources to ensure that we have the shortest and most local production possible. Mr. Speaker, the circular economy has many benefits and spin-offs. It allows us to create wealth by giving value to our products, keeping things at home and promoting the local economy and developing companies that are productive. It is an economic growth lever by looking at new business models and the development of technologies and products with low environmental footprints. This is a lasting solution to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and environmental impacts related to transport and production. In short, we gain on all levels when we improve the value of our products. One man's garbage can be another man's treasure. In Quebec, glass powder can replace cement, and this reduces greenhouse gas emissions. Quebec has already committed to the expertise of our recycling committees, recycling companies. Mr. Speaker, the federal government must encourage Quebec and the provinces to move in this direction by transferring funds. There are benefits at all levels. So, Mr. Speaker, we must produce less and ensure that we transform our garbage into other products, giving them a second life at home instead of sending them abroad. The government has its responsibility in this. We must produce less garbage. This means producing fewer single-use plastics. The government said that it would ban single-use plastics, a promise that has been delayed by the pandemic that we are currently experiencing. The pandemic shows us the urgency of acting because there are many single-use plastics still in use. Surgical masks, gloves, gowns, utensils. COVID-19 has upset many things. In June 2019, Ottawa announced a plan to ban single-use plastics for 2021. Unfortunately, the ban only covers 6 types: plastic bags, straws, and several other products, including things made with difficult-to-recycle plastics. Other things should have been added to the list, Mr. Speaker. It's far from the goal of zero plastic garbage that the government has committed to for 2030, and I must say that the Liberals' environmental plan is inconsistent. The Prime Minister dares to announce a $1 million contribution to protect biodiversity around the world, and a few hours later has authorized 40 exploratory wells in a UN-recognized area for its important biodiversity. Ottawa has also decided to accelerate the approval of projects by abolishing certain processes already that had been in place until now. We are understanding that 2021 is the year when we can't miss the boat when it comes to environmental protections. Mr. Speaker, I don't want to hurt the planet. The government is missing the boat this year when it comes to the environment. It had the opportunity to start a real green shift by investing massively in the economic recovery, in the energy shift. But no, the government has understood nothing. The inaction of the government has lasted for decades. And it's undeniable during the pandemic. It's time to take action. The pandemic is following on harsher winters. It's at least 3 degrees in Gaspé this winter, in the middle of the winter. Political decisions that we are making aren't helping. In fact, there will be other risks of epidemics. We need to know how our societies will manage these risks. Government needs a consistent plan. It's talking about planting 2 billion trees, and invested money in Trans Mountain. It wants to fight climate change, but it continues to invest billions in oil and gas projects. This same government closed in 2020 and said that the pipeline was part of the government's energy plan. But it is allowing the expansion of the oil and gas industry. Mr. Speaker, it's incredible. Non-recyclable plastics are winding up in our backyards. It winds up in our foods. It's a serious threat to human health. We must think of the long-term impact of this plastic. The government has rejected the idea to date of reducing exports of plastics. In June 2019, before I was elected for a member for Laurier-Saint-Laurent, I was concerned about plastic use and exports because in some cases plastics are recycled, but not as much as you might think. Sometimes these plastics are burned because there are higher needs for fuel elsewhere. There is no way to ensure that the plastics sent abroad will be recycled. In fact, we're just exporting our problems elsewhere. We can and must do better, and I sincerely hope that this will happen. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Courtenay-Alberni.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's a real honor to be rising today in the home of the Nuu-chah-nulth people on the unceded traditional territory of the Hoopa-Chesed and Sishat people. Mr. Speaker, I'm here rising again to talk about plastics and the impact of plastics choking our ocean and the species that live in our marine economy, Mr. Speaker. Someone from a coastal community, I can tell you firsthand the impact that it's having on our coastlines. And we have the longest coastline in the world. And this is an urgent issue that the government of Canada needs to take even more seriously. And their obligation to the environment needs to be backed up with the words that they've used at the United Nations and their commitments there, but also at the G7. When they hosted the G7, they had a commitment at the Ocean Plastic Strategy on the G7, and their commitment around eliminating and reducing plastic pollution. Now, Bill C-204 is presented by the member from York Simcoe, and I really appreciate his efforts on this bill and certainly his enthusiasm. The House certainly knows the position of the NDP on plastics well. In fact, this is my 87th time rising on the issue related to plastics, and it's because it's an urgent issue, Mr. Speaker, and we can't take half measures to tackle this issue. Back in 2017, I presented motion M151 to the House to develop a national strategy to combat plastic pollution. Thousands of Canadians reached out to their MPs to support this motion. We had many stakeholders from my riding and other coastal communities that rallied together to support the motion, which received unanimous support in the House, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate all members from all parties supporting that. And I certainly want to highlight the work of my former colleagues, Murray Rankin and also Nathan Cullen, and of course Megan Leslie before that had done really important work when it relates to plastics. And I want to thank the current member for Victoria and Vancouver Kingsway and Windsor for their tireless efforts and their work on plastics to protect our coastal communities. Because of this work, the government has made some efforts and steps in terms of banning certain types of plastics, such as grocery bags and straws and plastic cutlery, that will come into effect this year. They made commitments around a derelict and ghost and abandoned fishing gear. This is a start, but we have a ton of work to do. And when it comes to this issue being a priority for Canadians, there was a release that just came out the other day, Mr. Speaker. And this is from Oceana, and the polling results that Abacus Data commissioned that found that 95% of Canadians are concerned about the impact plastic pollution has on our ocean. So people across our country, they want to see real action when it comes to tackling this really important threat to our ecosystem. When we go across the country and we hear about the concerns from people, we hear stories about people seeing plastic washing up upon their shores. We don't have the responsibility that's in place. There's no extended producer responsibility still, Mr. Speaker. The government's focused on a circular economy. The amount they're looking at reducing in their ban for this year of the 6 single-use plastics only covers a fraction of 1% of the amount of plastic that is currently being used. In fact, Canadians are laggards, Mr. Speaker. In 2016, only 9% of plastics were recycled in Canada. 86% ended up in the landfill, 4% were incarcerated, and 1% was actually released directly into the environment. So we're not doing enough. And we need to do a lot more here in Canada as well. We need to obviously stop the export of plastics abroad. The importance of today's bill is real, but it's also a half step. And honestly, Mr. Speaker, we need to be just realizing that we've signed on to the Basel Convention and we need to actually honor our agreement and commitment there. So in terms of this bill, Canada in 2018 shipped more than 44,000 tons of plastic waste to other countries because of our inability to recycle that plastic ourselves. And much of that plastic ended up in countries like Indonesia, Malaysia, Cambodia. We certainly know it ended up in the Philippines. As you know, I rose in the House back in 2017 and 2018 on what became an international embarrassment as our waste was sitting in the Philippines, in Manila, and they wanted it sent back to Canada, and for good reason, Mr. Speaker. A lot of these developing nations don't have the capacity and the infrastructure to recycle and dispose of the plastic that we've been sending there. And we have children living in plastic slums on the other side of the world because of plastic being shipped by Canada. You can find Canadian labels in most of these plastic slums in their rivers and in their waterways. And it's something that we should all be embarrassed about as Canadians. So we need to take this very seriously. And we know that the Liberals have really dismissed the idea of banning plastic waste exports. They've again signed on to the Basel Convention, but we know that there's loopholes and there's ways that it's escaping through the United States and other countries that we are still shipping plastics to. So their strategy is not enough. They need to adhere to their international commitments. And we know that if we take action now, we are going to see result. Now, I want to just read a quote from Ashley Wallace from Oceana. She says, Canada has an opportunity to lead in the fight to end the global plastic disaster. There's public appetite for stronger federal action. Now is the time to meaningfully reduce plastic pollution production and use including banning more of the unnecessary harmful single-use plastics that are choking our life-sustaining oceans. And I couldn't agree more, Mr. Speaker. I know we're talking about banning the shipment of plastics, but we actually need to eliminate the unnecessary use of single-use plastics in our country. And we need to, of course, stop shipping our plastics to other countries. Now, when it comes to the Basel Convention, clearly our country is not following through with our commitments at the Basel Convention. We need the government to be listening to this. We wouldn't be talking about this bill if Canada was actually honoring its commitment. We're a signatory to the original Basel Convention, which sets restrictions on shipping waste to the developing world. But we've refused to ratify parts of that agreement and stopping the plastic waste exports because the government knows that it would be not be in compliance of this. And so we're wanting the Liberals to just stop offering just these words that they're committed to it and actually take real action on this. And Mr. Speaker, we have not heard the government of Canada talk about extended producer responsibility, work with the companies that are creating plastics and redesigning it. I think about Nathan Cullen when he was the member of Parliament for Skeena-Bulkley Valley, and obviously now he's a BC cabinet minister. He put forward a tabled a bill so that we could redesign packaging so that it would ban the design of plastics that couldn't be recycled and reused, Mr. Speaker. I do want to read another quote from the Oceana release the other day, and they cited that 2/3 of Canadians polled support expanding the ban to other harmful plastic products, including hot and cold drink cups, cigarette filters, and all forms of polystyrene. All forms of polystyrene. I want to say that again, Mr. Speaker. These items and many others are commonly found littered in the environment, including our waterways, yet they're missing from the proposed ban list. This is despite recent scientific modeling confirming we need to significantly reduce plastic waste generation, not just increase recycling. If we have a chance to fighting chance of curbing the fatal blow of plastic into our waterways, we need to do this. And so, Mr. Speaker, I could speak all day, as you can imagine, on plastics. And again, I see it firsthand. I do appreciate my colleague bringing this bill forward as his private member's bill. The more we talk about this issue, the better. But we do need the government to stop talking on their end, and they need to take greater action, because these lofty goals, again, banning 6 single-use plastics, that is going to make a difference of 1%, Mr. Speaker. Again, we are laggards. We use more plastic than any other developed country in the world, Mr. Speaker, per capita. And that has to change. I know the government wants to create this circular economy idea, but that still means doubling plastic use by 2035. If we continue on this trajectory, Mr. Speaker, we need to reduce and eliminate our use of plastics. And we need to obviously recycle what we're doing here in Canada instead of shipping it overseas. And we need to honor the Basel Convention. I want to thank my colleague. We'll be supporting this to get to committee, and we'll be bringing forward amendments there to improve this legislation. I hope you'll be welcome to those changes that we'll be bringing forward. And again, I want to thank him for bringing this bill forward, and I want to thank all my colleagues in the House for talking about this very important issue. But let's take some action administration. Let's make some changes so that children abroad are not living in plastic slums because plastic waste coming from Canada is choking out their waterways, their environment. They deserve better. The earth in the future deserve better. Thank you.
Resuming debate, and just north of the Severn River, the honourable member for Parry Sound, Muskoka.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chair, Mr. Speaker, and my neighbor. It's a great opportunity to speak to this issue, and I want to compliment my colleague and the member who spoke just before me, the member for Courtenay Alberni. He is clearly a leader on this issue, and I appreciated his recognition of the member for York Simcoe and his enthusiasm for this. I think if the Liberal government can find no better reason to support this than, the member for York Simcoe has a lot of enthusiasm. Is just a genuinely great guy. So, this is not a partisan issue. I completely agree with the member for York Simcoe when he describes it as just a common sense way to actually improve what we're doing. We've all heard the numbers of, 300,000 tons of plastic waste is collected in Canada, and over a quarter of that winds up getting exported to other countries, many of which, of course, we know cannot afford to deal with this plastic waste. And of course, many of those countries, we know that it goes to these countries and it's supposed to be recycled. But of course, we all know, and we've heard the stories and we've seen the reports of this plastic waste being just landfilled or burned. And I can tell you, I can appreciate my colleague from Courtenay Alberni talking about having seen it himself in person, certainly on the west coast of Canada. But I've had the privilege and honor of doing some travel in my previous life, and I've seen it firsthand, the impacts of Canadian plastic waste in the developing world in places like Southeast Asia. One of the most striking things about these beautiful places is that they are stunning landscapes and the people are lovely and wonderful, and yet there's a constant flow of waste and plastic. You see it blowing around all over, and the burning of garbage. And I can give you a few examples. I'm thinking about my trip to Southeast Asia, where I spent some time in Cambodia, which is one of the most remarkable countries in the world. What Cambodia has been through is truly remarkable. But I remember with my friend, we were traveling, we were going from Phnom Penh, the capital, and we were headed to Sihanoukville, which is a beautiful little coastal town. And we were going to stay there for a couple of days, and we took a bus. And so the bus was several hours long, but it was remarkable to both of us. And we commented to each other at the amount of garbage along the side of the road. Every few kilometers, you'd be seeing, garbage being burned, and it was mostly plastic. You'd see children, sorting through and playing in it. And it was a really striking thing to see in a country that was so beautiful. And it occurred to us then when we were talking about it that if every kid, perhaps, in the Western world spent a week in countries like Cambodia, maybe they would think differently about, what they complain about. But it was truly remarkable to see what we saw in Cambodia. And it was, when I think now that so much of that garbage, so much of that plastic waste that was being burned there came from Canada, it's shameful. And another experience I've had in Nicaragua. I mean, we haven't cited Nicaragua as one of the countries where our waste goes, but it's another great example where, I was there to visit, to go to a surf club. It's called the Buena Vista Surf Club. It was an eco-friendly place, off the grid, and to get to it, you had to drive north of San Juan del Sur, and of course you drove past the town dump, which was riddled with plastic, and there was a constant burning of plastics going on there. It was horrible to be in surrounded in such natural beauty, and to see this dealing of waste and knowing that so much of it comes from our country. And of course, we're all familiar with the 2019 Marketplace report on the village in Malaysia and the embarrassing story of that non-recyclable Canadian waste that the Philippine government sent back to Canada. And I agree with my colleague from Courtney Alberni. We are playing lip service to the Basel Convention. It's embarrassing. We should be ashamed of ourselves. Our allies like Australia are leading by example with their recycling and waste reduction bill from 2020. It has come into effect as of December. It's received royal assent. The objectives of that bill are, one, to reduce the impact on human and environmental health of products, waste from products and waste material, including by reducing the amount of greenhouse gases emitted, energy and resources used, and water consumed in connection with products, waste from products and waste material, to realize the community and economic benefits of taking responsibility for products and the waste from products and waste material, and to develop a circular economy that maximizes the continued use of products and waste material over their life cycle and accounts for their environmental impacts, and to contribute to Australia meeting its international obligations concerning the impact referred to back in paragraph 1. This should be our objective too, Mr. Speaker. This should be our objective. This ban, this bill, Bill C-204, represents a truly unique opportunity for Canadian innovation to deal with our own waste. It represents an opportunity to support some of the existing innovative Canadian companies that are recycling and keeping plastic waste out of our landfills now here in Canada, and keeping them from going to places like Cambodia and Malaysia. Companies like Shallow Waste Solutions in Alberta or Greenwood Plastics in Nova Scotia. This represents an opportunity, I think, as well for Canadians to reduce their total waste. I think if Canadians saw how much waste we produced instead of it being shipped away in other parts of the world where we don't have to think about it anymore, they would think more consciously about the waste that we're producing. I think it's also an opportunity for Canada to lead in the world by example, as Australia is doing. I think it's an opportunity for Canada to stop polluting countries that can least afford to deal with our waste. This is an important first step, Bill C-204. I'm a big believer in us getting this done. I think it's enough for us to, it's time for us to stop paying lip service to this issue of caring about the waste that we produce, and we need to do something. I really hope that all members in the House will support passage of Bill C-204. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, and the Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Minister of the Environment and Climate Change. Response, Mr. Chief Kate Wheat.
I believe your mic is not on. Could you try again? Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to take the floor today to speak to Bill C-204, an act to amend the Canadian Environmental Protection Act. The issues relating to plastic and plastic waste are complex and multidimensional. Our government recognizes the advantages that plastics provide and the role they play in the Canadian economy. Some plastics play a key role in saving lives and minimizing the spread of disease. However, managing plastic at the end of its life presents significant challenges. The work we're doing to reduce the amount of plastics that we use and that ends up in landfills by increasing recycling of plastics in Canada and maintaining their value in the Canadian economy. These are important things. The Government of Canada believes that plastic waste should not be sent to other countries to be disposed of in an uncontrolled fashion, either through disposal in landfills or oceans. We need to deal with this challenge, but it's surprising to see this coming from the Conservative Party, since they've always opposed everything we've tried to do about the problem in the past. But we do see Bill C-204 as an important measure.
Have a comprehensive agenda to achieve zero plastic waste and eliminate plastic pollution that includes both action domestically and internationally. To stop problematic exports of plastic waste, Canada needs to begin at home. We need to reduce and better manage our plastic waste and ensure that we do export only clean and ready to be recycled plastics. That's why our approach addresses the entire life cycle of plastic and includes proposing a ban or restriction of select harmful single-use plastics where warranted and supported by science, making producers responsible for their plastic waste, proposing the development of minimum recycled content requirements for products, investing in small and medium Canadian businesses and organizations to advance innovative solutions, investing in sector-based and community solutions to reduce plastic waste and pollution, advancing Canada's plastic science agenda by supporting research to better understand the value chain and the impacts of plastic pollution on our environment, leading by example, Mr. Speaker, in reducing plastic waste from federal operations, and finally, working with industry to prevent and retrieve lost fishing gear and to reduce plastic waste. We're also taking action, Mr. Speaker, through collaboration with provinces and territories on this important issue through the Canadian Council of Ministers of the Environment. The government is working with all levels of government, as well as industry, organizations, First Nations communities, to mobilize and engage Canadians to reduce plastic waste and pollution, including by empowering Canadian households, businesses, and institutions to use and recycle plastic responsibly. And Mr. Speaker, in addition to our domestic action, we're also already tackling the issue of plastic waste internationally, which the Honourable Member's bill fails to recognize. We have taken important steps that will help prevent illegal exports and implement newly adopted international controls and transboundary movements of certain plastic waste. In fact, progress has been made to address this issue since Bill C-204 was introduced in February 2020. Canada recently finalized acceptance of amendments to the Basel Convention on the control of transboundary movements of hazardous wastes and their disposal to control the transboundary movement of non-hazardous and non-recyclable plastic waste. As such, as of January 1st, 2021, exports of certain plastic waste to parties to the convention are subject to the Canadian regulations and require permits and consent from importing countries prior to being exported from Canada. These controls will ensure that exports of plastic waste from Canada only take place when the importing country determines that it can manage the waste in an environmentally sound manner. Now, this regime should reduce exports to developing countries and improve the quality of plastic waste that is traded for recycling plastic waste under the Basel Convention. As part of accepting these amendments, Canada has also established an arrangement with the United States, which is a non-party to the convention, to ensure the continued environmentally sound management of non-hazardous wastes and scrap, including plastic waste, traded between our two countries. Furthermore, we are actively working to implement additional measures to prevent illegal shipments of waste overseas. As was expressed during the first hour of debate on this matter, this work includes activities such as communication of regulatory requirements to Canadian waste exporters, taking action against those that break the rules, and collaboration between all relevant departments and agencies, including Environment and Climate Change Canada, the Canada Border Services Agency, and Global Affairs Canada. Mr. Speaker, a second reason the government will not be supporting Bill C-204 is because the bill is unlikely to effectively tackle problematic plastic waste exports because it does not cover plastics exported for recycling. This is a significant issue as there is little economic incentive to exporting plastic waste across long distances for final disposal. As such, the bill would not cover plastic waste that is exported for the purposes of recycling, but that go to countries that are not in a position to effectively recycle mixed or contaminated plastic waste. And by failing to control exports of contaminated or mixed plastics, if exported for the purposes of recycling, the bill would not reduce exports of this plastic waste or create incentives for trade in clean and ready to recycle plastic waste. The bill is also unlikely to be effective due to the contents of the list of plastic waste. The list contains many entries that would not commonly be considered plastic. For example, ethylene is a gas at room temperature and is not considered a plastic material. And while it can be used as an ingredient in producing certain plastics, it has other unrelated industrial uses. And in these cases where precursor substances that are used to make plastics are on the list, the bill would also capture non-plastic materials. And Mr. Speaker, another reason that the government will not be supporting this bill is that, as mentioned by my colleague during the last debate on this matter, Bill C-204 proposed ban on plastic waste exports would likely put pressure, on landfills in provinces and territories. And this runs counter to our collaborative approach to achieving zero plastic waste and transitioning to a circular economy for plastics. Our government firmly believes, Mr. Speaker, in taking concrete action to reduce plastic waste and pollution, and we're doing so. But putting pressure on municipalities, provinces, and territories, as this would result in, is not an effective approach. En conclusion, Mr. President.
In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, although our government appreciates the fact that the member for York Simcoe has raised the important matter of exports of plastic waste, the solution he's proposing would not be effective in solving the problem. The government agrees on the importance of attacking this issue and will continue to implement its comprehensive strategies both domestically and internationally. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When I ran for office, one of the reasons was that I wanted to improve the environment and contribute to leaving future generations a viable planet. Bill C-204 on plastic waste is a step in the right direction. I would have some solutions to suggest, and I'd like to conclude by talking about the economic duty that we have to deal with this issue. Plastic waste is another pandemic we're dealing with. Not just we ourselves, but the entire planet's flora and fauna are grappling with this issue too. We need to be responsible when it comes to our exports, but also our imports, particularly when it comes to our consumer habits. This won't come as news to anyone. There's a seventh continent, and it's made of plastic. It's found in the North Pacific. It's a whirlpool, a plastic island, and there's so much plastic there that it's been dubbed the seventh continent, or the plastic soup. It's estimated between 1.4 and 2 million square kilometers. To give you an idea of how big it is, Quebec is 1.7 square million kilometers. Ontario's around 1 million square kilometers. So this ocean, this plastic island in the ocean, is bigger than Quebec and Ontario. Recently, scientists have realized that this plastic island contains a lot of plastic, and it may be in the Marianas Trench, as deep as that is. According to National Geographic, there are over 5 billion pieces of plastic in the oceans and waterways. And the most part of the waste found along shorelines is plastic. Plastic waste has seen an exponential growth from 2 to 3 million tons in 1950 to 160 million tons in 1993, and now 484 million tons in 2015. By 2050, all marine fowl will be consuming plastic on a regular basis. Currently, 700 species have ingested plastic or been caught in plastic waste, trapped in plastic waste. Only 9% of plastic waste is recycled, 12% is incinerated, and much of it is found in nature or landfill. And we're going to export this? No, it's time to stop exporting plastic waste. And I could go on and on, Mr. Speaker, but I'd like to mention one last statistic. 40% of the plastic we use was used only once before being thrown out into nature or landfill. And plastic has 400 years. It has a lifespan of 400 years, if not an indefinite lifespan. It doesn't break down. And we have contributed to the problem. We have exported our waste to various countries and passed the buck to them for dealing with something that we should have dealt with. By sending our waste to these other countries, we have contributed to polluting life-supporting waterways, and we have undermined the lives of people in these countries. For example, currently in Accra, in Ghana, waste covers over 10 square kilometers of waste, and even covering a river. People burn that waste, and they are on a daily basis, they are exposed to arsenic, lead, cadmium, and mercury vapors. In the past, we used to send our waste to other countries as well, and people in those countries were exposed to the same negative effects, pollution and toxic gases. Why? Because they don't have the infrastructure and the knowledge to process that waste adequately. We do have the knowledge and the ability we have the infrastructure, both provincially and municipally, and it's high time we stopped exporting what we're responsible for dealing with. When I rise in the House, either to make a speech or ask questions, I always try to offer possible solutions. I know I'm not always listened to, but I don't just want to criticize. I want to make constructive suggestions. Back when before I became a politician, a new company was started up to recycled products. And I remember being told when I came up with this idea, plastic beads are in all of our waterways. I want to recycle those to produce products that are as durable and sustainable as your grandmother's Tupperware products. And people called me crazy. The banks weren't willing to invest in the idea. They suggested that the project proponent might be bipolar. Where would we be today if that person had been stopped? People are moving heaven and earth to try to deal with all plastics. There are solutions that collect plastic waste. There are boats that vacuum up plastic waste. There are people that are using their ingenious ideas to deal with our plastic waste. It's high time we acted responsibly and improved our recycling infrastructure here at home. And we shouldn't be pitching our problem into another person's backyard. It's all well and good to use recyclable plastics, but we should be doing something other than burning that plastic waste, or putting it into landfills. It's high time we showed some leadership in this issue, and we shouldn't fool ourselves. Even if we stop exporting our waste elsewhere, we need to take responsibility here at home as well. According to National Geographic, we can process about 17% of our plastic waste and about 43%. We still need to find a solution for the remaining 83%, a responsible solution. Quebec isn't perfect, but hopes to develop a circular economy using the expertise of Recycle Quebec. And a circular economy is more than just traditional or conventional recycling. It's about manufacturing, recovery, and using renewable energies in processing this product all throughout its life cycle. In short, We need to do everything we can to maximize the resource and its reuse and create new products with recycled inputs. And I'm talking about toys and all kinds of other products. In Beauport-Limoilou, there are organizations like Friends of the Earth and La Récolte and Vélo Vert. They're coming up with solutions to reduce use and waste. This is catching on, and people in Beauport-Limoilou are more and more aware of the need and mobilizing to support the efforts. We parliamentarians need to be aware. We need to mobilize. This bill is a step in the right direction. It's not perfect. No one is, nothing is, but we can make efforts together to improve our consumption and use of plastics, particularly single-use plastics. We mustn't wait for perfection before we start taking action. We need to take action now and improve as we go along. Let's be innovative and creative. Let's reduce our use. Let's buy smart. And let's take steps to reuse and recycle and to support people who think outside the box. And above all, let's stop exporting our own waste. We need to set an example. It's moral and ethical towards the environment and towards future environments. They shouldn't have to pay the price for our mistakes. So yes, we should stop exporting plastic waste. We should also collectively think about dealing with that waste better. And we should set an example on the world stage. We should export our knowledge and our expertise, not our waste. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
We've got a couple minutes left in the time available. We'll go to resuming debate. The reprise de débat. Seeing and hearing no interest in that, we'll now go to and invite the honourable member for York Simcoe for his right of reply. The honourable member has up to 5 minutes for his remarks, and we'll go to him now. The honourable member for York Simcoe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The matter before us tonight is straightforward. Canada should not be exporting its plastic waste for other countries to deal with. That's why Bill C-204 will prohibit plastic waste intended for final disposal from being exported to foreign countries. The 44,000 tons of plastic waste our country is sending overseas each year is having a significant and detrimental impact on the environment. All too often, this plastic ends up being illegally burned, dumped in landfills, or our waterways. This is affecting our air. It is affecting our oceans. It is threatening our very future. We can and must do better. But instead of doing better, instead of doing the right thing, Canada is falling behind. We are so far behind, Mr. Speaker, we think we're in first place. While we are doing nothing, other countries are taking action. The United Kingdom, Australia, are moving to implement stronger domestic laws to control the export of plastic waste. Additionally, 98 countries have ratified the Basel Convention's plastic export ban, something Canada still refuses to do. It goes both ways. Many of the developing countries have been inundated with plastic from Canada, are now prohibiting these imports because of the negative impact it is having on their environment and their citizens. Bill C-204 provides an opportunity for Canada to show global leadership and protect the environment. We are well positioned to do this. Not only do we have leading plastic recycling capabilities, but Canadian businesses are innovators. We're problem solvers, ready to make a difference in our circular economy. In fact, Canadian industry has already developed made-in-Canada solutions to manage our plastic waste where it can be utilized in so many different ways, including in construction and as fuel. With Bill C-204, our country can get behind these companies and support their efforts. Instead, Canada is exporting its waste to foreign countries. We should be leveraging this kind of innovation and making a difference right here at home. I truly believe that real, meaningful change doesn't come from Ottawa. It comes from Canadians. From coast to coast, Canadians know that it is fundamentally wrong to be exporting our plastic waste, especially when we have the means to manage it here properly. Mr. Speaker, this isn't a partisan issue. Members from all opposition parties have spoken in favor of Bill C-204. And last year, the Environment Committee, which included members from the government side, recommended that Canada implement a plastic waste export ban. That's why it is so disappointing tonight that the Liberals have indicated they will not be supporting this bill. They have done this while calling on the export of plastic waste to developing countries beneficial, when clearly it is not. Not for us, not for those countries, and certainly not for the environment, Mr. Speaker. But now it's time to adopt a better approach. With Bill C-204, we can finally ensure that our country will take responsibility for our own plastic waste. Over the past year, I've had the opportunity to meet with environmental advocates, industry experts, and others who are passionate about stopping plastic waste exports to Canada. I am grateful for their contributions, as well as the contributions of my colleagues in this chamber tonight. I am certain that by working together, we can see Bill C-204 proceed to committee. There, we can ensure it accomplishes its objectives while being as robust and effective as it can be. When considering this issue, I ask members to ask themselves, what kind of country do we want Canada to be? Do we want Canada to be the kind of country that shows leadership and does what's right? Or do we want to be the kind of country that continues to avoid taking responsibility because it is just too easy to keep plastic waste out of sight, out of mind, whatever the consequences? Bill C-204 is an opportunity to finally put an end to the export of plastic waste from Canada to foreign country. As one member said, now is the time, Mr. Speaker. Let's make this happen together. Thank you.
Accordingly, the question is as follows. Mr. Davidson, seconded by Mr. Albus, moved that Bill C-204, an act to amend the Canadian Environmental Protection Act, 1999, final disposal of plastic waste, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Environment and Sustainable Development. Now, in the usual manner that we put the question to the House these days, and with our hybrid parliament, if a member of a recognized party who is present in the House wishes to request either a recorded division or that the motion be adopted on division, I invite them to rise in their place at this time and indicate so. I see the honourable member for York Simcoe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I request a recorded division.
Accordingly, and pursuant to an order made on Monday, January 25th, 2021, the division stands deferred until Wednesday, February 3rd, 2021, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions. À ce moment-ci, conformément à l'article 38,
Pursuant to Standing Order 38, a motion for the adjournment of the House is deemed introduced and carried. The question is the following, that this House do now adjourn.
For, hope he's online, the honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Yeah, hi, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for staying so late. Mr. Speaker, I'm disappointed that I have to come back here, Mr. Speaker, to talk about the plight of Wayward Distillery in Courtenay and Dave, the owner, and his employees. They are true heroes, Mr. Speaker. They came and stepped up to help Canadians. They basically pivoted their distillery to supply hand sanitizer at the height of the pandemic. back in late March and early April. They supplied hand sanitizer to keep local police, healthcare workers, people in nonprofits, frontline service workers safe. And Mr. Speaker, they then carried on to donate tens of thousands of dollars of sanitizer to the community in the spirit of goodwill, especially in that understanding of that we're all in this together, Mr. Speaker. And in that spirit, I really just can't say enough about Dave and his employees and the sacrifice they made and the sense of urgency and seriousness they took, Mr. Speaker, using their own supplies to help support making sure that we were all safe and getting through this difficult period of time. Mr. Speaker, they were then engaged by a supplier to Loblaws to, come up with a large amount of sanitizer for their workers in the back end. And they were supplying those workers to ensure that they were safe, and they were pivoting their business to stay afloat and keep the ball rolling and keep their employees employed. Mr. Speaker, they then we all found out that the government of Canada procured hand sanitizer from countries around the world, including China, and that hand sanitizer flooded the Canadian market and drove prices down. And little did Dave know, but the supplier had now outsourced supply from somewhere else, including foreign supply of hand sanitizer, and then suddenly cut off his contract. Now, Mr. Speaker, as you can imagine, when you're supplying a large amount of volume to local frontline service workers, to a large chain like Loblaws, you have to order ahead of time. You can't just order a few days ahead or a week ahead. So Dave went and he ordered 6 weeks ahead worth of sanitizer, and then the contract just was cut off. And the foreign sanitizer that flooded the Canadian market was cheap. It was less than cost that Dave could even afford to get it to market. So Dave now is stuck with hundreds of thousands of dollars of sanitizer, Mr. Speaker. And I raised this question in December, and the Deputy Prime Minister referred me to her office and to her staff. And in turn, they sent their regional director's contact to me, and Dave had a meeting with them, and they took his contact information, and they said they would put it on a list. But they haven't ordered any sanitizer, Mr. Speaker, and they haven't helped facilitate that to this date. So Dave's sitting on this sanitizer. Dave can't collect the wage subsidy, Mr. Speaker, because while he was selling sanitizer at cost, or even below cost, his revenue was going up. So that therefore made him ineligible to apply for the emergency wage subsidy to support his employees. He was also excluded from the CECRA loan. So every step of the way, Dave has been excluded. And this is just another example of the government's procurement process. And we need a federal procurement strategy, Mr. Speaker, that puts Canadians first. I mean, we hear the president in the U.S., Joe Biden, talk about an American strategy where they're going to source out local companies and keep jobs local. We are not doing that here in Canada. This government has abandoned Dave and Wayward Distillery. And if they go out of business because they put Canadians first, it will just be an absolute stain on Canada. And these are heroes, Mr. Speaker, and I'm urging the government to fix it, fix their eligibility for their programs, and procure from Dave and the Wayward Distillery. They deserve much better. The Canadians need to know that we're supporting those heroes that helped us at the beginning of this pandemic and continue to be there for us.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Export Promotion, Small Business and International Trade.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his intervention tonight. I have traveled with him in previous times, certainly pre-pandemic times, to Nunavut in order to visit with and engage with small business owners there. And I know how dedicated he is to small businesses in his community, but right across the country. And when I listened to the story of Dave and the Wayward Distillery, I couldn't agree more with my colleague. They are the true heroes of this pandemic, certainly. And like so many entrepreneurs and small business owners, they're clearly adapting and doing the best they can in very difficult circumstances. I would like to respond in more detail. Of course, this is the first time that I'm hearing of this particular issue, and I would be happy to dig into it further. Certainly, the criteria that we have put in place have gotten very, very positive feedback from the entrepreneurs that I've spoken to, but I can understand that how in David's case, not experiencing any revenue drop does mean that perhaps his company in particular is not eligible for some of our programs. I am always happy to go through, the myriad of programs that our government has put in place. There are many of them, as my colleague opposite knows, and without these programs, so many of our Canadian workers and business owners would have already closed, would have already lost their paychecks. And so allow me just to say, that we have tried to adapt and adjust our programs along the way in order to respond to specific situations. I can think of numerous examples, and the rent program is, of course, one of them. We had heard from opposition members, from our own caucus, and from entrepreneurs across the country that certain adjustments need to be made, and the rent subsidy now is responding exactly to what entrepreneurs on the ground need. The program, as you know, colleague, is there to cover 90% of rent, and that goes directly to the business owner and not to the landlord. Applications for that program opened very quickly, and I understand that my colleague opposite, originally asked about this, pointing out or very clearly criticizing the government for delays when in reality, less than a week after we passed the legislation, it was effective. And when it went to the Senate for ratification, the Senate was able, to review the legislation and approve it within, I believe it was, a single day. So everybody right across government, from the members in this House to the many people working behind the scenes as public servants, to our senators, are all working in tandem in order to bring the support and the assistance that we know that our small business owners need. Let me just continue to explain in response to the member's question during question period that the wage subsidy was continued until the summer, and there was never, not ever, a gap in providing a wage support to our business owners. We moved quickly and we instituted that extension in a way that provided continuous support for all small business owners. Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, it's clear.
Mr. Speaker, I hope that it is clear for my colleague that the federal government has been there since day one of the pandemic. This government has committed to being there as long as necessary. Unfortunately,
the time has now expired.
Le temps est expiré. Il y a une autre minute pour...
Sorry, there isn't any time left.
Now, Bernie.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague and friend. We have talked and we have worked together to fix the rent program. We were disappointed they didn't backdate it, but there is gaps. We know that startups have been left out. We were concerned about the CERB clawback and businesses that could go under as a result of that. Dave is still not able to access these programs because he did the right thing.
I'm just going to interrupt the honourable member there momentarily, and just to see if interpretation is working. I just ask if honourable member could you check now to see if interpretation is okay?
Is it okay if I start again, Mr. Speaker?
No, just hang on for a moment, and we'll see if it's working. Just stand by. We won't take away from the honourable member's time. Could I just check to see, we're getting the French translation there now? Okay. Merci beaucoup pour...
Thank you very much for your assistance.
Continue now again, the Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni, if he can pick it up where he left off. We weren't too far into his comments. If he wants to start at the top of the minute, that's fine too. Go ahead.
Great, thank you. I'll start at the beginning. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank my honourable colleague. We've worked together on a number of issues, including the commercial rent program. We were glad to see them fix the broken program, but we were also disappointed they didn't backdate it. Mr. Speaker, we know there's gaps in the programs for startups. The CERB clawback. People like Dave that went and helped Canadians came to our rescue that now are excluded from those programs because their revenue's gone up, even though they didn't make proper profit. We're hoping the government will work with those individuals, find ways to get them access to those emergency programs so we don't lose them, so we don't lose these businesses that did the right thing. And we really need a strategic, socially responsible, and more sustainable approach to public procurement in Canada. Sandra Hamilton, who lived in my riding, she cites that the heart of the UK recovery strategy is around procurement and aligning those policy objectives with the 2030 United Nations, social goals and sustainability goals. So it's really important that we marry up and do what other countries are doing and learn from other countries what they're doing. So I'm hoping that you'll apply that when it comes to procurement and when we talk about recovery here from COVID-19.
Secretary Parlementaire.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I am always very interested to see what other countries around the world are doing in order to use the good ideas that exist elsewhere. And of course, to listen and to continue to work. I want to continue to work with my colleague to see how we can adjust better the existing programs.
Also, to remind my colleague that just this Tuesday, the Minister of Small Business announced the new HASCAP program, and days later, that is, as of next week, small businesses will be
I must interrupt the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. We're again experiencing some gaps in interpretation. So I just ask her to stand by. I'll using my voice in English, I'll just wait until it appears that we have the interpretation working again. Seems to be okay. I should point out that this is in no way related to any issues with the wonderful work of the interpreters. This has all to do, frankly, with the audio capabilities and their ability to do their jobs, which they do so well. So we'll get back. If I could ask the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to just finish her last few thoughts, and then we'll get on to the next speaker. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for Small Business, or to the Minister of Small Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And let me join my voice to yours in thanking our incredible translators. I do enjoy flipping back and forth from French to English, and I hope that does not cause any anxiety in that respect. But let me just finish by thanking once again my colleague for raising these issues and for pointing out that certainly he has my commitment and the commitment of every member of this government to continue to work hard to support small businesses, including those in his riding.
The Honourable Member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the opportunity to address a number of issues facing my region. My question last year may at first glance seem a little strange. The retirement of postmasters would not normally be a national issue. However, in 4 post office locations, that brings the possibility of permanent closure. With closures, my constituents may not be able to access things such as prescriptions, e-commerce, and financial services. On this issue, more needs to be done, but I do appreciate that some steps have been taken. There are real concerns related to how this Liberal government treats rural Canada. Liberals' attitudes towards us is infuriating. It seems at best it's indifferent, but more often than not, it's downright hostile. An example of the indifference is that I hear regularly from constituents who are simply told by government departments to go to a local federal service location for help. In some cases, that is more than 300 kilometers away. Like service delivery, rural connectivity is a huge concern. COVID has made this more relevant than ever. Although steps have been taken to address early challenges in broadband programs, I speak to rural ISPs, communities, and individuals who have shared that the program is simply not responsive to their needs. By failing to address this, it only adds to the division between rural and urban Canada at a time when there are already deep divisions across our country. That's where the hostility we face comes in. Rural Albertans are dealing with an unprecedented increase in crime, something the Liberals have failed to address. While the last Parliament voted to study the issue, the Liberals failed miserably on any follow-through. Liberals at their finest. While provinces attempt to take action, the revolving door of the justice system, weak penalties, troubling recidivism rates, an evolving gang culture, and increased illicit drug smuggling are significant issues that demand action and are compounded by economic uncertainty. Rural Canada, and specifically rural Alberta, feels left behind. My constituents are fed up with a Liberal government that is more concerned about punishing law-abiding firearms owners than fighting crime. On that front, their policies are not only hypocritical, they are dangerous. Criminalizing hunters, sportsmen, farmers, and ranchers does nothing to help combat crime and emboldens the real lawbreakers. It is nothing more than a costly political move that is based on blind ideology. The evidence of this hypocrisy is when yesterday the Liberal NDP coalition voted against a Conservative measure to increase penalties against the real problem, smuggled guns and gang violence. These ideological attacks against rural Alberta have escalated in recent months. $170 a ton. More than 3 times what the Prime Minister promised the carbon tax would be. And now they say they have a national mandate to impose their tax. I can assure the Prime Minister he does not. He does not have that mandate in the region that I represent, nor in Alberta. It's not only bad policy and bad economics, it's fueling regional divisions that truly threaten to tear our country apart. The government, unfortunately, seems to be either ignorant to real issues or they are intentionally fueling divisions in our country for political gain. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thought we were going to be talking about Canada Post, and member wants to talk about the issue of gun controls and things of this nature, and he doesn't understand why it is, I guess, Canadians do not support the need to have military assault type style weapons in our community. But that's for another debate, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the member for at least suggesting we would be talking about Canada Post. Our government understands that the services that Canada Post provides to Canadians and businesses are essential for our country, and we are committed to safeguarding this iconic institution. Canada Post has been connecting Canadians for more than 250 years, Mr. Speaker. Its network of thousands of post offices across Canada serves as a vital link for many rural, remote, and isolated communities, especially in our northern regions, Mr. Speaker. We know that the services Canada Post provides in those communities across the country are of vital importance to well-being of Canadians and the Canadian economy. And even though more and more people communicate via email and social media, Canadians across the country continue to have a strong connection to letters and parcels from loved ones now more than ever. Every single day, Canadians receive letter mail and parcels from across the globe. Mr. Speaker, as the country responds to the COVID-19, Canadians turn to the Canada Post to provide an important service, which people at home and businesses closed. The corporation saw a dramatic shift in what it is asked to deliver. Online shopping drove unprecedented growth in volumes of parcels. Mr. Speaker, through the COVID-19 pandemic, Canada Post employees have been providing services to businesses that have helped keep our country going during these difficult and trying times. As Canadians across our country have stayed at home to help suppress the spread of COVID-19, they have become more reliant on the online shopping. Every day since the start of the pandemic, Canada Post has stepped up and continued to deliver all sorts of items purchased online these past few months. Mr. Speaker, since its very earliest days, our country's postal service has invested and evolved in order to meet the changing needs and expectations of Canadians. In concluding, this government is committed to renewed vision for Canada Post so Canadians can continue to benefit from a high-quality services at a reasonable price no matter where they live in our vast country. Compared to the Conservatives, who one could easily question in terms of what they believe Canada Post's future would look like. Mr. Speaker, in opposition, I saw the Stephen Harper as Prime Minister plant the seeds of doubt of the future of Canada Post. With this government, we have reaffirmed a commitment in the need for Canada Post, and I think this pandemic over the last number of months has clearly demonstrated what a critical role Canada Post plays for Canadians, not only pre-pandemic, but especially during this pandemic. And I want to take this opportunity to extend my appreciation to our Canada Post workers who have done an absolutely fabulous job. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
The Parliamentary Secretary's response emphasizes the ignorance that this government has towards rural Canada. Mr. Speaker, on January 21st, we saw the cancellation of the Keystone XL pipeline. The Prime Minister gave up. He told us to move on. And like his father did decades ago, he flipped the bird to the west while still expecting us to keep writing the checks. The evidence is clear that this Prime Minister has left rural Alberta behind, and it seems like they are willing to use divisive national policies to drive a wedge between Alberta and the rest of Canada. Anyone who hears this and simply claims it's political posturing, I challenge them to come visit, and they can see for themselves the rising sentiment that I'm told daily, and that's that Alberta would be better off without Canada. Mr. Speaker, that's heartbreaking. While they plan to silence their opponents and reimagine the economy based on flimsy ideology, I'm glad to be part of a government in waiting that is ready to lead our country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I suppose the Canada Post want to talk about the province of Alberta. I'm up to talk about the province of Alberta any day. In fact, when he talks about this whole issue of separation, the Conservative Party of Canada has to take its responsibility more seriously in terms of its role, in terms of a federation, as opposed to the divisiveness that they cause by giving so much misinformation to Albertans. This government has committed all sorts of resources to be able to support Alberta at this time of need, continues to work with different levels of government to ensure not only can Alberta be in a better position, but to ensure that those individuals that need the help are receiving the help. We have invested more in terms of infrastructure, more in terms of financial support. We have had more commitment to build a pipeline to the Pacific than Stephen Harper did in his full 10 years. The Conservatives continue to spread misinformation about what it is that this government has done in working with others for the province of Alberta, something I am very proud of.
The Honourable Member, resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to talk about a scandal in March 2020. Baylis Medical concluded an agreement to produce 20,000 respirators. The company belonged to Frank Baylis, a former Liberal MP, and they got several $1 million without a tender call. In June 2020, I announced that We Charity had a new $900 million program for students. Students would get up to $5,000 for volunteer work. The value of the contract was $19.5 million. Why? Had the public servants said that the company was unable to provide the services in Quebec when Quebec has a huge community service network? In fact, We Charity didn't do much except to serve Liberal interests. The Prime Minister's wife got $25,000 paid by the We Charity. And the brother of the Prime Minister and his mother also got money for speaking at an event organized by We Charity in 2016 and 2020. In June 2020, the Minister of Finance indicated that the Minister of Finance had paid back money for trips with his family to Kenya and the Equator in 2007. The Minister of Finance then announced his resignation. The red flags went up everywhere for the opposition parties and the media. It was a real scandal. A special committee was requested, and the Bloc Québécois and others agreed that there should be such a committee. The committee's mandate would have been to examine and review the facts associated with the Weed Charity, as well as the appropriation and acquisition of ventilators by Baylis. It's now January 28th. There's still no accountability, no committee. Following the request for a special committee, the Liberals panicked. The government doesn't want anyone to find out what had happened with the Weed Charity. It could make it fall. We had to vote for a special committee that would investigate. The Liberals understood then, and the scandal exploded in their faces, and then they made a proposal, that is, to create the special committee to study all COVID-19 spending. It's now January 28th. Still no committee, no accountability, and people are still upset. As a solution, the Liberals use prorogation to stop and avoid dealing with the storm. It's January 28th, still no committee, and above all, no accountability. We saw the end of the Weed Charity in September. It announced the end of its activities in Canada, given financial difficulties as a result of the pandemic. They had to eliminate the scandal from the face of the planet. Redacted documents. The Liberals said they were transparent and gave the documents to the opposition parties, but of course they were redacted, and we saw filibustering in committee, systematic filibustering. On 19th of October, 2 o'clock, the parliamentary leader responded, Mr. Speaker, yesterday I put forward a motion to the opposition parties. All the COVID-19 expenditures would be looked at by the government. We have deployed many efforts to support Canadians. He thought that was a responsible approach today, or rather on January 20th. I asked the question. I said the government is blocking its own committee from studying COVID-19 spending, and it was a egregious lack of transparency. Can the leader explain why he did not put in place his own committee? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, right from the get-go, let me make it very clear that the Government of Canada, and particularly the Prime Minister, since the very beginning, has been very transparent. We have been accountable, and we've also been delivering for Canadians in a very real and tangible way. We have had their backs, and we will continue to do just that. Over the spring 2020, ministers and officials appeared numerous times at committees to give details, updates to members on the details of programs that were launched and the status of the effectiveness of those programs. For the first time, actually, Mr. Speaker, in many years, I believe it's over 30 years since the House of Commons and the Chamber actually got together for accountability. And this past summer, justifiably so, both in July and in August, the House of Commons met. Now, they will say it was a committee. Well, for all intents and purposes, Mr. Speaker, it was on the floor of the House of Commons. It was the chamber. And opposition members were provided the opportunity to ask not only hundreds, but rather thousands of questions. Questions in regards to the coronavirus, questions that we were most happy to be able to provide answers for. That is accountability. That's not trying to hide. Yes, there was committees that also met and so forth, and the member talks about a filibuster. When opposition doesn't like something that's happening in a committee, they will talk endlessly. When opposition in a minority situation brings something forward and we're not necessarily happy with it, well, it's not an appropriate filibuster. They want to have it both ways, Mr. Speaker. At the end of the day, it is about accountability and transparency, and that's what we have seen from the Prime Minister of Canada. You have to put into perspective what it is that's taken place in the last 12 months. The member makes reference to a former Liberal MP getting a contract. Need I remind the House how much of the PPE was actually being produced in Canada at the time of the pandemic? A very small, if any, percentage of it, Mr. Speaker. Through supports from the government and private industry, you had a phenomenal transition where today we have all sorts of things being produced here in Canada. There are thousands of companies that have been able to come to the table. Some of them liberals, some of them conservatives, and I suspect there might even be some bloc companies that are there, and New Democrats. That's the reality in terms of the situation that we are in today. When we Canadians have come together from coast to coast to coast to recognize that we needed a Team Canada approach at dealing with the coronavirus and this pandemic. And that has not stopped the Government of Canada at ensuring that there's a high sense of transparency and accountability. That's why for the first time in 30 years, we actually had sitting days in July and August. We continue to see a Prime Minister take Wednesdays as a full day in questions. There's all forms of other opposition days and so forth that have been brought forward to deal with the pandemic, to deal with other issues. And as opposition parties collectively at times and individually at times have been focused on trying to smear, we as a government have been focused on being there for Canadians in fighting the pandemic, to work with others to make sure that we have Canada's or Canadians backing 7 days a week, 24 hours a day. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Well, there's a lot of responsibility to go around when it comes to managing COVID. I believe that the Liberals have recognized their mistakes with the stepping down of the Minister of Finance when it comes to filibustering in committee and in other ways. And on the 19th of October, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader said that he had sent a note to the Opposition House Leader which suggested a committee to work together. And yet now in January, we're not seeing any more of that collaborative spirit. Instead, now we're being threatened with an election. It's like a dictatorship. When will this committee be created so we can cast light on the matter? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The only ones that talk about an election on the floor of the House of Commons are members from the opposition. The Conservatives and the members of the bloc constantly want to talk about an election. And they can continue to do that all they want. At the end of the day, this government, headed by this Prime Minister, will continue to focus on the pandemic and taking the measures that are necessary in order to ensure that we have the vaccines. We've talked for weeks about that first quarter of 6 million vaccines, and we are on target. We will get that 6 million doses of vaccine. So if the opposition wants to continue talking about elections, that's their choice. We, on the other hand, will continue to focus our attention on what's important to Canadians. And I can tell the members opposite that it is the coronavirus. It is concerns about the vaccinations. We want to be there in a very real and tangible way, and we're committed to building back better, Mr. Speaker. That is something in which, as a government, we have continued to say for many months now, and we are committed to doing just that.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 o'clock, pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.